All right, well then I'll go ahead and call this meeting to order, and just want to remind the board, your mics are paired together, so just leave them on as a hot mic. If you shut them off, you shut the other commissioner off. And welcome everybody that showed up today to hear what we have to say. This is a visioning retreat for the coming year so that we can put stuff working in Corolla, hopefully before we get to the season, where we typically work on that in January or February, and then had to scramble to get things done that we needed to do to change for Corolla. And so with that, I'll guess we're going to the off-road first and foremost this morning, and talk about traffic and volume up there.
Well, actually, Mr. Chairman, maybe even a more broad discussion. Corolla, the off-road beach area has been for many decades, I think, kind of a forgotten place, kind of out of sight, out of mind. And that was probably fine when we only had a few houses being built every year. They were the typical beach boxes, 4-bedroom type of structure. But now we're starting to see greater construction of houses and much larger houses. We know we have at least a 24-bedroom house up there, and others of probably reaching similar size. So we're also starting to receive reports of wells that need to be deepened because shallow wells are no longer able to supply perhaps water required for structures in some locations due to the dropping groundwater level. We've heard issues of folks, frankly, having wells that are contaminated by their neighbors' septic systems. Mm-hmm. And so all this is kind of leading to, we think, at least put into the forefront that there is an issue that is growing, has been growing for some time, and that the county needs to start recognizing and having a discussion about what are we going to do as more development occurs there, and as all these issues start increasing. That also begs the question about fire and EMS services as more people are living and coming there to vacation. It raises the issues about a conflict in our land use plan, which basically says that the county shall not do anything to encourage development of the off-road beach, yet we continually do things to encourage development contrary to our own land use plan. This is a COBRA zone area, which has federal implications and the ability to utilize federal monies or grants that might be otherwise useful in providing for infrastructure or other kind of needs within a community. So these are all the things we feel like the board ought to start and the county ought to start having a discussion, and with intention moving forward to planning for what we know is coming. It's kind of a layout in addition to the specific items that we know we need to discuss and get direction on.
All right, well, you hit on something, I think, since you brought it up. It's a COBRA area, bless you. You know, one of the things of the Wild Horse Fund is looking at is buying up as much land as they can, right? They don't have any money to do that specifically, so they're trying to get with some nature conservancy groups and maybe corporations that have an interest in doing that. And the question was raised at my last meeting: is there any way the county can get involved in that? And does it make sense for us to become to take land out of play by purchasing it? Because they have the right to develop a lot, for instance, but does it make sense for us to get in the game through tourism and help take more land out, as we did with the land swap deal we did with the federal government? We bought land at Mackey Island, gave it to them to get the land swap that we did to acquire the 700 plus acres that we've gotten. So just it was an interesting comment that was made. Can the county get involved as a partner in buying land and setting aside for more conservation area? And I don't know if that's a direction the board even wants to go in or not, but I was asked about it, so I thought I'd have the discussion with the Board of Commissioners and ask about it.
Just out of curiosity, how much total land does the county own in that area?
Well, the county has 730 some acres that we derive through the swap with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife. We also own some other pieces of land in Corova Beach that are under some covenant restrictions or deed restrictions to remain as open space and other very limited use. But those aren't large amount of acres.
So total, is it more than 1,000 or less than 1,000?
I think the county probably owns certainly less than 1,000.
So then, I mean, even if we thought about purchasing land, you're gonna be talking about, if people wanna sell land, they're gonna be selling it for a high dollar.
Well, so the
Because
stuff
of
we're
potential.
looking at buying is the stuff in the back, right? That's not as desirable.
Back there in the wetland.
Yeah,
area,
there,
whatever.
so the land, the fund has gone and looked at, trying to create a strip of land, basically, from one end to the other, if you will. So, and most of the grazing areas tend to be in the back. That's where your vegetation's at. Up front, you know, you've got sea oats and grass and stuff that they will eat, but they tend to migrate towards the middle and the back of the island, especially during the off season when grass isn't as plentiful. They go back into the back and out into the marshes and stuff. So, typically, what we have done, as we've had money, is to buy up those kind of middle lots and maybe stuff that's a little low, that's wet, that's not as desirable. You can buy them for $40,000 or $50,000 a pop. And so we've put together this kind of stretch of land, and it extends into Corova. Same thing when you go back in the back. You know, some of that land towards the sound is obviously more valuable, and that's not what I think we're talking about here. It's just kind of getting that middle of the area, your oceanfront, semi-ocean front, that are areas that are more valuable. You know, you're talking lots that are $500,000 and up, so it's not something that's really valuable in this sense.
Well, wouldn't there be any state or federal money that might,
Well, that's
I mean, yeah, that's, instead of us purchasing it.
well, you got to take the land out of play, and so everything's subdivided. The one thing that we have out there is a little over 3,000 platted lots right now. So those have been bought and sold over the years, and they're still available for purchase. You know, when people put them up for sale and or build on their lots that they've been holding for a while. We've got, 1,000 probably now, or a little over 1,000 homes developed. So we're about 1/3 build out up there. And ultimately, it's going to look like Corolla without paved roads. That's what we're talking about. I mean, it was envisioned to have paved roads 50 years ago when it was started to be developed, and that never happened. So we ended up with a unique situation. And now that Corolla's tapped out, basically, other than a couple sections of Ocean Sands, people are moving north and buying land. And so all these other problems are arising that Ike was talking about, that were, you know, I know that some of the water treatment systems, you're getting into $10,000, $20,000, $30,000 for a water treatment system for your house. And talking with people like Jay, that some of the water coming out of there is unbelievably bad.
If I understood, because I think I actually had a conversation with Albemarle Health, somebody, and I can't even remember, that may have been, but part of what I think the challenge is, people go to build a house and they site their well, and the well is inside the zone that is not allowed. Mm-hmm. And it's, I guess, a rubber stamp apply for an appeal. The appeal is granted, and they sink a well too close to the neighbor's septic system. Mm-hmm. So there's an aspect of whoever's granting the appeals, right? And I think the issue is, and it kind of reminds me of the Board of Adjustment, right? You don't always get to build exactly what you want just because you own the lot, right? So,
Right.
And I think what they're trying to do is let them build whatever they want, and then there's a variance associated with the well. But absolutely, I've heard fecal contamination in groundwater. It's
Not
bad.
good. It's not good. And so that some
But
of that may be the large residential structured conversation we've had too,
Right.
right? We can't really govern the number of bedrooms, so we have to change setbacks and things of that nature to affect the size, which you've been a proponent of for
at least a year.
8 years now.
So, but going back to that, okay, so there's a couple things in play, right, that I think are almost individual topics. The first one is land preservation for horses, right? Mm-hmm. When we had our meeting at Corolla Light, one of the questions I asked is, how are those lots being preserved for horse use? To which we were told they were going to pursue, because there's nothing associated with a deed restriction that I'm aware of that is setting them aside. Right now, I mean, I'm sure there's a way to get around it and turn around and sell those lots to put a house on them, as long as those funds wind up rolling back into taking care of horses. So I would love to know if any progress, because we were told at that meeting that they were going to pursue that. I'm curious if any progress was made in that direction. So that's number one. But the other one is the growth aspect and the pressure on, to be honest, on the water system or the groundwater. I think you're right, Bob. It's not going to take much longer before there is no water available for not only new construction, but for the people that are already there. And so the horrific potential is, Leighton, what do we need to put in a water plant?
And that goes directly to what Ike was saying.
Right, right.
As far as now, we've encouraged growth through putting water up there, right?
And then we have the other, the issues, first of all, again, of land. What land would even be available if it was feasible financially to create a central water system in that area?
I cannot even imagine.
Some have said, well, you could just run a line from Corolla, but that doesn't recognize that there are intervening property owners, the state, the Nature Conservancy, the deed restrictions on the county property that would not allow for that kind of infrastructure to go north. And then secondly, our Corolla, Southern Outer Banks water system studies and is sized for Corolla and Corolla's build out, not for another 3,000 properties much farther north.
Well, and we got properties all over the county that are still in well systems that would love to have water too. So, I mean, you build in an area, it's well and septic, and I've been in well and septic living here all my life, and it hasn't changed. So,
All right. Well, yeah, and so I think ultimately the goal for the 4x4 is to slow down development in any way, shape, or form possible, right? And at least in my mind, and I'm sure most of the residents feel the same way that have lived up there for any length of time. So
Especially the new ones.
right.
and there's a lot of new homes going up too right now.
Since COVID, I mean, like I said, people came down, COVID, and then people were like, well, hey, I want to live here,
So I guess, Ike, is it feasible for, well, and so if, to your point, your question you asked about the fund, we did not do anything with those, we only own like 8 or 10 lots right now and put them into conservation. I think that's easy enough to do. I can bring that up at our next meeting. That's no big deal. And I think the people that we're working with, talking to now, Dominion Power, for instance, North Carolina and Outer Banks, there's a couple different Nature Conservancy groups that would be involved. They would, of course, have a requirement that they become deed restricted. So it's not a big deal one way or the other to do that. And
So, Bob, what does the fund have an idea of what's the target? How many targeted lots would it be nice, going with the Great Migratory whatever, right? Is it 20 lots, 50 lots, 100?
no, you're talking taking out, I don't know, a huge swath of them. They basically looked at the map and put an area down. So you have to go in and actually dig into that and figure out how many are in there. But it's taken out, a third of Swan Beach or better. And the same thing, North Swan Beach, back towards the Sound where the recycle center's at, that kind of thing. And then again, they love hanging around the canals. You're talking 1,000 lots or better.
So a couple things.
Yeah,
I think
$5-7 million gets it done.
a couple things that would be interesting, right? And one of them would be GIS, right? Because what does that look like? What lots are the targets? Number one. Number two, you can approach some of these folks may be willing to donate their land for the, the
Right.
tax write-off type thing, and that would be an interesting.
And that's something we're looking at doing is pushing donations and letting people know that there are tax advantages to that, right? That from a fund standpoint, we have a new CEO that is well-versed. He came over from Make-A-Wish. He was the president of Make-A-Wish in the Southeast region. So he is definitely working on putting those plans together and changing how we engage the public and getting them, people that are interested in the preservation of the fund's mission. And maybe it's just donating land to keep it open space, right, period. So, I mean, whatever the triggers are that causes someone to get involved, we're open to all of those. But, so anyway, we're pushing on that front too. So we just hired him 3-4 weeks ago. He started, so he's already making changes to try and get that done. So I guess my question to the board is there any interest in having that discussion of injecting $250,000 or $500,000 out of OCTAX into buying land and setting us, and just if we buy it and hold it and put it in conservation, so be it. You know, it accomplishes the goal, whether it's the fund doing it or whether it's the county doing it or whatever. But at one point, Elizabeth White had sat down and actually figured out how much it would actually cost to buy up this land, and it was at that point, you know, a couple $3 million, and that's obviously changed. You know, so we're probably $5 to $6 million now, or maybe a little more than that. So, like I said, we're going after corporate donors at this point that have deeper pockets that could donate $1 million to the cause, and get some realtors turned loose and go for it.
Well, I think what we need is an acquisition plan. I agree with Paul. We need to identify first, because we don't want to do this piecemeal. We don't want to buy a lot in Swan Beach and then buy the northernmost in North Swan Beach. I think what we need is like I said, an acquisition plan. Where are we going to target first? Look and get an idea of what that's going to cost, and
Right.
And maybe the first acquisition we go after is the ones that are most utilized by the horses, or the one that have the most, I don't know what the word, traffic by the horses. You know, that type of.
Count piles.
Yeah, okay, maybe we'll put you in charge of that, Paul.
Got that.
Well, and they have that.
Not here, we'll follow.
But they actually have that. The the sanctuary patrol monitor each herd's their behaviors, where they're at, and they actually have maps. I think we have some of those here that Ben Woody had forever ago, that showed where they tend to migrate, their ranges and their territories. So
They're systematic.
yeah, so that basically we have compiled that. So we could easily take the wild horse funds overlay and then go into to more detail with it, right? Like I said, it's a bird's eye view of the area. Here's where we're looking at. We can boil that down to an area, and if it's something the board's interested in, go after an area.
So doing fuzzy math, right? At $250 a year, let's assume the average cost is $7.5 million by the time it's all said and done. At $250 a year, that becomes a 28-year project.
Right.
So to, I think, the point that you made, Selena, going down this path unless we plan to execute the complete and total plan, I think is, unless there's intermediary, right? Unless there's, well, this will get us this far, this will get us this far, but I don't, my concern is we get started and then go, okay, due to other needs, right? And then we abandon it and we walk away from it, and then it's
way up.
that's going to be bad.
Right.
And then the other thing I'm concerned about,
Somebody, we're not here. Somebody different's
right?
dumb enough to
Well,
sign
and
up
I'm
and
not
take the seat.
suggesting that we make this a 20-year
No,
plan
no.
or a 10-year plan. Maybe it's a one-time, we set aside a number to go after and acquire land, if it's going to be Swan Beach, for instance, and just go into Swan Beach and acquire what we can with the pot of money that the board has set aside for that point. And then the fund is also working towards that goal. So from their perspective, they're going to do everything they can and try and get this done in the next several years.
He's so wrong.
So are they looking at grants or state or federal
everything.
monies that they're writing?
Yeah,
down?
they're everything.
So they're only doing that.
And it just happened because we have the new CEO we hired really has a background in knowing where to find money, basically, right? And so he's going out and meeting with donors and and different people to work towards that, or people that are, we've identified that are individuals that have an interest and have deep pockets to help out. You know,
So
so
there
there's
was
there's a multi-pronged approach to try and get money to do this. So.
It wouldn't all have to come out of the, it may not have to all come out of the occupancy.
No,
tax.
I'm not suggesting it should.
Okay.
I'm not suggesting it should, but part of our management plan for looking at the 4x4 and the development there kind of aligns with what the horse fund is trying to do as far as, you know, recognizing that the area is not going to support build out at 3,000 homes, and it's certainly not going to do it if we start having 8, 10 bedroom homes that are getting built out there. So again, you know, that part of it goes back to, you know, setbacks on the lot and changing the lot dimensions, what's available on the lot, and that will, you know, dictate how many bedrooms they can get. We just can't say you can only build a 5-bedroom house, but we can
Well, I know when we were looking at Corolla, that increase of 5-foot setback on the sides
took a big,
wound up reducing the number of bedrooms by anywhere from 3 to 5 bedrooms less by just taking 10 feet.
right.
So it's not it's not radically, it's not a
Right.
radical change. And, you know, and I'll go back, the FIAB was highly endorsing of that because of safety, being able to get apparatus in between houses.
In between homes.
So in the 4x4, I'm sure Jay would be jumping up and down, he's back there somewhere, about smaller homes, making it easier on them. There's a lot of vegetation to burn too between those homes, so it definitely would make a difference.
I think it's worth looking into. I'd like to know the magnitude of the problem, though.
Right.
Right. And,
Sure.
you know,
Yeah.
I think this is facts. This is not.
Right.
I'm not prepared to make a decision one way or the other.
Yeah, I don't think we are, any of us are. It's just get
Right.
staff pointed in a direction to look at, and helps deal with, again, the traffic and volume. All those things are affected by taking those out of commission. So. All right. So, did that make any sense to you at all?
Well, first of all, the intention was to get this back before the commissioners and have some discussion, which has really been the first time that a board has actually had really any discussion.
Right,
And
right.
recognition of the issues that are arising in the off-road area. You know, the county also attempted at one point with regulation to reduce the number of buildable lots. Some of you may recall that we had a text amendment that would require persons owning lots that are adjoining or adjacent would have to recombine those into one. And that would reduce the number of buildable lots. Of course, that text amendment was not adopted by the board at the time.
Well, you could do the setbacks, though. The setbacks, like Commissioner
Well, we
Bowman
could
said.
bring it back.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm
and
not sure.
I would be.
I guess I could look at it. I don't know that I would support. I have a little bit of heartburn with that. If you own this lot and the guy beside you owns there's two different parties owning two different lots. There's no way you can acquire the lot next to you to recombine it if he doesn't
No,
want
he
to
was
sell it to
saying if
himself.
you own both,
If you own,
if you own adjacent lots,
Right.
Oh, you have to recombine.
you have to recombine into one.
Right.
Oh, well, that's different.
Yeah, what if they own Lot A and then Lot E, you know, a few down too, and then, you know, they own 5 lots and then the guy owns 3 beside each other, luckily, and then he's got 1 lot. I mean, I get it. I think the setbacks would be a way to control
That's
the
a-
28 bedrooms.
That's an immediate,
Yeah, that's an easy fix.
right. So,
And a public
But, okay,
safety
so-
aspect too.
So along those lines, I've had some complaints from guests and personal in the water pressure, and I know water pressure is a function of the tanks, but it's also an impact or an indication of flow in the gallons per minute going out. Do we want to consider that increase of 5 foot? I've been a proponent from the get-go, right? I mean, Corolla's almost completely built out.
yeah, well, but they're knocking down, what you've seen in Whalehead, they're knocking down houses and putting
Yeah.
up a bigger home.
And that's going to continue.
Right.
And so I would like to suggest that due to the demands on water, because I'm seeing it,
I've seen it too at my house. Yeah.
and so
noticed it.
I would like to encourage us to consider it being basically Outer Banks, increase 5 foot setback Outer Banks.
Okay.
For public safety, I mean, the main
Public
thing, like you
safety,
said.
water, I mean, there's,
That's been
lot of
the mantra
pressures.
for
Yeah.
5 years.
I think it just, I can support that now. I didn't then, but I can, after seeing, working through this for a number of years, yes. So, just extend it to the,
We can certainly
Outer Banks remote.
start processing a text amendment along those lines and bring it back to the board.
do you know what the current setback is now? It's like
10.
10, so take it to 15.
And that doesn't include brick pavers or, you can even have deck in that 5 feet, I believe.
Right.
You just can't have hard foundation.
Right. Okay.
And the other aspect of that was an effective date. So if you were in the process of, building a house or designing or whatever,
Yeah, your grandfather.
there was an effective date and,
Right. Well, we're dealing with that now, like people that are working through that were in process when we changed to go to conservation subdivisions and the current changes. We've got a couple people that are in the pipe who will be under the old rules.
So we're gonna have staff work on the text amendment for the entire
Yes.
Outer Banks, going from currently 10-foot setbacks to a 15-foot setback, is that, okay?
I mean, if somebody's already started, they're not.
But then effective date?
No.
is-
If
Yeah,
the permit's
under
issued, the
construction.
permit's
Yeah.
issued.
Okay.
How does that affect like Ocean Sands, like G or T? They're basically stuck because of a court order, right?
No, we have a settlement agreement
Yeah.
under which a conditional use permit was issued to Ocean Sand, so they are, the developer's
Okay.
allowed to develop under that
Right. Okay.
use permit. Now, there are other zoning issues that they have to comply with
Right.
under the current UDF, but for the most part, the use permit applies to their development.
And did you say the entire areas of
Outer
Outer Banks
Banks.
is seeing a
Yes.
low water pressure?
Yeah, I noticed it this year when we moved back over in March. We didn't have and there wasn't anybody there. Now it may have been a byproduct of the water pressure. They weren't producing.
If there's any water in the tank, the pressure should be the same.
Right.
And so there is no real. Christine was there a couple of weeks ago and was like, "Are you serious?" I mean, it was. I'm not going to say frightening, but it was remarkable how low the water pressure had dropped.
Well, that may be something else going on then, I guess.
Check with
Definitely
our-
worth looking
check with
at.
our
Yeah,
water folks.
I noticed it, and like I said, in March, and since we have a well, I was like, yeah, well, it's better than what our well is, so who cares, and
So
Just
how
dealt with
close are we at going to the minimum pressure out there? Do
Well-
we know?
I've not heard of any issues.
not
We
that
are,
bad. It's
we
not that
are in
bad.
fact are in the process of expanding the treatment capacity of that plant. We're also constructing a new deep well to provide for additional raw water
Okay.
resources.
All right.
you ended up with one at the park or a wellhead or something?
Yeah, we identified the one at right by the Wellhead Club building to be the preferred site over another well site by the new ABC.
So we're not at the water lily issues yet.
Is that still tapping the same aquifer we've been getting into, or
Yes.
did we find, because I know that was a concern where it kind of played out down.
That's the Yorktown,
Yeah.
it is not as good getting down into Ocean Sand, so it's
Right.
always been best to
Right.
stay north of Ocean Sand. We have a couple sites maybe left for those deep wells in that aquifer. We did drill, as you recall, was about 1,000 feet to get down to Castle Hayne aquifer, and we're hopeful that water would be of good enough quality that it could be treated with reverse osmosis, and it was not.
Okay.
Wow.
Is there dinosaurs coming up or something? I mean, that's, you're down there.
The good news is we found oil.
Right.
But
Bad news is we
use
can't get it
though.
out.
We just can't use it.
All right. All right, so
do-
that's,
And a completely. Any idea what a desalinization plant runs?
I mean, I assume that's, no, I do not know what it,
yeah, I think you gotta be an Arab nation to afford that has oil.
Got it. Okay. Just curious.
we'll build that right after we learn how to get the oil.
Right.
Aye.
Chairman,
Yes.
if I could interject, before we get off the topic of the off-road area, I did give Leanne to pass out a document that just shows, she'll pass it out here, just shows we had the permits folks pull all the figures for the off-road area as far as single-family permits, building permits, and certificates of occupancy
Okay.
that were issued. And I took the data, got a little more, such as the average bedroom per house and average estimated cost of construction. And we did this over the past 5 years, so you can start to see a trend in the off-road area. So before we get off the topic, I wanted to take a look at that.
I thought that was at like 220.
There was a run, though, we had a fire going off here.
Yeah.
People wanna move down there, don't they?
Yeah. Well, they think they do, and then they move in and they realize
Then they
at one
want
point, they didn't even,
to
you couldn't get internet. Like, they just didn't have enough hubs to deal with it, so,
They build in the wonder why there's no county water, okay.
yeah. So the average number of bedrooms is a little over 4 bedrooms per home.
Yeah, if you look at the data, we have been seeing more larger homes,
Yeah.
But with the increase, we're still seeing those, 2 and 3 bedrooms, which are keeping the average low, but we have seen a few more, in the 12-bedroom range going up there.
So we have projected 50 COs for 23. Wow. Okay. Kevin, thank you for pulling that together.
Yeah. Thanks for that.
They can look at mine. They want to pass it around.
We could print out some more copies, yes.
I just passed a couple out.
All right. Covered large residential structures, I think, pretty much. Anything else on the, what did Paul get to?
He walked out.
Probably had a phone call from work.
All right, I guess we got traffic and volume and visitor pass, kind of are tied up in the same thing, access modification. We've touched on this a little bit at a work session a couple months ago, and for years I've been a proponent of changing the 4x4 area to allow access to an access only setup rather than the parking pass we're currently doing, which has had an effect on slowing down the number of people out there, the number of visitors out there, to some degree. And then, furthering that, we're having, we need to look at, Kevin, and you said this 2-3 years ago when we actually created the parking pass, that it should be an access pass. And so I guess that's kind of where we're at now. Maybe we need to call back here and have one more for discussion, but.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I think it's not half, but I think it's a third to 40%. The traffic's less, but you have more construction. I mean, when I say the traffic, or as far as people maybe on the beach, now the traffic far as going to.
Yeah, that
Field,
traffic's
truck,
a little something
whatever.
you
I mean,
can't
yeah,
deal
it's-
with, right? Because your service people have to be able to do their
They're
jobs,
going back
period,
and
right?
forth
That's not what we're
multiple
talking
times.
about. It's Paul, we've jumped into access pass versus visitor pass. We just started talking about it, so you haven't missed anything. Yeah, so my concern is that, like we said earlier, with the number of lots that are out there, the number of people that are out there, the size of the homes that are out there, this area has the potential, unless we are able to, through either fund taking land out, the county taking land out, combined efforts, to lessen the number of homes, it's gonna look like any other beach, basically, with people going to the beach, whether it's walking over to the beach, or in this case, driving onto the beach. So the traffic volume is a concern with the number of visitors that are already there, that have rented a home there. And then you have people coming from all over the place to go up to our beaches, which is great, but they also don't really contribute much to our local economy. When we started the visitor pass, everyone saw how many emails we got from people. Well, I stay in Duck every year, and we go up there and you ruin my vacation. Well, if it was that important, rent a house in Corolla or Corova or Swan Beach in the 4x4. And you know they're packing their stuff in and they're bringing it up for the day, or the Virginia Jeep Clubs, for
Or
instance.
they can
I
go to
think your
Harris,
date-
but there's a pass down there.
Right, they got a pass
Pay,
down there
so
too, and that.
They don't wanna pay.
And there are certain times and that's actually, you know, you can do a better deal in the federal parks. And those are closed certain times of year when the plovers are nesting and all that stuff. So they have certain areas that are closed off. So, you know, we talked about this a little bit a couple months ago, and so we're back here again. And I talked to the sheriff about this. What is it? Can you actually handle that? Can you actually do that? Can you actually stop people at the ramp? And he said he could. The problem probably is, or the bigger problem is, we would probably need to engage the state and see about increasing the turnaround area
It needs to be
at the ramp.
maximum.
The bulb out that's there for turnarounds, you can't hardly turn a car around, let alone if an 18-wheeler shows up, which we've all seen happen, and
I think
trying to drive on the beach, so, or a box truck.
we had some meetings about this, because like I said, I think I worked beach duty 5 times this summer, at least 4, maybe 5, and I worked the ramp. I think if you could set something up, and I mean, this might not be popular, but this is what would solve your problem. If they can't see the beach, it's widened. You have 2 lanes coming in, or 1 big lane coming in, 1 lane coming out. It's somehow, you know, your little car that goes up there, the Corolla Beach Idiots page would probably go out of service. But I mean, like, the biggest problems, like I had a family that stayed in Nags Head, and they were in their 80s, and I'm not, if anybody's, you know, older, I'm not insulting them. So they pulled up, he was in a big diesel truck, a 7.3, didn't air down, said he didn't air down because he didn't understand how he could air back up. They were staying in Nags Head, and I'm not knocking where they were staying. Then they let their dog out. The dog got ran over by about 10 cars. I'm working the ramp, and people sometimes say, well, why is the deputy just sitting there at the ramp? You work the ramp, you work. I mean, the whole time. Move. Can't park there. Educated people, there's a sign.
Did
you
they
know,
stop
and
the
still
cars and
stop.
the Corvettes from going
Well,
on
I'm just
too?
airing down. No, you're not. But the other thing is too, that people don't understand too, like far as with Senate Bill 300, there's a lot of limitations where people complain, and I'm not jumping on anybody or anything, but people complain, it limits our power of being able to do something with the civil citations. Mike Payment can be, which you're not a resident, you're just say from Maryland.
Okay.
And he goes
Yep.
and parks on the beach,
I'm in
and he
legal.
doesn't have a pass.
Sorry, Mike.
We can give them a
They
ticket,
resign.
put it on their vehicle, we can tell them they have to leave, but we physically can't make them leave.
Can you physically stop them from going on the beach? If they don't have a 4-wheel drive vehicle?
Well, that's.
No, I mean, you should be able to.
I mean, there's
You
signs,
see-
but I mean, with Senate Bill, I mean, like I said, if you're giving somebody a civil citation, which most of the citations that are given out there are civil citations, if you're giving them a civil citation, it would be a legal stop and search. I mean, you can't even ask them for, if you're illegally parked, I can't say, and I wrote these, and I mean, and we wrote them, you can't write, I can't say, hey, sir, can I have your driver's license? Come and write you a ticket because you don't have a parking pass or whatever. You know, I can't ask you for that if I'm writing them a civil civility, because that's a civil citation, which the county ordinance is the, whatever, you can't ask them for that. So like we run the tag, if it comes back to Mike Payment from Maryland, sorry, I put you in Maryland. No offense if anybody's from Maryland, but you know, so like they put it there and then you just stick the ticket on the vehicle. But I can't say, you know, get off the beach. I mean,
So while the deputy's sitting up there, and I've seen them many times sitting there, like you said, right at the entrance, if a Tesla, a Corvette or something
Oh, I
is
tell
going to
them.
pull on, will the deputies turn them around?
oh yeah, I mean, like we've told them, I've pulled up there and just like you said, I mean, you get out of the vehicle and it's like, hey, look,
Still seeing them on there.
if you haven't aired down, you haven't, you know, whatever. And I always know Rhonda's sitting back here. I tell them, hey, look, if you want a $500 to $1,000 tow bill,
God.
go ahead and take that one on there. But like perfect example, the guy had a huge dually F-350. It was a nice older truck that had some power. He buried out. I had to get a shovel and fill the hole. And then they were just sitting there, and he's like, well, we just, we really wanted to see the ocean. If they can't see it, you're going to cut 75% of the stupidity out at the ramp.
Well,
and I don't know if we own the land.
No, I don't think there. So that's going back to my base days as an MP. We caught them at the main gate, right? And so going back in front of the gate, the cattle guard, you got High Dune Loop right there.
Yeah.
If the road is widened and you do almost a toll booth type situation there, or base type situation where you have someone there, you don't have a pass, you got to turn around. You don't have a pass, you got to turn around, and you make them. It takes the ocean out of view.
Yeah.
And it changes everything. Now the problem is, if DOT has enough right of way there, if we could actually widen the road to accomplish that goal, to make a wider lane. If you've got locals that are coming by that have a pass, for instance, without creating a traffic jam, you can wave them by on the right lane or whatever.
That's where, like I said, if they can't see it, the access is wider because somebody says, "Oh, we got a pass." But and I catch this, they come to the beach on Saturdays and Sundays, and if they show up at 1 o'clock and they can't check in until 4 o'clock, I'm not writing. And I'll say this: I'm not writing somebody a ticket in 3 hours when they have a pass that's right at their house. I mean, that's kind of petty, in my opinion, if they know one's there, because we ask them. And, you drive down the beach, and I'll say this, and Captain Smith, like myself, when we worked the beach, 95% of the people had a pass sticker or whatever. I mean, it's and like, they might not have it in the windshield, and people say, well, they don't have one. And, hey, you got your pass? And they're like, hey, yeah, I mean, like I said, so it's
Is
a
it the
percentage
online
of-
pass that you can,
What's that?
is it the online pass everybody's getting?
Yeah. Well, I mean, like I said, there's the stickers, the different ones, but like I said, I think the main thing where we can solve some problems, whether it be an access pass or whatever, or the Corolla Idiots page would be a lot lower if you could stop them back, like Commissioner White said, stop them before they get there, because the perfect example was they weren't even staying in Corolla, and I told like I said, and I was trying to, he's like, well, this is 4-wheel drive. It's never been stuck. He never drove on the beach. You know what I'm saying? They were from Pennsylvania. Clueless.
Okay, so that we hear 1,000 times a day.
Yeah, now, but I have talked to more people, and the more people I've spoken to kind of are in favor of an access pass.
Well, even the mainland. So you got a lot of people that don't go to the beach anymore over there that want to, and they don't go because of what it's turned into. And I've gotten emails when we talked about this. That our last time we talked about this, that people in the mainland supported this idea as well, so they could go enjoy their beach again. And so that's what I'm really talking about, is an access pass for residents, anyone that's a Currituck County resident, and then
And the renters.
in the 4x4. So
Okay, so the challenge becomes, well, a couple-fold. The first one, Currituck County is our own worst enemy, right? We advertise, come to Currituck, go look at the horses, right? And so that's our major marketing thing. So it's our fault that there's as much traffic on the beach as there is, because that's what we're telling people to do, and so
Take your
if-
Tesla out there.
Well, stopping the idiots before they do something stupid, of course, is a great first step.
Oh, yeah.
But we're the ones that are selling that. So now if you're not going to let people go look for the horses, right, then there's an aspect of, and I know this is sensitive, but you wind up protecting an industry that has no competition, right, other than how they price, the horse tour tickets, right? And so, and I understand the balance of, horse tours allows people to go see horses that wouldn't ordinarily be able to. That's number one. Number two, it's a limit to how many companies are actually capable to do that. I understand that. But then we're going to crank down on an individual's ability to go up there and see them for themselves unless they get their access permit. I have people that have stayed at my house that on a whim, they didn't plan to go look for the horses, but they were like, you know what, let's go. And they've gone up and they succeeded in seeing horses. And so we're now taking that out of play as I just...
Well, the other thing, Paul, though, if they don't see them on the beach, where are they going next? Over the dunes and going all through the neighborhoods to try to
Okay.
find them. So traffic's going to pick up in there, so this would help eliminate the traffic to the neighborhoods too now.
Well, then I would suggest we open up and add more horse tours, or have people, if we're gonna crank down, right? Protecting the companies that have, let me rephrase that, appearing to protect the industries or the license holders that already have it in an industry where it's not like they bid on them every year. Once they have, and I understand the capital investment, but once they have that permit, they never lose it.
Well, and there's a few other industries that'll be affected too. You got the touring companies that would probably see a reduction in vehicles being stuck possibly. Maybe. But yeah, to your point is, yeah, reducing just the wide open drive access will probably affect a lot of different industries, so.
Well,
It's not
it
just
may or may
horse
not.
tours.
So, right now, I don't even run all the vehicles I'm licensed to run. I can't hire enough drivers. I can't even buy enough trucks to do it. So, there is an aspect of, that while that sounds like it may happen, we actually have 10 licensed companies for a total of 50 passes. We're currently doing, was it, Jenny, 28 or 32 or something this year that were issued?
It's right around 30.
Yeah. So we're 60% or something like that of the issued number of plates per company, 5 per company, basically. So
Okay, but Jenny, was that this year, or how about last year?
it's pretty much been an average.
I don't recall specifically last year, but it was somewhere around 30 each year.
It's the same. Even when COVID, when we were busting at the seams, still had the same problem. Workforce is an issue. Now, that may be changed when the bridge is built, and I'm not advocating for this because I own a horse tour company, okay? And if it comes down to a vote and a decision by this Board of Commissioners, I will certainly recuse myself from it. But the overall discussion is important to have. I don't, and there's, like I said, there's 2 licenses that are inactive, or 3. The Wild Horse Fund has one, and then Don Cheek had one, and Corral Light, and then Hagley Twitty has one that she hasn't used. It's become dormant. So, and if you go to, we're going down to Savannah next weekend. Those cities have X amount of licenses. That's it for the tour companies that run around the trolley tours or whatever. All those little towns that do these things, they have the same thing. They have an X amount of number of licenses they grant, and that's it. And so I liken it to that. It's not much different ultimately than what you're seeing in other tourist areas. There's only so much capacity you can do. I think that you probably would have pitchforks out if you said, let's add another 5 tour companies.
But wouldn't that also, by doing this, help the horses? Help the interactions that you see, this just
The
the
human
stress that
interaction.
the stress that the horses are under.
The
couldn't
vehicles
that
don't.
help? Because I thought there's a concern right now with the horses, and I've seen an uptick in
The
being
vehicles don't.
struck and
I-
people going up. People don't know any better. They go up to them. They're driving.
That's probably not as big a problem, but the number of people that are interacting, we are seeing that, whether it's on the beach or behind the dunes or whatever. It's, the home renters come out and the horses in the yard, so they go down there and try and pet the horse, feed the horse, whatever. That's, there's an educational component that, everybody's trying to get done.
They call
That's not
dispatch
gonna
when they're on the
that's not gonna
porch.
That's not going to do anything.
We've had somebody call dispatch when they were on the porch and said that somebody was in a violation of the horses when somebody was sitting on the porch. They were drinking coffee and somebody called in that the people that were renting, that they were too close to the horses.
So, part of that interaction can be reduced as we talk about the number of homes, taking those out of play. So some of that's going to be self-correcting if we're able to take lots out of play, for instance. Less homes equals less people. And
The other thing on the horse tour thing too, and this is not, whatever. I come down here and I rent and I want to see the horses. Some people, I've lived here my whole life, so I've seen them. But some people want to come down here and they want to see them and they drive a little small car. The horse tour is an option. They're spending money down here and they want to see them. There's people that, the summer programs we do with the sheriff's office, there was probably, and we've been doing those for 5 years, probably 250 kids have been on a horse tour, probably 300 for free, that yourself donates. And they've lived here their whole life. There's probably a third of those kids that have never even been on the beach, never been to the beach in Corolla, and never seen a horse, you know, besides in somebody's barn or whatever, you know. And I mean, like, that's another aspect of it. Why, like you said, we're saying, you know, but some people aren't accessible to drive down there, and some people can't drive to be able to drive a four-wheel drive.
So here's the challenge, right? Well, yeah, just because you have a four-wheel drive
Doesn't mean
drive.
exactly.
But, and I understand the labor pressure, right? But if you have limited seats, part of the challenge is prices typically go up,
Yeah.
right? You've got so many tours that are going to go through per vehicle, you know, the rates go up. So, you know, there's an aspect of increased competition should reduce that, right? Because of, you know, just economics. And so I am reticent to install, to do things that have impact on, you know, again, I have a vacation rental, and I've had people that didn't think to get a beach parking permit. Well, that meant they couldn't go park on the beach. They still were able to spend some time and go for a drive.
So how do we then address the traffic and the volume issues?
So,
I mean, it's down a third.
Okay. so
I
just
mean,
leave
the
it alone.
We've addressed it
the
to some
permits
extent.
did a great job. They did exactly what we were hoping they were going to do. They reduced.
So
the
you
traffic.
think just keep the parking permits? Is that what your suggestion is?
Now, there's people that act like horses' asses, right? They get over the dune and they think, you know, now they're a mud god, right?
Yeah.
That's an enforcement
50 miles
problem.
an hour up on the side of New York.
If we limited access to one person from Virginia and that person decides to be a bonehead, you know, you're not going to take stupid out of people's lives, right?
I don't know if, like you said, I mean, I was a big component of the access pass, and I mean, part of me leans that way and part of me leans to the other. I work it. I've been there. I've seen it. I wrote tickets on it, whatever. So, I mean, I know that it's a third. It ain't a half. It's a third, 33 to 40% less, and it's worked. It's, you know, we advertise clean, safe beaches. They are. So we're hitting that nail with the hammer. But
so do you think there's an issue with traffic now or not?
no. But like he said, you're going to have stupid people regardless. I mean,
Okay, and I don't know if you see it more than I do up there.
The complaint that I hear is typically over the dune, right? And that's everything from, and I'm pointing at Jay, right? We got somebody being an idiot, the fire department can't do anything, and the response time by the sheriff's department is excessive. Not that it is what it is,
well,
right?
yeah, sometimes you can ride
But-
on that beach and it beats you to death. You need to go to the dentist.
So
when
are
you're
you
done,
saying have
'cause
an
it's so
over
rough.
the dune pass? If you don't have a pass, to go.
Well,
over the dune,
no,
you
it's
can't
just
go over
it's
there.
an enforcement thing, right?
They'd
More
have
than
to-
anything else. But I think I would love to see the early turnaround, the impact that would have. Because I think if we get people turned around before they can do something stupid, I think that ramp becomes better and
Can't. Not, so unless you have an access pass, you can drive out there. So you can't turn them around other than the cars.
The car.
The cars.
Stupid
And there's
one, yeah.
no rule against the car. Where does it stop? Is it an all-wheel drive Buick Enclave that you can't tell? You can tell them they can't go out. I mean, or Subaru, you know, they go up and down the beach. So, you know, the access pass is.
But I thought
really
they
what
had to be
fix it.
4x4. I didn't think two-wheel drive dune buggies were quote unquote technically legal to go down there, and they're required to air down.
Well, they are, but you can go down there and do. There's no restriction on the type of vehicle that's allowed to be out there.
Okay, is that something that we should look at then?
I
I mean, all I'm saying is if we prevent, I mean, you can't, at the end of the day, you can't fix stupid, right? But we can sometimes fix what stupid does.
Mm-hmm.
And it's obvious when a truck's not aired down, right?
right.
And you got to air down, turn it around.
So are you saying there's a lot of those vehicles being stuck as a big contribution to the
It's not only they get
Traffic
stuck,
jam?
but they do more damage to the beach itself.
trying to dig in hole? Yeah.
They beat it to death. And that's
And-
one thing. I don't know if that's something. I was going to bring that up since we're talking the beach. And I know we've done in the past where they do stuff. This summer, like 2 of the days I worked, and we wrote like 1 speeding ticket the whole day. And I was like, if you can go over 25 on that beach, I mean, like, you're going to lose limbs. It was so beat up, and I was like,
Well, that's
'cause, like,
another
I mean,
aspect.
we usually would write up, you know, and when it didn't rain a lot in July. July was a dry month. If it rains, it kind of packs it down some. But like, you know, there was like days when I worked and we worked. I mean, there's some days where we used to write like a couple dozen violations between 4 guys, and we're turning in like 4. But there wasn't violations. So I mean, like, you can't make something up.
So are we leaning toward leaving it as is then? Are we leaning toward doing a full access pass?
That's basically what I'm hearing from you guys is leave it as is, because you, other than changing to say you know, the air down ordinance doesn't work because it's not enforced. There's nobody enforcing it.
We wrote some tickets. I mean,
Right,
like,
and then, but you see it all the time, right? You have a valid point, Paul. You drive out there, somebody's stuck. They might get a quarter mile and then they're stuck, right? Because they can drive out on the beach and hit the hard sand by the ocean front, and then they get up to where the parking area is, and they're immediately stuck. And now you got 4 cars stuck, or trucks or whatever stuck right where all the traffic converges and narrows down to go drive the middle of the beach and up where the safe zone is.
The other thing is, I know I saw it multiple times, and that's when the kids do the back to the beach and spin tires until they sink down. Mm-hmm. Are they?
What?
Oh yeah,
they do that
yeah.
sometimes.
As
We
long
make
as
them
it's
fill
okay.
holes. I ride down, like when you ride down the beach,
I
if
do
they
it.
dig holes,
I
you know,
fill
make
the
sure
hole
you
when
fill
I
your
leave,
holes
but-
and
Yeah,
stuff
but I
like
bet-
that.
99%
normal.
don't. You just put the truck in 2-wheel drive, and you step on the gas, and you're back in, or if you got a 6-inch or 8-inch lift on your truck, and
You can
30
lower the
That way you
bed.
can roll out of the bed
actually
onto
get
the
in the bed of
sand.
the truck.
Okay, I
couldn't
never
do
heard of that, but
otherwise, so.
okay, all right.
Yeah.
Kinda like when they
It's
It's kind of like
blow
the Carolina lift.
Yeah, it's kind of like when they blow the black smoke out of the exhaust. I guess it's
Alright.
kind of cool or
Didn't
something.
know
they
that.
think. I don't know.
So, okay, so I guess the question is, attorney, changing. Can we restrict the type of vehicle that goes out there? Can we say that you must have a 4-wheel drive vehicle?
Can we state it has to
Can
have
you
a
actually
certain lift
enforce
to
it thanks to
the
Senate
ca-
Bill 300?
Then the county's local act is broad. I mean, it gives the county the ability and authority to regulate
Limit Nissan
motor vehicles on the
Pathfinders.
beach.
You didn't want those.
So I think we would have the ability to do that. I would defer to the county attorney.
Right.
I agree.
Can we restrict, I mean,
So you
would it have
can-
to require a certain lift too, or?
No, just
You
4-wheel
just
drive.
four-wheel drive, okay.
Because I
But
mean,
the Senate-
literally, you look at Ed Ponton, for instance. His mom has been driving a Subaru Outback for 30 years.
Okay,
I mean,
well, if you know what you're doing,
they,
that's one thing too.
you know, there are the 2 things that are a big problem is people not airing down, and I don't know is not an excuse, right? And I think there's a feeling from the general public that that's not enforced. Again, if you have somebody you're dealing with writing a ticket, now you're not dealing with the other 15 idiots that are messing up right now. So they don't necessarily have time to always stop and write somebody a ticket or check their tire pressure. It does go back to controlled access, at least in that regard, and turn them around. You obviously have not aired your tires down. Go back to the park and air your tires down. And we have a digital billboard that says air down next right.
Required.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, it is obvious. You can't say that you missed it. It's a digital billboard right there at the Whalehead Club. So that part of it. So I mean, I'm totally in favor of restricting access to only 4-wheel drive vehicles. But what is that?
So normally on the beach ramp, I'm just asking because every time I go, it's like this. It's typically the cars go through the cattle gate and then everybody stages, right?
Right.
When the way gets clear, they go for the beach and then head up,
Right.
right? Is that? I mean, it's not normally. You normally don't stop on the ramp because then you may not get going again, right?
They
Isn't
try.
that pretty?
Well, the ramp's pretty good.
You're
I
talking
mean,
about
once you
coming
drop
off or
off
coming
the
on?
ramp,
Going onto the beach.
right?
I mean, you don't wind up with a line of cars that are all trying to get over at the same.
You can.
Stop nodding your head.
You can sometimes.
Okay.
Yeah, it does happen.
And I just give them the PA, move, no stopping, move. And then if I get out, then that's what.
Well, I like going to just a complete access pass, but that's me.
I mean, I've been advocating for years. I
like
get
that.
the
That way you just
fourth
have to
store
deal with
concern. And like I said, if it comes down to a vote and further discussion,
I'm not
I will
against
repeat-
the access pass, but there's some.
Because it still allows you to park
things.
on it and all that, then it just limits that you don't have.
Well, I mean, like people said, and I've never seen this where I've had emails of people they're coming to the beach and if they can't get a parking pass, they just drive up and down the beach all day long. Nobody's wasting gas and driving up and down the beach all day long. I mean, they're going to roll the dice. And we've had attorneys from other counties call. I've taken that call at the office of, hey, well, I can't get a parking pass. And I know, they know you can't do this, you can't do that. And I had the one guy email me and I said, well, we could write you a ticket, you know, if you're out there on the beach. And he was out on the beach 3 days without a pass. And he was, I think, 1 or 2 out of 3. And he was like, you know, I think he got 2 tickets from us. And he was like, you know, it was $150 worth of fines. I couldn't get a pass. And he was out there, you know, he got a day or 2 free, but he still paid, you know, he didn't get a pass.
Access.
But I mean, like, he knew you can't make him leave.
Well, an access pass would take care of that, though.
Yeah.
It would. And then it would eliminate these
You're catching them before they
counterfeit
get to the
parking
beach.
passes that we keep seeing.
Right, well, all right.
But
No.
how many
That's,
parking violations are going on?
Well, I think we wrote 30 some. I can't remember the exact. It's under 40. But I mean, like, we tell them, we ride by, like,
Right.
They set up the signs in the morning. Your typical beach duty days, the guys get there. You set up the signs. Somebody sets at the ramp. You drive down. And when you drive all the way to the end, you look for passes. Look for passes. You come back and you work your zone. You look for passes. And like I said, they might not have them. And we would tell people. And I work typically Saturdays and Sundays. I'm an exempt employee for the county. So I get the privilege to work 12 hours on the weekend.
Thank you.
You
Good
know,
for
where
you.
nobody else wants to work, and then I'll get a day off during the week. But like the younger guys, they don't want to work the weekends, maybe because they have family. So like the admin guys, we fill in on the
So the
weekends.
access pass would actually help their workload, because if they don't get on the beach, you ain't gotta worry about looking for passes now, because they're on the beach. They
It
have
would
the
help.
access
It would
pass.
help.
It
Yeah,
would help on that too.
yeah,
So
you're,
you're
now,
looking at
now,
less
you're, now
time.
your deputy on the beach, their mission changes.
Oh, you can do enforcements and
Yeah,
safety
yeah.
Well,
stuff
maybe
because
maybe you get to go behind the dune more often, which is for decades been a complaint that you never see them behind the dune, never see them behind the dune, because so much of their time is taken dealing with the tourists.
If
on
you
the
have
beach.
somebody up front looking for the vehicles, addressing, you know, and then looking for the access pass, once they're on the beach, you pretty much know then they've only got the access pass, they're good to go, so you can do for speeding, go over the dunes, check for other enforcement issues. And it would eliminate you having to look at a vehicle going by there, right?
oh yeah, I mean it's not, and I mean when you work the beach, there's, I mean it's never, I don't know, like I said, 4 or 5 shifts this
Makes
year.
sense.
I think, you know, and I mean, I work the ramp typically the first, you know, half of it. It's never a dull moment. I mean, there's always something. And people are flagging you down to ask you a question. Hey, can we do this? Hey, can we do that? Hey, where are the horses? If I got $1 for every time where are the horses, I'd be a millionaire.
If we go to an access pass, I mean, we're talking about the day trippers, we could increase that number if we wanted to up or down versus what we're doing now, but that's just gonna be for the day trippers though, we're talking
The
about,
day
right?
trippers, we've wiped them out pretty good with
Well,
the other pass.
Yes, but if we just do an access pass, your residents already can go, your renters are already gonna get one, the homeowners can get. We're talking about the day trippers now, instead of getting a parking pass, plus the people just wanna go down, we just give an access pass, we can increase that number more, then, you know, you're.
I mean, you got the
can
page
control
on
it better.
social media where they're selling the passes.
Well, then-
You know what
then
I'm
we
saying?
can control
that's
that
the
too.
next topic is to cover some of that.
So, that's
so.
why I'm thinking an access pass in my mind probably would be beneficial.
I'm not against it. I can.
Okay.
What do you think, Miss Selena?
Well, I'm trying to wrap
no.
my head around what this access pass,
Unless you go on the
is
beach
it,
and
so
park.
do we have, and this is just me not knowing what everything looks like in my head, but, so we have our county access pass, I have mine. Does the property owner pass out in Corova look different than mine, or are they all the same?
I think it's all white if you're on the beach.
It's color.
Red.
So
Oh,
anybody
coded.
who has a
Mine's
pass
white.
lives
Well, they
or
sent it to my
owns
pretty
on
farm,
Off-road
so.
or in Cologne, it's a red pass.
So mine's white, so theirs
So
is
yours
red.
is like blue and,
Okay,
blue
so-
and white, and theirs is red.
Re-entry.
That's a cling that goes on the window, right? So if I come from Pennsylvania and get my weekly pass, what does that look like?
That's the card.
That's to hang on your.
Hanging,
That's one of the hangers, right?
Yes.
hanging chat.
So are we talking any up to, is that it, or am I missing a group?
That's it.
Okay, so,
And
when
Those,
we-
those people only get them if they're renting on the off-road.
So nobody in Corona, we have our 300 that we sell, and that's it.
And those are the
And then
hangers.
there's guest passes for anyone who owns on the off-road or is renting.
And those are red.
And, well, those are the
Blackers.
Same
Well,
one.
you can rent in
Yeah.
Corolla, you can
If-
rent
if
Ocean
you-
Sands and
if you
include your
own-
pass.
On the Outer Banks,
Right.
you get a
Red.
re-entry red clinging.
Right.
Because following a hurricane, property owners can go onto the Outer Banks to go check out their property.
Right.
That's not the same as a renter in the Outer
Your
Banks.
house then also has a hangar. that
No.
you-
No,
No.
that's only,
Okay.
so the four-wheel drive areas, for the owners that own in the four drive, if they have a guest come to visit them and stay for the week, they are eligible, that's what you're talking about too. They would come and get a pass for the renter for the week, for the
Like the
guest.
white one that
Which
It's like
is
going on a base, you get a
hangar,
visitor pass to go on a base.
But it's the same hangar as someone who reserves it for the week, right? There's not two
Right.
separate hangars, are there?
They say something different, but
So there are two separate hangars. So there's
yes,
four different
one is
things.
weekly.
I
It
know.
has the actual week on it.
Has the
those are
number.
So there's
300
four
we sell.
different types of restricted passes.
Yes, there's two different types of clings.
Okay, that's what
And
I'm trying to get my head around.
Yes, and then two different types of hangers.
So, having asked all that and got that straight, what are we looking at doing differently? Are we talking about increasing the number of hangars for weekly visits? Is that what you're?
No, what I
arguing for?
suggested is right now, we're selling a certain amount of weekly parking passes.
Right,
Okay, after those are sold, you can still unlimited amount of traffic can still go up and down the
right,
beach.
I get that.
Okay, if we do an access pass, we can adjust that number up or down, but that access pass would limit the number of people that just want to joyride or park. You can do the same thing.
Okay, so you would say increase the number
We can talk about.
So,
of
Yeah, that's- yeah,
the
but-
the first kind of hanger that she
Right,
explained.
your
The
weekly
weekly
pa-
hanger,
Yeah.
the
The weekly
weekly
hanger.
hanger, and not let anybody who didn't have one of these four types of passes on the beach. Is that
Just
what
a
you-
joyride, you would
So
eliminate,
joyriders wouldn't get,
unless you had an
have
access
those.
pass.
Right, so without one of those four
You're
that
not
we're
going out
talking
there.
about, you're not going on the beach.
That's, yes.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to get my head around.
But
Sorry,
we can
I'm-
adjust that number up or down for the access
Okay,
pass.
I get it now.
Okay.
I just needed
That's
some,
what I'm thinking might be.
putting all the types of passes together in
But
the
that would help
department.
with the sheriff's department, because now they're not riding them down to see if they have a sticker or not, and then seeing, they're telling them you need, now if they see they're on the beach, they know they have an access pass and they got through onto the beach, so they already know that they're allowed on the beach.
Right.
Whether they're
It
driving or
changes, it
parking.
changes their, and I think what Mike's saying is if we give 300 a week, if we take it to 400 a week as a number, that helps with what Paul's talking about. It grants more access to the beach, a
Help the
greater number
sheriff.
of people on a weekly basis.
Would you be able to patrol the back roads probably a little bit better then?
There's a deputy back there anyway.
No, but I mean, but it
But
would allow
yeah,
you
I mean,
more
like,
time,
there's a
right?
deputy back there. Say there's somebody back there, which they're all, your zones are labeled A
Right,
through
but
G.
it
G is the
after a
beach, the
season
back
of
roads,
that,
there's somebody back there.
Kevin or whoever establishes that can maybe look at that and say, okay, we don't have as much need, we don't need 5 deputies on the beach roving. We can now put 2 behind the dune or whatever, right? It changes the whole game.
All right, I
for
have
what-
one more question. just
Probably down to
'cause
speeders then.
I don't know. So Mike is a resident and he has the white sticker because he lives in Grandy. If his workers drive one of his vehicles, do they have a special kind of pass? Or what kind of pass do
No,
they
that's just,
have?
that's a work vehicle. I think work vehicles are exempt.
So how will the
Unless
deputies,
it's for a re-entry.
Well, yes.
Well,
but
Yeah,
how
that was
will the
real fun.
deputies?
we actually have a reentry for employees,
Right.
which
So
maybe
there are
that's,
5.
I can apply for a reentry work permit.
Okay, so are there 5?
The business reentry permit is limited only to reentry. So that's not something that they use on a daily basis.
No.
but it,
So there's 4.
well,
But
there's-
they're not parking on
there's
the,
5
they
ways
should
you
not
can
be
get up
parking
there,
on the beach.
right?
Okay, so how do,
do
Mike,
both,
how
too.
do your workers, how are they, is it because they're in your truck with the marking on the side?
That
says
or,
CT
that,
mechanic?
that or if the employee's gonna use their personal four-wheel drive vehicle, they already have the county sticker because they're a county resident. All my employees are county residents.
They can drive on the beach.
But they
just
can
can't-
drive
They
a-
just can't park. So
But yes,
so
but-
his
Now,
commercial
yes.
trucks can go up.
And my
and
van's
do
not
their
gonna park at the
business,
beach
But
and
not
go
park on the
fishing.
beach.
Okay, so if we're gonna stop people who don't have one of these 4 types of passes, then how do you stop every work truck then, or, I mean, I'm just trying to see how
Unintended consequences.
Right.
Well,
It's
Well,
just like
it's-
anything, when we
it's-
went to the 300 passes, the growing pains of it,
Yeah, the first
you
year
know,
or two
the
is gonna
sheriff's
be a
office, we're the
pain.
catch-all department.
Yeah, and I think work
Generally.
vehicles are different, service vehicles.
Local
construction vehicles,
service vehicles are exempted.
Trash
Okay,
truck, the mail
but-
Carrier,
carrier,
it's
stuff
very
like
simple.
that.
They-
The other thing we tossed around the staff with this idea for the last year or two is, okay, what do you do about someone who lives in Corova and they've got a book club meeting at their house with people from Dare or somewhere besides Currituck? I mean, what are we gonna do about allowing those persons to have?
Well, that's
access?
where we get the visitor pass. I mean, you can easily do a visitor. Now, so that's not probably a reasonable example because someone from Duck, and if your Nags Head doesn't have 4 drive to get to their home in Corova. So, I mean, more than likely you're going to leave and go to them or go down to some other coffee shop or whatever, you
Well,
know.
it could be family reunion, it could be a birthday, I mean, you get into a
But
whole
if you
gamut
have the,
of-
but if you have the deputy sitting there watching at the front for access passes, if they can get emailed a list, or I don't know if they can
Okay,
get.
now that's
Well, see, that gets.
6.
Okay, well.
I think
well,
the easy
Well,
fix.
the other thing,
The point is,
and Selena,
you
you
can't-
forgot about
This
7
has already
too.
been done. I did
You
this for
forgot
a
about
living
7.
for 4 years.
7 is I own over there, or I'm renting over there, and I
All right,
leave a
look,
vehicle
look,
over
look,
there.
You
and they
guys
come
are
by
going
boat.
way down the rabbit hole, way too far.
I'm just
It's-
trying to find a way to control the
it's-
traffic and the
it's-
volume down
look,
there.
So I did this for a living for 4 years, okay? A daggone visitor pass is a visitor pass. Leanne's already said they have one that they can do. If it's, they can easily obtain visitor passes for residents to have someone come visit you at your home. It's very easy to do.
So if you're, just to, I mean, I just want to be clear, so if you're having a wedding at your house in Corova, they can get visitor passes for everybody who's attending the wedding, is that right?
That's basically what we have to do. We have to change that portion of it because before you could just drive up there and go to the wedding, right? You
Okay,
weren't
yeah.
necessarily hang out. Right. Yeah.
Yeah, special events, weddings, gathering, book clubs.
So we
stuff like
just
that, you
need to
can-
make sure that we're in, when we redo this, however, if we're doing what y'all are advocating, an access pass, we just need to really,
Lay it out.
yeah, talk through the situations, you know, and I don't know, maybe it's just me having trouble with this, but if we've got several types of passes, you know, that we're gonna say you can only get on the beach with these, we need to spell out what they are. We need to make sure that we think through the situations. I'm not necessarily against an access pass, I just don't want it to become burdensome on the deputy that's sitting there for one. I don't want it to be where it limits a citizen who is just trying to live their life. I don't want it to get in the way of our service people that are up and down there. I just think we need to
I don't think it's,
think of
it's-
the
it's-
I don't think
caveats.
it's
It's-
intended to
it's-
hurt anybody out there.
it's-
It's just intended to,
Yeah.
the day trippers and the
The
volume of
residents
traffic.
have it easy. They've already they get one in the mail, okay?
Right.
That's off the table. You're 300 a week. That's off the table. We already have that pass created, design. It's a color change. They put this stuff in there. The only thing we're talking about here is really affecting someone that lives up there and having a visitor pass so that friends and family, or if they have a wedding, there are exceptions to the rule, and it allows them to do that. It is we emailed, so, you know, I got an email, or they called down to the guard shack and said, hey, Mr. Johnson's coming in today to visit me on the base. They came in, we gave them a placard to put on their car for 1 day.
Aren't we only talking about like 4 months?
Yes,
We're only
4 or
talking
5
about,
months.
it's not for the whole year, it's just
Right.
for the
Oh,
4
I
months.
know
Yeah,
that.
okay,
I know
yeah.
that.
The high
I knew
season.
that.
Yeah, just
So-
the
Pull
high
it to the
season.
side of the road and you can come back in October.
Okay, when we started this process, we had a lot of traffic. We put out the parking permits, and the traffic, we got exactly what we asked for. We saw a radical decrease in traffic. The beaches became safer. We got comments like, finally, I can go to the beach without having to worry about a child getting run over. Mission accomplished, okay? And that continues. The traffic is still down. As we build houses, the numbers are going to go up, but so are the accesses, right? So if the more houses that get built, the more people are going to legally be allowed to go up there. They're still going to have legal access to what they're doing.
And
That's why an
What,
access
what
pass
we
would
did
help out.
this year that I didn't like is when we said, okay, you, Paul, get 2 passes. And I'm going to use your vacation rental in the Outer Banks doesn't get any, right? So now, my guests who came to go see the horses, right, were able to go drive up, see the horses, and come back because they're sitting at the beach. When we took that away, now you've got, there's a loss of, I guess, access, which is what we're all talking about.
Right. That's the point.
But I mean,
That's the point.
I
You're-
mean,
well,
our
if you're-
billboards.
This is also a neighborhood. People live here, people vacation here. So it is a different animal. Except for Whalehead, every single beach in Corolla is restricted. You can't even go out to the beach other than the public parking areas in Whalehead, but Corolla Light, Ocean Sands, any of them, Buck Island, you can't go to the beach there. And so we're asking the residents of Corova and the renters that are there trying to enjoy their beach to allow any Tom, Dick, and Harry to come up there, driving through there, and interfering with their vacation.
Yeah, but we get it in Whalehead.
Yes
We
and
have
no.
people
Have to
from
park it.
Virginia that
Right.
drive down and go
Right.
park at Benito and go over the
Right.
and by gosh, they splatter all over the place. They
Right.
buy ice.
Right.
You
So
know,
in hindsight, we should have done that in Whalehead, right?
whatever. But
But-
my point is, it is what it is.
No, but you're
You know,
only
I
talking.
knew Whalehead when we bought in there.
Yeah, but what are we talking about? 100 cars maybe in Whalehead, parking spaces total?
Per lot.
No, you can't get that. Between the pumping stations that are there, the the number of people that park their car there because they don't have enough room in their house, all of a sudden, the lots that are there are greatly reduced in their capacity to actually hold cars and people going to the beach.
It's a lot more than 100 cars in all
Well,
of the
whatever,
public
it's,
access.
150 in total. But the reality is, it's a small number compared to the volume on the beach that we're talking about. The number of people that are just driving up every single day, getting stuck in the ramp, driving out there, tooling around up and down the beach to go do whatever. The number of tag-alongs that I've had when I've done tours behind my truck, every time I go out there, I've got 3 or 4 people just following me through the neighborhood. So now you've created this train of cars, and there's nothing I can do with the people riding behind me. I can't stop them. That's America.
So the solution there is this kind of feeds what I'm talking about, right? The perception of protecting an industry. Now what you just said, now you need to go get a horse tour ticket if you want to go see the
Well,
horses.
and I've received complaints from people in Corova that have called me or emailed me. Why are you letting people follow you around?
Well, that's an easy answer.
Well, I don't.
Like, how do I stop them?
I don't have a way to stop them. But it's
You're not losing
people
them
think
out
that's
there,
going on too.
If you drove and never saw horses, they'd stop following you.
Right. Well, that's kind of defeats the purpose of the tour, right? But
I always tell them to rent
But
a
at the end of the
boat.
day, this is not about me. It's not about me. It isn't. And there's 1,000 homes up there that argue for this.
Well, there's even more that want the whole thing walled off, that mainland shouldn't be allowed to go see the four-wheel
Right,
drive.
well, and that's-
that doesn't necessarily mean we're going to listen to that either.
right.
Anyway,
Take your boat
I
across
think-
the dock up.
you
If
know,
somebody wants to see a horse to rent a
I-
boat, you're going to see them by the water all
Right.
the
They're
time.
out
That's-
there. Right.
before we went down the access path, my own opinion, I'd like to see more aggressive ordinance changes that we turn them around and not let them on the ramp. At which we're going to need whether we go access or not, right? There's going to need to be some
Well, and
interdiction.
that's something else too. I wrote a not, and Bobby was here yesterday. We need to have a chat with Bobby about, ultimately the goal was to move the ramp 1.5 miles north,
Right.
And the state has gotten in the way
Right.
of that. Have we engaged Bobby at any point to see if he can get in there and talk to those guys? I don't think we have. Right, to grant us an easement to come across the property and move the road. Now you're having a completely different discussion again.
Right.
Because the first 1.5 miles can become public
Right.
beach access area, and the rest of it is restricted.
But regardless, we need to have a gate, right?
Right.
Whether we go access pass or, you know, whatever, right? But some form of interdiction may fix the problem without going down the access road. Just saying.
Right, well, the access road moves the air stations up, air down area, bathrooms, right?
I'm sorry. I understand what you're saying,
Right.
right? All I'm saying is that may fix the issues that we're already having. But until we have a place where we can turn people around and send them back, an access pass isn't going to do anything for us.
Right, well, that's what I'm saying,
Well, I agree with that. Yes, you're right there.
And even if it's widening the bulb out that's currently there.
Right. Right.
Which may be easier to accomplish in the short term.
Because either whatever way we go,
We got to have that
turnaround.
regardless.
Right,
And
we gotta have, that has to happen before, but we can at least have discussion, prep some language if that's the will of the board, and then, and work towards that maybe before implementation. And it may not be for 24, right? We may be talking about 25, really.
Well, I think the odds of getting that widened, considering DOT and all of that,
Right.
I'm not holding my breath.
Right.
In fact,
Well-
it's probably not.
In the past, we've been denied by the Division of Coastal Management when we wanted to put educational kiosks.
Right.
at that
They started to
tunnel
put the
location.
signs on the bridge that are 4 years out.
Right.
Because Dare County owns more of that bridge, but where the hump is, they give Curryton all the calls because they don't want to take them.
Anyway, I think that's the first step, is figuring out how to twofold.
turnaround,
One,
so-
Bobby, we need this. This was always the intent. This is why we did the whole deal with
Right.
land
And
management or
the
whatever.
state was on
to
board
get
at the time.
everybody was on the same page until we pulled the trigger, and here we are.
No. All right. So, at this point, are we going both directions then? Are we talking about reaching out to the state, pushing for, that change is obvious. But at the same time, is the board comfortable with looking at language to make this an access pass versus?
Well, we're missing two commissioners.
Well, we need more discussion from them,
Yeah,
but they can start putting some language together for us to look at too, and work through, like Selena's concerns over visitor access to a homeowner up there, that kind of thing, wedding access, those things, events that take place.
If access pass for those 4 months can reduce the traffic on the beach for 4 months, then yeah, I think an access pass, I'm in favor of
How are
that.
you going to turn them around?
Well, he's just not saying doing it right now. He just
Actually,
wants to start working on language and looking at everything.
That's fine, but
Yeah, we
I
gotta
mean,
work on it.
DOT, with where DOT is, we're probably 3 years away from a turnaround.
Look at what Selena did. We can get them to do something. We just need to turn.
Yeah, but this is
Selena
Cam-
As long as someone
This is
above you
coastal.
doesn't-
This ain't,
I think we
right.
can
This
get
ain't
enough
just
people yelling
DOT.
in a
But Paul,
4x4
I
to
does
take
this.
care
I
of that.
agree. Even if we decided today we want to do an access pass, I don't think we can implement it until the turnaround's done.
Right.
I
And that's-
agree there.
Yeah, and that's going to be.
And
probably
considering, I just think it's premature to have staff working on stuff that we may not even know.
Well, I think we need to look at the language. I mean, I think,
That's fine.
and yeah, it's not.
But
gonna be-
there's
it's not
other
gonna be
stuff that has
24.
a higher priority than,
It's not going to be 24, but
No, but
No, because DOT, you're not getting that. They don't have the manpower locally here.
to make a turnaround.
I mean, they don't have that many guys. I mean,
Need
what
a
they
new
have,
bulldozer?
the stuff that
need a
they,
new governor.
yeah, that's a definite.
well,
But that may also be, we should be engaging our lobbyists too.
well, and yeah, and the other thing that's happening is in 24, 12 is supposed to get repaved.
Right.
So, as part of that repaving, this conversation can take place. They have 18 months to execute the contract from when it's assigned in 24. So, sometime between 24 and 25, it's going to get paved.
Is there, to me, number one, behind the dunes, up the beach, like the state said we could. That's like,
That's a high
the-
priority.
well, that's the number one. This is what I'd like to see. Number two is create a turnaround somewhere shy of the gate would be number two, right? And then the access pass. With the turnaround being not at the gate or moving up, how far up, and this is a DOT conversation, how far can we get away from the beach and still effectively have a turnaround?
Put a sign without an access pass, turn around here.
Well, you got, so right
Well, no.
before the gate, you got High Dune
Show me
Loop.
your access pass, turn around and
Right,
back,
you got High Dune Loop right before the gate.
right?
Cattle grade. So, if you widen the road right there, you got an already
Got it.
turnaround built
You-
in.
But you're gonna have to widen it too, like you said, if it was an access pass and you got a clipboard, the guy there, and I'm not being funny
Yeah,
when I
it's
say
gonna have
this,
to be-
somebody's gonna pull up
You're
in
gonna have
today's
3 lanes.
times entitled, well, I wanna go, well, I'm sorry, you can't go back there. And then they're gonna sit there, and I mean, like, because
That's
you're
why
gonna have
you
to-
have beach duty.
You're gonna have to have 3 lanes.
Oh, yeah,
Two-
exactly.
One for
Well, you had the
turnaround.
free-
you're not on the list.
Just like the base.
Yeah. Yeah, it's,
5 minutes when we can.
yeah,
Now we're gonna inspect your vehicle.
right. Yeah, right. Get the mirrors out. All right, so
Let's do a little
you
break.
guys mostly clear on that?
Must-
Okay. All right, then we'll take a 5-minute recess, before
will
we
be
jump
10.
into the next stickers.
Thank you.
All right, guys, we're gonna bring the meeting back into order. Make it all settle down, please. There you go.
Mike, you broke your phone.
What the heck?
Mike likes the
That
gavel.
wasn't his, that was Selena's.
That was his phone.
That's my old flip phone. I didn't want it money
Flip
anyways.
phone. All right.
Listen.
All right, the last thing we got, we've talked permits to death, and but not solid waste collection and disposal on the beaches, and then that also begs the question about the clings. I proposed cling versus sticker to make it permanent for people that want to sell their passes on a weekly basis. Their access passes, what we're calling clings now. The question is, in Chesterfield County where I grew up, you got your pass and it was permanent. You got it issued every year. You stuck it on your windshield. If you lost your windshield, you just went and got another one. You just showed the receipt for you.
Like an inspection sticker.
Yeah. So how do we deal with that illegal, that black market, I guess, is really the question I'm asking the board. And does it make sense to go to a fixed decal system? I mean, the intent is that you, A, be able to get to the recycle center, B, be able to go to the beach if you're a resident of this county, and C is a reentry permit in the case of the Outer Banks. But if they're permanently affixed to a vehicle, I was just talking with Jay, he has seen people put their sticker on a metal plate for their UTV or four-wheeler or whatever for the 4x4, and the owners rent that with a house. So you bring your side-by-side down and you stick this in the window. That already is a sticker. It is supposed to, a decal, it is supposed to be on the vehicle that it is assigned to. So I'm not sure where we are from a legality standpoint. I mean, I know it's probably within the ordinance that it may be affixed to the vehicle that it was issued to in the case of the side-by-sides or UTVs. It may not be, but that's something we can very easily fix.
I think that's an
ATV sticker.
Yeah, the ATV sticker is supposed to be on the vehicle.
Did we, this is,
And they are.
in the bizarre question, did we have any complaints from the Klingons this year? I had one that just kind of, I mean, it looked like somebody had,
Why would you just hang on my tablet?
yeah. The Romulans have been a pain in the neck.
All right, just waiting for
Klingons
Kirk to
are now
pop up back
complaining.
there.
You know what? Y'all need a life. Anyway, I had one like self-destructed, and I have no idea why.
We've had a couple of people call.
I had one
that
roll
said they
up.
rolled up on them or whatever, but.
So I cleaned it
For the
and
most
cleaned the
part,
windshield and stuff
really
again.
not had that issue.
No, mine
Kind of came apart.
crinkled.
Yeah,
Kind
mine
of.
did-
It
I had
kind of
one
looked
do
like
that.
the Klingon forehead.
Talking about for the UTV.
No, I'm
Stickers.
talking about, so
Which one are you talking about?
not to name a person's name,
vehicle-
but we
the
all
vehicle
know
one,
who we're,
Right, yeah,
all sit engaged with, but, we've seen that these things are being bartered.
Yes,
And that is not the intent.
that keys
Yeah.
Kevin.
And I don't care about the weekly ones. Okay, we issued 300 pass for the week. Somebody goes for 2 days. Hey, I'm done with it. $50, it's yours, right? I don't care about that, but it's the
Because that's not adding.
exactly.
The number.
Right. The
already
intent
there.
is that the owners, the residents
take
of this
that.
county, have access to their beaches.
But
And
here's the only
Was it
issue
Klingon?
with that, so, and.
It didn't
and
cling,
if
and it's no longer on.
If you have children that drive, that live in the house and they, need that cling as well, right now, you can take it off and put it in that vehicle, or take it off and put it, back in your
Right.
vehicle. if it's permanently affixed, how do you solve that?
Could you go by, well, I was thinking about that, but if you have a car or vehicle registered in Currituck, you would have to pay your taxes, so I mean, it would be in the tax bill showing it because you pay your personal property tax on it. So you could issue them based on, I guess, that aspect of it. Because, I mean, once it's registered.
There's
then
never
you could go
been,
by
I've
that.
never had a problem if I didn't have, because again, the Klingon was taken by the Romulans. I've never had a problem rolling into the transfer station, the convenience site, and not being able to say, yeah, I'm a resident, here's my driver's. I've never had a problem with that.
Right.
The only
And
area
so-
of concern is the 4-wheel-drive each, and that's probably this big of a.
Yeah, I think the stories of the Facebook marketplace where they were residents that were allowing their passes to be rented on a weekly basis. That's the one that I think results in forfeiture of the pass. I mean, we need to come down like a hammer on that because that completely defeats the purpose. That's not why they got the sticker in the first place.
All right, some people have sold those things too. I mean, $250 is the highest price I've heard a pass was sold.
And so one,
No.
one of those is easy enough to make it illegal to sell the pass, right?
Transfer
transfer,
the.
right.
Yep.
But that's still going to happen, and we can't catch them, right? And sheriff's department can't chase them down. That's not a reality. So the easier fix is to make them a permanently affixed sticker.
Agreed.
And
And
if
take into
your kids
account,
come home and
perhaps-
go run to
Or
the,
if you
to
get
the
a new
recycle
car or
center for
something,
you, then
I mean, a new truck.
it's easy enough for them to say,
Say, hey, I got a
bring
new
them
truck.
trash. I mean, it's not. Most of the time, they don't bother you if you don't look like you're overburdening them anyway with a couple.
Well,
of
like
extra trash.
DOD, right? If you sold your car, you scraped off your vehicle
Right.
sticker,
Yeah.
and then you went in to pass and tag, and they gave you a new one.
Yeah.
And we could do the same thing.
But could we use the tax,
Yeah.
as a number of, that you're allotted? Because if you got 4 vehicles and they're registered with the county, then.
Well, yeah, if they're
You should get
if they're
4
permanently
fixed,
on the
yes.
vehicle, then that changes. The reason to do 2 was to limit access to
Correct.
the beach, but it's not a big deal if they're just on your vehicle.
If they're permanently fixed, yeah, then somebody could get 4 or 5, whatever they needed to, but they'd be permanently fixed to the windshield.
Right.
And you're good to go.
The other thing
I'm
is-
okay with that.
The other thing is, I think we have some compassion, right? And I know that folks have had extenuating. We can't plan on every possible
Scenario.
scenario.
Right.
And so I think, we have a reasonable, if you can come in and show us why you need a sticker and it makes sense, why you need a third, I don't think I've ever heard of anybody not being able to get one that was legit.
A couple people failed the polygraph.
Well, okay. I said legitimate,
You got to get through Kevin first, right?
right?
All right. So
And as long as we maintain that, and that goes back to customer service, right? As long as we're reasonable, I like that it's stuck.
I can go with that, yeah,
Okay.
permanent sticker.
okay.
As long as you
So-
can get as many as you need for your registered vehicles, yeah, if you're a resident.
So they're permanently affixed to your vehicle. Yeah, they got to be displayed in the lower left corner or whatever, or upper left corner or something like that.
Somewhere visible.
Right. Got to be on the car, and they got to be
What
stuck
about
on the
your-
windshield.
Or your bumper?
Right. Or your bumper.
No, you want them inside. You don't want them on the outside.
So does that makes you good? Okay. All right.
Now, how about, and Leighton and Pete can attest to this, the dump. You pull up to the dump. If you rent here, and you pay property tax on your vehicle that you own, and you pay rent, you're paying somebody's mortgage, and that guy pulls up to the dump to dump his trash. And
We've
he
already
no
we've
get a
already
sticker.
talked about that on the like in Corova, that they really don't bother you too much over there. But we don't have a. I've spoken with Ike about it. I don't know if it passed to going to Leighton or not. Like in Corova, if a renter comes to bring stuff to the dump from the house they're staying in, but they're not going to have a cling or a decal in the future for them, it's not a big deal. Nobody's driving to Corova.
I was going to say,
Corolla.
anybody wants to dump trash in Corova,
Right. Please
dump your
right,
trash.
please dump
I
your
don't care
trash,
where
right.
you come from.
But if somebody brought their lease or letter from the owner of
On the main-
property
On
On the mainland.
on the mainland,
Yeah.
yeah, to the county and shows them that, they could get a sticker.
Well,
on it.
and if you're living in the county, your driver's license shows you as a resident.
If
Doesn't
you
matter.
followed the law.
Well, yes.
If you don't, well, then there's a reason
should
you
go
should
get
go
your
get your
driver's
North
license.
Carolina driver's license.
Well, Leanne also just said for those on the North Beach that are staying as visitors, that they've been suggested to use their visitor pass to show at the convenience center.
Right.
We haven't had any problem
There you go.
with that.
Again, I don't care. If the more trash that goes, I don't want anybody turned away. in
I
Corona.
haven't heard from my area, anybody complaining about renters or anybody saying they can't take the trash, so.
Y'all fixed that on the last time where we had one.
Most of the people that work the recycle centers know their locals anyway. I mean, they come in, they're like, hey, you know, they know you. So, okay.
That saves a lot of money too by doing that, because there was so many people dumping stuff that was.
Speaking of which, what
And
you
that-
just reminded me of this.
Tires?
The Grandy site had some large potholes as you go through the gate right there, and they stopped me and asked if we could get those addressed, and I said, I'll remember to, you just reminded me of that, so. The Grandy site, just before you go through the gates, there's a couple big potholes that will
Where we drop
give
on
you,
the gravel.
can we give a jar? Yeah.
Do we have any, I'm going to say metrics on, since implementing the stickers, have we seen like a reduction in, I mean, the county's continued to grow, so I get that, but have we seen an overall reduction?
That's something we can get.
I mean, I think that'd be interesting to know, are we having, because the whole intent was to prevent non-residents from rolling through Currituck to get rid of their trash.
Right.
It's happened. It's. I guarantee it's
Probably
25%.
you're out by you.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, that's right. Those are the ones that are gonna get hit because people coming through,
Camden.
coming from Camden or
Down my
whatever.
way too.
Yeah.
And then the other question was, are the lids coming off this year?
What?
The yellow lids,
The yellow.
the recyclables.
Oh, yeah, we talked, yeah, well, Corolla small airplane.
Okay,
It's next, but, thank you for reminding me.
never mind, sorry.
Garbage cans, or recycle. All right,
The other issue, I guess, in case you want to talk about it, was there was some suggestion at some point about doing some expansion or additional containers at the Corova Beach.
oh, I brought that up, yeah, that site is, overrun, every Saturday and Sunday. I have to say, that site probably they do better about getting the stuff out of there than they do, but
Maybe Leighton and Pete can speak to that.
Yeah, we got some numbers from last year compared to this year. Yeah, we can't figure that out.
Open mic night, karaoke. Kevin, do you want one of these? Yeah, sure. Randall? One more, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah, one more.
I thought it was a
definitely
game
went out.
schedule.
So this is, year 2022 versus 2023. And we broke it out by everything, bulk containers, co-mix, compactor service, the Freon recycling, brush electronics, and then we put a total at the bottom. Up until July, they were running pretty close as far as total tonnage for the month. And then, as you can see, in July, we went almost 30 tons more.
wow, over 22.
Yeah. Now, one of the things that's happening that we've, in doing this and doing some investigating, is
22 tons.
they're not utilizing the compactors as much as they should be when the trash trucks come in. The
So they're
trash
trying to-
trucks are trying to hurry up and get in and get out, so
Yeah, to
they're
do their
using the
thing.
bulk containers.
It's the compactors are down a lot.
Yeah, but that's not gonna affect tonnage.
No, it's not gonna affect tonnage, but it affects
Higher haul rate.
higher
Right.
haul, more hauls.
And
to
we
the
pay
bulk.
by the haul.
Yes. So,
We're trying to make that.
one of the things that we're gonna put into place is we're gonna be up there no more next summer when the haulers are coming in, and we're gonna, with y'all's blessing, try to force them to use the compactors more.
Well, yeah, that begs another question. I'm gonna get hated by the people at the hall, but, we don't charge anything to the people that own the garbage services to utilize this site. But if you're a guy here on Currituck and you come by and pick up someone's trash and take it, you're gonna get hit by for weight.
$90 a ton or 90, what is it?
$90 a ton.
Right. So it's I guess a gray area. They ostensibly, if you're a trash hauler anywhere in the county, you should be going to the transfer station to dump your trash. It's not feasible in the 4-wheel drive that they come all the way around, right, on a Saturday. Right. But we also don't hit them for any kind of a fee for that site to help offset the cost of doing that.
But we do in the mainland.
What we do on the mainland.
That's not, I mean, we need to be equal all the way across.
We weigh them on the mainland, so we would have to come up with some kind of fee,
Like a flat fee.
a flat fee.
So the trash pickup in Corova is going to the convenience site.
Yeah, there's no way. I mean, they all have.
No, I get it.
Because it's just pickup trucks, right? So
I get it.
yeah.
Or dump truck?
No, or dump trucks. Yeah. I mean, they may fill up. Yeah. Old. So that's something I think we should definitely explore is our schedule, our fee schedule for that.
And how are the residents or the property owners, are they paying individually, or is it similar to Corova or Corolla?
You pay individually. So
So they are
like I
individually
had-
contracting with a trash hauler.
Yeah. So ultimately, they'll probably just pass that fee on to the homeowner. But yeah, I paid.
We're paying
$60
for
a
it.
month, right?
I pay for mine
Exactly.
in my yard.
Exactly. So that's something I bridged with Ike, and I need to,
nothing.
if the board's comfortable with it, then we need to come up with a fee. And much like the horse tours I have, or the vendors that we allow on the beach in Corolla, we could do a sticker that they paid their fee, whatever it is. And I don't even know how to figure that out. I don't even know.
We could
Yeah,
try to figure
play
out.
with. I mean,
Yeah.
what do we? Do you know what the
How many do you
garbage
have, Bob?
per
About
ton
6
they pay right now on garbage?
Well, it's $90 a ton.
It's
at the
$90 a ton.
Transfer station,
Okay.
which that will go up next year because our fees went up. So next year that'll go up.
So is that
Everything
your typical
costs more.
garbage truck that comes and picks up? Do you know what that would, how many tons that would be that has the compactor trucks that come along? I'm sure they're,
The ones out of Corolla, they can weigh anywhere from 9 to 12 tons.
Good damn. Wow.
okay.
Okay, so Corova,
There's no kind of way
we're
in
not
there.
weighing
No,
trash
no,
in
but I'm just-
Corova.
No,
I'm trying to get my head around
No,
what does
I
that look
got
like,
it.
right? If
And to
you're-
put that in perspective, right, because I did the quick math, that's about, with the exception of the month of July, it's one extra trip, one truck in May, not even one in June, 2 trucks in July, or a truck and a half. No, 2 trucks, 2.5, and then 1 truck in August. So one extra load is what the tonnage winds up looking like.
Do we know if has there been a change in recyclables as far as being able to whoever receives them?
Market for 'em?
A market for recyclables? Has that changed?
It's
at all?
not changed a lot. I can get some numbers for you.
Well, because I know
Back
the
in-
last I had heard that
Yeah, there was
no market,
no,
so
the
they
market
can't do
has-
anything with it, so they're just throwing them all in the same.
Right, no, the market has picked up, and all of our stuff goes to RDS in Portsmouth.
Recyclables?
Yes, all of our recyclables goes
Now
to,
go up there and then okay.
yes,
That's good, that's changed, okay.
yes.
Do we still get penalized if the recyclables are
It
contaminated?
depends on the contamination rate.
Pizza.
We
Don't
didn't
throw your
get
pizza
penalized
boxes
this
in there.
summer, because ours is actually mixed in with the rest of the county, so it's kinda hard for them to figure out what came out of Corolla and what didn't. So we didn't get penalized. And they're doing better with pulling, they got some new machinery, so they're doing a lot better pulling stuff out,
Good.
and for residual.
That's good to know.
So that goes back to the question, I guess, getting rid of recycled containers in Corolla while we're touched on that subject. One of the things we've been talking about lately was just getting rid of that program entirely
Let's not.
because it's not really
Yeah, because
used.
they were just throwing it all in the same pile, but now that if they're sending it down.
Is there still some value to that, I guess is the question. Because if there's not, those cans can be converted to whatever.
Yeah, I mean,
What's
Let me
typically
pull-
going on is and and this goes back to the curbside, right? The trash cans aren't getting picked up, all of them, right? They look, and if they have possible ability to leave them there, they are. And so the guests are running out of trash receptacles, and they're dumping it in the recycling, because it's either that or it's on the street. And so we wind up, I mean, it's a steamroller, right? And it just, anyway. So one of the thoughts was to try and keep trash out of the streets, overflowing, was if we're being penalized by contaminated recyclables,
Right.
let's just stop.
Let me pull the tons.
Okay.
For curbside from this past year.
Okay.
And get back to you.
Okay.
And let you know exactly how many tons we recycled.
Perfect.
We just.
Well,
done
the
a
other
state
thing-
report. I just can't remember.
And
it
what
was.
the cost benefit is,
Right.
right? Because if it
At one point, it would just cost us money to do
was
nothing.
costing us to recycle.
Well, the other thing is too on the recycle too. Like he said, if somebody, and I know this from one of my HOAs on River's Edge, just right up the road, my guys were throwing trash in the recycle thing because the other ones were full.
Right.
Trash we were picking up, and then they got a bill for the trash in the recycle thing.
Yep.
All right, so that's a good one. Yeah, if you can get that data, that'd be great, so we can make an informed decision at some point. Semi-informed.
And then the other, and this is just like a general comment, I believe Waste Management now is videotaping every trash can that gets dumped in their trucks, which is kind of interesting.
Yes.
And the benefit of that was Bob and I had a rash of, the hydraulics weren't adjusted right. You know, the
Oh, they were crushing cans.
aluminum can feature from the top down on your trash receptacle. And they were able to go back and look at the video and go, okay, the guy didn't do it right.
Right.
So that's a good thing.
And that helped us a lot too, with people calling saying you didn't pick up our trash, but we could, they could actually pull that video
Right.
showing, no, your cans wasn't out.
Right,
in front of
right.
the house. So, no, it's great, the videos that they've got on cameras, they've got on. the truck.
Technology.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That'll make a liar out of all of us.
Yep. Love it.
And document it.
Yes.
And post it on the internet.
Okay.
Complain about it.
We may also, Mr. Chairman, want to discuss, Leighton, about tires.
Yes.
Tire containers and what
We
we
have
might want to do
had a
about that.
meeting, yesterday, we had a call with Waste Management. They've got behind. They're struggling with trying to get drivers. So what we've done is had them bring in open tops instead of the enclosed trailers or boxes that you were normally putting tires in to utilize that until they can get caught up.
Okay.
So all the tire places now can take them up there and they won't get turned around. They will be able to put them somewhere.
Let me double check before I tell you 100%.
Okay, because the
of what
calls I've been getting is
Right.
That's
that
bad.
they've been paying the state for these fees and they keep getting turned around. I'm thinking, okay,
Right.
whatever.
Yeah.
Well, that's your commercial guys, and that was something I talked to Ike about. Like, okay, Johnny, we both use him.
Riviera.
Or Riviera. They can get a tire container at their business.
Yes.
They have, but the problem is when they did that, they were paying the fee, and then Waste Management
Wouldn't come together.
wouldn't come to get them, couldn't get them. So they said, forget it, I'm not going to do it. I'll just take them to the dump
Right,
myself, and to save that fee that they're not. Waste Management's not picking them up, so now they can't take them to the central site either.
So
That's
one-
the problem they were having.
So one of the things I talked to Ike about, because I had been carrying tires around for months, literally months, trying to get rid of them, was bringing a tire shredder in to our recycle center, and let's process them there. It's a different animal now. I guess one of the concerns is the recycle center's not big enough, and I said, well, we have lots that back up to it at our air park, at Maple
Can I
Commerce
make a
Park.
comment?
And what, yeah,
Albemarle Regional Health Services is actually looking at a tire shredder.
okay.
So that's something they're.
Yeah, we talked about that.
Yes, that's something they're actually looking at is the authority buying a shredder that will not only just shred that, but will shred mulch and other stuff too.
Right.
So I can get you some more information.
So there's
to
a
see where
market
they're
for
at
that?
with
Well, no, it's easier, so,
No, but is there a market
For
though?
the shredded tires, they can use it as cover at the landfill.
Okay.
Because they have to put a cover on each day
Okay.
before they leave.
All right.
and it helps us out immensely. You can just, the other side, the flip side is if we say, okay, we're gonna have a tire shredder, now you change the recycle centers and take the tire containers out of them, and all the tires just need to go to the recycle center, to the Maple and just drop them off there in the field. You
And I
pull
would
up,
think
boom.
it'd be similar to like after a storm debris where you
Right.
bring in a tub grinder, right?
Right.
Or a horizontal
Right.
mulch.
Yeah, exactly. So
Wait.
now we've cut down the haul fees, everything to deal with
Volume.
tires, for
Yep.
instance, at the.
And we can use
So-
it for something, is what you're saying.
Right.
We can use it for something. that-
Yes.
Well,
Yeah, use it all
and
over.
so the Regional Solid Waste Management Authority is talking about buying one,
Yes.
and they were asking at our last meeting what counties would have an interest, because the idea would be that it would move around the member counties.
You got, if it's not running day in, day out, it's not.
We're probably gonna need our own at some point.
So,
Yeah.
so the other question would be, and I'm gonna use SIPSA as an example, right? You know, you bring your green waste into them, they run it through the tub, they run it through the shredder, they dump it all out, and it turns into compost, and you can go there and buy.
All right.
I remember back in the day, and we had this conversation, Waste Management has a, we own it all, we're hauling it all. And we couldn't negotiate into that language until the contract was up for renewal about the potential of keeping green waste, recycling it ourselves, and then offering it to residents and property owners at at whatever,
Yeah,
right?
It was free and.
I
We're
remember that
limited on-
Like that in
conversation,
New
yeah.
Hanover.
We're limited on spaces.
Kitty
is
and I, it
our
was
biggest problem.
very successful there. New Hanover County has a program like that. where-
I did it
Well,
in
it's not
Chesterfield.
just green waste, they have, obviously, it's a much bigger county, but one of their most popular programs is the green waste.
So,
PCG, Perquimans, Gates, Chawan does the mulch, but they have a lot more area, they have the space available to do it. Because you have to turn it ever so often, it has to get to a certain temperature.
and if you're not careful,
Yes,
then the fire department rolls in.
yes, they do.
They get free training.
Yeah. Who burnt
They're
way
not
empty
good.
water tower. Cause the pond's empty over there. Alright,
Something to look into, yes.
yeah, it would alleviate one headache for certain.
So, like, has there been any discussion about the dump and reclaiming it? Actually, it's a twofold question. One, we had issues with leakage. That was then mitigated, I believe. How about now?
We've got some more issues.
Okay, so one of the things that we had talked about, this is Mike 6-7 years ago, was the potential reclamation of that site. Any thoughts, discussion?
We haven't, I mean, what we've done the last few years is place in the budget monies for replacing the cap, should the state require that of us, but we've not gone any further since those initial discussions years
Because
ago.
that's a ton of land that's right there. The deal is, sooner or later, we're gonna have to deal with that.
Right, it's gonna be
We
soon.
don't know we do not have a clue how deep it is, how wide it is,
Right.
and we don't know what it is.
Know nothing.
We
Just
know
got a pile of
nothing.
dirt with stuff in it.
And, sooner or later, it's gonna get to the point where we're gonna have to do something a little more than the cap.
Pete was looking the other day, there is some grants and stuff for stuff like that, so he's starting to look into that. to
Look
see
harder.
What we can find and do with it.
It's inevitable.
Well, a couple of the grants were matching grants. So they supply 500, you supply 500. So that might be something to.
But I think we're now talking probably a couple million now.
Yes,
Because we do not know how deep stuff's buried there.
right.
And this is before we put liners in, that's why the
Predates
fish,
all that, right.
the fish at night are easier to find because they glow in the dark. And they've got arms.
That's why the geese don't go there no more.
They're coming out of the primordial ooze.
All right.
Little running shoes, the kids, whatever they like.
Ninja Turtles.
Well, they got them out of the dump, so they put their shoes on.
Okay, alright, anything else on solid waste that we need to cover?
With the growth in Corova, sooner or later, it is gonna outgrow, the site. We are gonna have a meeting up there with Waste Management, about putting another self-contained compactor in. There used to be one there, but they pulled it out. So,
remember that, yeah.
we're gonna put another self-contained, meet with them about that.
Okay,
We can put another open top up there. We could put two, but you couldn't access all sides of it.
right.
If we put one, you can. So we're gonna do that, but, you know, before the next summer.
Okay.
Once a build-out's complete in Corova, it's not gonna sustain. So I don't know if we need to look at something, maybe just, you know, a smaller site with a few compactors that's only open in the summer, and that's where the trash haulers have to go to.
That's an interesting thought. And, well, we don't, everything's so deed restricted, can we even do that on anything we currently own?
We just have to take a look at, particularly the sites in Corova that we own, what the deed restrictions
Or does it
are.
make sense to look further?
It does allow for some governmental use, and maybe that may be broad enough to allow something like this, but we'll take a look.
We don't have anything in Swan, I don't
No.
believe. And that area doesn't produce a lot, but it saves a heck of a trip up.
Yeah, because the land we have,
For haul.
the land we have in Corova is at the north end of Corova Beach.
Right.
And then, we've got that piece right there across from the fire department, which we've leased to the fire department.
Which is probably the least,
Well, you wouldn't.
You wouldn't want it
right
there.
on the Canal.
yeah, well, not there, and it's, you know, it's tucked in and hidden right now where it's at, so. And then, it backs up to Wild Horse Estates, so there probably isn't an option to gain any land where it exists. Unless Mark Thompson, is he butt up against us with that?
That'd be, current site.
Unless he could give us some, could maybe talk to him about buying some of that, take out a couple of oak trees and move it and broaden that site.
Well, and the road is ours,
Right, the access road, yeah. Okay, well, it'd be worth reaching out to Mark and see if he's interested. Him and Kelly are interested in selling off a little bit. I mean, you're not talking much.
a small piece to put, you
Yeah.
know, 3 compactors and just and it only be open in the busy season. And have the, trash trucks
Okay.
just go there. I mean,
Yeah. Yeah, see if he's interested in just expand the fence to deal with it. Okay. Do you have his information or do you need that?
no, sir, I got
Okay. All right. Anything else from you,
No,
your
sir.
team? Okay. All right. Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so, and I'm sure I contributed to a lot of the confusion. So we kind of got mainland trash as well as,
Yeah, we dipped into some of that.
so the question I was going to ask relative to Corolla was, I've seen, I believe, a radical improvement to, there used to be trash cans that were always full in the historic park, right? I've seen a marked decrease in that. I've not seen the overflowing trash. So that's kind of a kudos on the group there. I am curious, there seems to be inconsistency on the weekends, especially with the public access locations and the trash cans that are typically right by the beach accesses. Some days it's fine, and some days it's all over the place. So I don't know if we're as consistent as we need to be in ensuring that those containers remain relatively empty.
It may vary based on how many people stop and dump the minivan.
I
mean, that's a
completely,
big
I completely
drive,
get it. And like I said, I'm not saying that it's anything other than,
Right.
you know, more frequent. I don't know. I don't know if it's a problem is the point I'm trying to make.
Okay. Yeah, I never go to that public access, the White House ramp especially, or.
Right. Well,
I know we did with it.
Coral's I mean, that's my metric, right?
Right.
What does Coral
Right.
look like?
Right.
And then, not necessarily, well, I guess we're going into Corolla now, but the beach patrol of abandoned stuff, right?
A lot of complaints.
It has gotten really bad. And there's tarps, or there's the awnings that are clearly in no functional use whatsoever. And now it's all gathering under walkovers, private walkovers, and we got to ratchet that up because it's starting to look trashy.
Yeah, we had.
I think that's been I don't know about a concern, but our vendor or contractor is kind of taking a position, as I understand it, over this past season in particular, that anything that's tucked under a private walkover, and then there came with some new method of chaining things to private
Right.
walkovers, that they weren't gonna take that kind of property off the beach. But I mean, that's something we can clarify
So to,
Either in the ordinance or contractually.
so to provide context, there's now equipment vendors that have mounted racks to individual houses, and they're pre-staging chairs, awnings, whatever, locked up on these racks, that if you're at the Acme vacation home for a price, he'll unlock the gear and take it to the beach for you. So
They
it's
contracted with the homeowner to have it there basically year, or summer
Right.
round, right, throughout the
Right.
summer. And that, you know, when I first came on the board, it seems like we were tackling that with the beach boxes
The
and these
boxes,
vendors. and,
right.
It has since grown exponentially.
Mm-hmm.
And I know Jenny wants more to do, because she was at the.
Well, Jenny's bored. She's definitely type A.
But it does beg the question, is it getting out of control? You know, what do we want to do? That's a great point.
So the other aspect of that I observed is, you know, we've got ATV regulations as well, right? On the beach, and past whatever time it is. I mean, this is like at 9 o'clock in the morning. They're driving up the beach, going from house to house, setting up that gear. They're not even supposed to be on the beach. And anyway, so it's always, what's the next
Right,
workaround?
right. It
And
is.
we've got them again.
Well, you know, when we got them all in a room, I think last time, and worked through this stuff, and maybe it's time to do that again, get the vendors and have it come to Jesus with them.
Get a lot of phone calls.
Yeah, we get a lot of complaints. I mean, I do too.
Beating on 'em.
Yeah, we got to have a chat with them at a minimum, and what comes out of that, I think, and probably sooner than later, we need to have a meeting with them so that we can address it going forward.
So contextually, I mean, the intent is you don't store your stuff.
Got to take it in and out.
It's got to go in, right? Not just.
Right.
I'm just curious. Are we in agreement that you can't just stockpile your gear?
Yeah. The point is, it needs to come off the beach, and that's what it used to be. They pull
Correct.
it in and out, and then now as they've expanded services, they don't have manpower to deal with it. So the shortcut is, let's just chain it to the
Got it. Okay.
wherever. You know, I mean, I'm
And I
guessing that's what's
think
happening.
that's still a valid approach. Our policy, I think, is still valid from, you know, what at least I'd like to
And
see continue.
The other problem is they'll go set it up and it never gets used. And,
Correct.
And I mean, I don't like any part of the concept. If you want valet service, you go stay at a resort. I mean, I don't like any part of it. So you got a homeowner that built their $5 million oceanfront home, and here's a bunch of purple chairs and an easy up right at the base of your stairs, and your renters can't even go out and go to the beach and drag their stuff out because someone popped up a tent there. Or the other thing they're doing is they're depositing them right at the base of the steps where you come onto the public accesses.
Well, that, and did we ever, I don't remember seeing the ordinance change, but did we ever protect crossovers, vehicular crossovers with emergency services being able,
Radius.
you couldn't set up within so many feet?
Right.
Did we ever?
No, we've not amended the ordinance to.
Okay, so that's important.
So you need a vehicular radius on, and
Because we have
same
we have
thing at the-
emergency vehicles coming over and can't make the turn to go up the beach because there's stuff there.
Right.
No, that's a good point.
Yeah. Even
a great
the pedestrian walkovers are dumping right there.
Yes.
And the people that are coming over
Yes.
don't have anywhere. I like free enterprise and all that, but
But like you
Right way to
said,
do it and a wrong way to do
Right.
it. And it sounds like we're leaning more towards the wrong way to do it.
well, you
Because
know,
of
it's
manpower.
it's a question to the renter. Are you going to the beach today? Yes. Okay, then we'll set up. If you're not, then we're not setting up.
because you're right, you wind up with a beach that's cluttered with unused chairs and awnings and
Right.
umbrellas, right?
And nobody's there.
So inclement weather blows in, and now that awning or that umbrella is now going down the beach.
All right. Or crumpled up and looking like something of a Spielberg movie sitting on the dune.
Right.
Okay.
Take
All
that
right.
horse.
Well, back to Corobo. All right, so we're gonna crawl, and really the first thing was to crawl a small area plan, and I guess, what, we've been,
Well, we thought it'd be a useful exercise to refresh our memories about the Corolla Small Area Plan, what it provided for, the goals and objectives, to have staff run through with the board what goals and objectives we have met
okay,
over these many years, and get the board's input on prioritization of where to proceed with meeting those goals and objectives. We've not completed the list.
we have a video, pictures.
Yeah, so what staff has prepared is a presentation that just goes through the Corolla Small Area, or Corolla Village Small Area Plan. Just as Ike mentioned, these plans, for instance, this one was adopted on August 15th, 2011. So it has been a while. They've been in place a while. So I think during the presentation, as I go through it, I would open it up to conversation of what's relevant, what's not, what do you think could change, that sort of thing. Because that's really what we're after, is feedback from this board as to whether the plan is still relevant, and if there are parts that are or are not, what needs to change. So with that, I'll just start to go through the plan and give you a brief overview. There was also a handout, I believe. Leanne, did you distribute that to the board?
It's in the packet.
In the packet, each of these has a little more detailed view of it. And what that is basically the small area plan in a few pages, so you don't have to sit down and read the whole thing. It extracts the key points. But I can start to go through that. And so I'll start off with the goal of the Corolla Village Small Area Plan, and that is to balance growth in a way that preserves the physical and natural environments that make Corolla Village distinct from other coastal communities. And that's something you're going to hear as a theme throughout, that really that uniqueness, that village feel is what is valued in this plan. Here's the boundary of the plan. You'll see that included in it is the historic Corolla Village, the Lighthouse, the Whalehead Club, and the Corolla Village subdivision. Area includes several federally recognized sites, such as the Whalehead Club, the Lighthouse, Corolla Chapel, the Wild Horse Museum, the Wildlife Education Center, and the post office. I also wanted to just talk about when this plan was developed, there was a survey put out for the residents, and some interesting results. First question, they asked three major questions, and the first is, what is unique about the area? And 40% said that historic character, another 29% said Outer Banks culture and history. So you're seeing there where the priority lies with these, with the residents. 15% said landmarks, and 10% said diverse small businesses. So that was the first question. The second was, what opportunities exist to enhance the area? Again, 41% said preserve the uniqueness. 23% talked about pedestrian improvements, and 21% said keep the area natural. The last question that was asked was, what are potential threats? And the largest there was 34% said chain stores and big box type retailers. 24% said loss of trees and open space, and 21% said traffic, noting that the Mid-Currituck Bridge could impose additional threats to both residential retail and traffic. This plan in general, it examines the unique issues, concerns, and aspirations of the community. It addresses the environmental, land use, economic development, community heritage, and transportation aspects. The vision for the plan, now this is what the community thought, the expiration on the vision, or where they looked, was a 10-year window. This is the vision of what they thought the community would be, or that what they wanted it to look like in 10 years. And really, the community is committed to preserving the unique coastal village feel of the area. They state that they want to enhance the quality of life by continually setting and maintaining high standards of excellence through the items that are listed here, encouraging development that promotes desirable characteristics. That speaks not only to the type of development, but also the architectural features of the development, the way the site is designed. Which leads to the next one, which is to encourage human-scale site design. That speaks to the village feel that they wish to maintain, a more walkable community. They want to protect water and tree canopy, encourage alternative transportation, preserve the natural resources, and promote growth of existing and new businesses. The plan then looks at the existing conditions. Now, mind you that this plan was done 12 years ago, so this snapshot you're seeing of existing conditions is as it existed 12 years ago. I think it
Hadn't changed.
and that was my next point, is I think it is very similar to how it is now. Any development in there has, matched what is there. But the total area, the plan area is 292 acres. As you can see, the most prevalent land use is residential, and that is 48% of the plan area. I'll show you on the next slide where a large portion of that residential is. Civic uses are the second highest at 25%. This is largely due to the historic park land area. Of the total land area, which you can see on this slide, 45% of it is wetlands. And this is the existing condition map. The yellow notes the residential use. So as I mentioned before, 52% of the residentially designated properties are the wetlands that are along the sound. The plan here, the civic uses, which is pictured in blue, those anchor the southern part. There's a commercial area at the south of the plan, and that is the Corolla Light Town Center, and then there's commercial interspersed within the village. Then we can go into implementation and policies. The intent of this plan is to supplement the land use plan, and its stated purpose is to be used by the staff and the board in review of development applications. There are policy statements that are associated with each of the policies, which are shown here. The policies include land use, which talks to clustered residential with interspersed office and commercial, civic uses being prevalent in the southern part of the plan, and the commercial area along 12 at the southern border, the Corolla Light Town Center being a key commercial node. Secondly is environmental. It notes that the plan, as you saw in the previous, with all the wetlands in the western portion of it, has an abundance of natural resources. It has fresh and saltwater wetlands, also maritime forests with a abundance of live oaks, which was a particular species which was identified as valuable in the plan. With transportation, it deals with basically NC-12 being the backbone of the plan. It goes through, that's where circulation happens, but that's also where traffic concerns are. And then it has Corolla Village and Schoolhouse Lane as the framework, kind of branching off that backbone. Lastly, it talks to economic development conditions, which there are many tourist-related businesses. The services, as they were 12 years ago and are the same today, include retail, outdoor tours, photography, food services, property management, and real estate sales. Economic development also goes in to speak, as I mentioned earlier, that the Mid-Currituck Bridge can bring forward a different commercial aspect. I don't think the plan talked to exactly what that meant, but it identified it as a threat to the existing type of smaller scale, neighborhood serving type commercial that's there now. Again, noting that one of the biggest threats that the people saw was these chain restaurants or chain retail and big box type stores.
And we've not had any, right?
No, we had Burger King and that died.
Well, you've
Which
got
is not a
Food
chicken
Lion
coop.
and Harris Teeter up there, right?
Right, but I don't think, most people, but that's about it. Grocery stores you're gonna have, but even if a bridge comes across, there's no land to develop. I mean,
Right.
other than redevelopment, right? And then you'd have to tear down Timbuktu or the town center or what you're privately held for the most part, so you're not, just, the only change you could see is maybe buying up a couple spaces at
Wings.
Whalehead or something.
Wings.
Wings, right. Right. Big box retailer, Giant Candy Kingdom. But I just don't see that being a issue going forward, really.
Right.
There's just nowhere to do it.
Right, and that's what, the type of development we see a lot up there is just the repurposing existing retail. I think we have the infamous, the candy store that's coming in, and that's, going into an existing building. It's just, same use category, different store.
Mm-hmm.
And again, I'm not sure what control, the plan can suggest things, but what control is to
Microbrews,
who goes into that space.
Right.
The land use plans really don't speak to specific, tenants. It's just the use categories. We get that question occasionally, how can you allow this tenant in there? Well, that tenant's a grocery store, the same as any other grocery store. But
The market tends to help weed out the weak.
Yeah.
Is when you see a storefront that changes
Right.
products, it's okay, well, that's not gonna work.
Right.
So,
All right, so then we have the future land use map. This is, as I said, the way that the plan envisions the area in 10 years. It changes that wetlands area along the western side, the 45% there. It changes that to a conservation. Conservation really speaks to no development. If it has development, very low impact, a recreational outdoor type of development. The residential and civic areas largely remain the same. You can see the park is the main anchor of the civic areas. And the residential, the Corolla Village subdivision there is existing. Most development there, if any, would be infill lots or tear down rebuilds. The
conservation area just north of Corolla Light.
That's at Muskrat Track.
That's the what?
That's the White House ramp, that wooded area.
Acreage. Got it,
we picked
okay.
it up. Yeah.
It's
We
called
know.
Muskrat Farm.
That's not where the warehouses are that Ocean Rescue's using, right?
No, that's just south of it.
Okay,
It's in the blue.
Yep.
okay,
Directly across from it.
got it.
All right, and lastly, and the biggest change in this future land use map is it brings in that mixed use category, which is right in the center of the village, and that focuses on a mix of office, commercial, some residential, but really doing a human scale development, pedestrian friendly, that type of development. It speaks to that. And so in a nutshell, that is the plan and what it speaks to. And again, it just addresses that area of Corolla, and I think that area, even though this plan was done some time ago, is still relevant, but I would then open the discussion to, your thoughts on it.
I find it interesting that Villages, Ocean Hill is all proposed. I'm looking at that right, Jenny, right? That's Villages? Or is that the backside of, no, that butts up to the Freedman, where the ropes course is, right?
Where do you look at?
The
The
northern
blue
boundary of
mixed
it.
use.
Okay.
Yeah.
That is, so we got the park, and then it goes into the village. That's kind of, I guess that's the village, right? Yeah,
The blue?
yeah.
village.
Most of it's in the village, yeah. Kind of backs up into where the back of the tow lot, and, yeah, it's Larry's tow yard. Okay.
I think the plan's
I need to
still
read-
tracking.
Yeah, I don't see
I mean,
much changing.
we've pretty much executed
Yeah.
the plan.
Right. And in the attachment, or in the agenda packet, there is, we listed out the policies and action statements, just so you have them in front of you.
Before we delve off into that, one thing that does occur to me is that MXR mixed use, just north of that pond, that area where the ropes course is, we've got a ton of commercial activity happening in there. And while we're talking about this area, that has evolved into something else, but it's it's got some, is there some problems with the property deed restrictions or something like that too, with the way it was carved up with?
You talking about the very northern piece up there?
Yeah, well, yeah, see, the one, you got pond land that loops
Like
around.
the hook.
Yes, and that, so you got a tow, well, you had a tow lot in there, a parking lot in there, Tucker Landscaping's in there, you've got, they're also storing some lifeguard stuff back there, heavy equipment in there. It is totally being used as a light industrial area. It's not zoned that at all, but it's being used that way, and it's evolved into that, and I think we kind of just have stayed away from it. It was never intended to be that way.
Most of what you're talking about is outside of this area,
Right.
the small area
And
boundary,
so,
and it's part of the Villages at Ocean Hill PUD.
All right,
And the activities that are associated with that parcel have all been approved through a special use permit, amended sketch plan of the PUD,
okay,
and then subsequent site plans as required. There was some recent enforcement action back there because some uses have been moved around to where they were
Right.
not permitted.
right. You
Yeah.
know, I talked about that. It begs the question, should that small area plan maybe move up to encompass that area and turn that into a mixed use area? I mean, these are all parts of different PUDs or whatever, the case may be.
I wonder though if, and I'm going to use the heavy equipment type thing, we reach a place where we have no place to put that.
Right. It needs to be there, right? That
I
was one of the
agree.
things that was not accounted for when Corolla, when they started developing it with the PUD system. We didn't account for, okay, where does the landscaper put his stuff?
Right.
Right?
Because
Where's that
you
business
don't want
at?
it going up and down 12,
Right.
right? I don't want to be spotting bulldozers up and down
Right,
12.
Right. And it's not a lot, but you know, it's worthy of discussion because if and when the bridge actually happens, then it becomes kind of a moot point because now you can come across over to here
Right.
and deal with it over here, but which is tomorrow. We're talking about Barco area. So anyway, just a point that maybe it involves an expansion of this small area plan and encompassing what's going on in that little nook just to the
Probably
north of it.
should,
Yeah.
I think.
And so, you know, maybe jumping ahead, are we suggesting going back to the community to have discussions about the future of the small area plan? Is it still relevant? Does it still meet the community desires, needs, wants? I mean, the world's changed a lot in 12 years.
It has, and I think getting this in front of you today is the first step. If there is a desire to, take a good look, I think that getting out to the community would be a good step. You can do that. You could have community meetings. You could do, as the plan did the first time around, and get a survey out and get word out for the survey. But yeah, I would be curious to see what the community, given whatever turnovers happened in the past 12 years, what their feelings are.
I just have a question, because this predates my time on the board. Who decided what the small area is? Who drew the boundaries?
Ben,
Okay, all right.
I don't know. I just threw that out
Well,
there.
Ben Woody was the planning director. I think, Jenny, you were involved some in the plan.
Yeah, and I want to say that the committee actually discussed the boundaries of the plan. I don't think that was set prior to the,
So the focus group,
correct.
the focus group
That's my
committee? Okay. And so what would, if we're talking about the area that Bob was bringing up, it's just north of the
It's where the blue is.
blue,
Yeah.
north of the blue,
That funky little pond right there.
what would it take then to include that? Would that reconvene as a small committee again?
I would think so,
to
and then
change?
add some of the landowners potentially, and it's Villages at Ocean Hill, which is that PUD.
Mm-hmm.
So
So-
they were possibly involved initially, but there's different people there to
Okay.
involve.
Right,
this
yeah, it's
time.
changed over time.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's absolutely worth revisiting this with the public. I think the bigger area of concern was really looking at the village too at this time, what was going on with the village to develop because nothing has happened back there, right? And it's still not really much has happened. We got one new building back, and two new buildings
But,
back there.
well, we got the inn,
Yeah.
but it's really, I mean, it's kind of cool because
It's-
the character of the village hasn't
It's
changed.
kept its character.
And
which is
I
good.
think it would certainly, I think it'd be worth doing another,
flyby that, yeah.
you know,
reconstitute that.
but I think strongly would be, here's what the plan said, here's what the community said 12 years ago, because despite popular opinion and what might appear on Facebook, we actually do plan and follow it. And I think this is a testimony to
Right.
doing what we said, or, you know, the county preserving what was important to the community. And that I think is that's a good story.
Mr. Chairman, the board provided direction to re-engage on the historic Corolla Village sidewalk project this
Yeah.
year. So I think re-engaging on that and then meeting with the community.
Bring it all back together. Yeah, tie it all together.
Yeah.
Right, because this ties into a couple other plans on the agenda when you're talking about the pedestrian plans
Yeah.
and the wayfinding plans.
Right.
It all,
It all
you know,
comes
links together. So,
Right.
you know, I definitely think there would be the opportunity there if you did re-engage the public to do it on a, you know, across all plans, and you could.
And we'll do this in Pinehurst next time, not here at Corolla. Okay, thank you. Continue on, please.
All right, well, the last thing really with the plan, as I said, is that in the packet, we list out the policies and action items. And, you know, I would encourage, you know, as Commissioner Beaumont says, I think a lot of the issues that are dealing, you know, that we're dealing with here have been, you know, relatively followed. One of the big things it talks to is the pedestrian safety. I think that the conflict points along Route 12, go ahead.
Speaking of Johnson, where are we on sidewalks?
That, I could probably speak better to that, but we've actually, Coastal Engineering did the survey and engineering where to locate the sidewalk on the section T, which is the missing piece.
Right.
And I believe you guys have reached out to,
Appraisal underway, I believe.
Yeah.
Correct, Megan?
yeah. So it's moving along.
And so once we receive the appraisal, Megan will be able to then file a complaint to take that necessary area.
Well, we could pull the one appraiser in here because he could have done that, like sitting in the chair.
Right,
and
the
we'd
guy
already be
from-
done.
right. And we're also, have you guys reached out to,
Of course, it'd be overturned
Spindrift
by the community college.
this
but
point?
That's okay.
So,
On that,
the southern end, between where Johnson's property ends and the Spindrift, basically, to cover the front of Spindrift,
I mean, for the multi-use path,
Yeah.
that they've agreed
Yes.
that they would
Yeah.
give their little piece. We haven't talked to them directly. No.
okay, yeah, so that's another facet of it, to get it to tie in all the way to the southern beach access now. Interesting, and I talked to Carlos again, I actually have, the map, the plat for that. Right where you exit the S-turns where that parcel ends on the north side of it, we have a 10-foot or 20-foot wide deeded easement or whatever to Currituck County. And he said, we talked about you looking into it a little further, and he has looked into it extensively. And the survey actually shows from that point south, not that point. So
going to Duck?
no, this is on the north end.
Okay.
So right where the S-turns
yeah.
are past the
Yeah.
ABC store, it actually extends into the Currituck Club. So it comes into the back of their clubhouse, not the clubhouse, where they keep the golf carts and the storage area yard for them. There is a potential for another beach access right there to cross NC 12 and access the beach and alleviate some of their traffic from their neighborhood overcrowding
Yeah.
that public access.
That's something we need, Megan, and I've talked briefly about that. I don't know if she's gotten into the legal research, but we need to evaluate that more closely. 'Cause
Yeah.
I see what Carlos is saying, but I don't follow the.
Not ready to jump on that ship?
I
Yeah.
don't follow the instruments.
And just as a cool
Yeah.
piece, there's some kind of bunker in there too,
Let's go.
like U-boat, you know. Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
yeah. There's an old bunker in there that they would observation post basically. That's right
Well, they-
beside
During,
where
and I
this
want to
terminates
say
at the beach.
World War
Two.
One or two, I think it was two.
Two.
A U-boat put folks ashore and got arrested by they were captured.
I didn't know they had a little.
It's buried down there, but yeah, Carlos just said it's in there. And, it's an interesting piece of history that if there's any way to preserve it, if it's
Wow.
back there,
Wouldn't know that.
as we move forward, it'd be
Pistol
cool.
gun. No.
All right, we've totally gone off topic from,
We got into guns in World War II. Yeah.
right.
But yeah, so listed there, the policies, you can go over. One other interesting thing in the policies is that it speaks to establishing a committee and looking at UDO amendments, particularly in, establishing some kind of incentive-based design standards for the area. Now, I don't think that is something that's never come to fruition, but it would be interesting moving forward to have that to dive into the UDO and that, because, plans are just, what we want to see. The UDO is where you can get the meat and really put some, incentives for the type of development, we want to see in that area. So that's one, when we went through the policies, one thing that we identified that hasn't been followed through yet that is an interesting thought.
Okay. What else you got for us?
On this one, that really sums up the plan.
Okay.
Other than, we could go through each policy, policy and action statement, go through them all, but
I don't think we
I
need
don't
to.
think we need to.
Just one note on the architectural details, no, they weren't necessarily specifically incorporated in the ordinance, but we have had some conditional rezonings that have included using that Corolla Village vernacular and architectural features. So we have incorporated that into plans in the village.
Okay. I think we've seen that. I mean,
Yeah.
the trading post that Jay Bender and his wife built, that building kept that kind of look back there. Even the inn
The
kept
Corolla
us.
Village Inn,
Yeah.
right.
I
The
think we-
chapel expansion.
Yeah. Yeah. It's all it's worked.
And Kevin, your last comment, you're suggesting that we look at these policies to maybe tweak the UDO and to make them marry together. Is that what you were
Well,
suggesting?
yeah, I think that's always, when you're looking at something like this, that's an interesting, that's something that should be considered. How you take the, policies that are guidelines, so to speak, how you can tie it into code where, staff, when we're looking at applications, there is the rezoning process, which is great, that we've used that. There's also instances where it might not have to come in front of the board, and then having, some guidance in the UDO helps staff, drive home. Because a lot of these design features, let's face it, it can add a cost onto the construction. So, there's often a struggle with staff. We're trying to get the nicest product we can. The more standards we have in the UDO, the easier that is.
Do you think it would be beneficial to have this discussion with our small area plan group of people and let them have some input on that?
Yes, I do.
All right.
Are there any examples that you can think of, or Jenny, that you can think of where these policies may be in conflict with the UDO?
I don't think they're in conflict. No.
Okay, all right.
Okay. All right. Well, moving on. Anybody need a break? Are we good?
I think Leanne's.
Is it? All right. You want to? Yeah, we're 12 o'clock. Yeah. Half hour, 45 minutes.
That's all we have.
Yeah. All right. Let's just break for lunch then, and we'll come back after lunch in half hour, 45 minutes.
12:30 good?
Talked about
Half an hour?
12:30.
Works for me.
Yeah, keep it
12:30.
rolling. All right, 12:30.
All right.
Everybody
let's
back?
do this. Yep, let's do this. What are we on? Legal?
All right.
Longest wayfinding.
No, we're still in Vision for Corolla, I believe.
Yeah,
Oh, we
under
finished that?
wayfinding, right?
Health services, wayfinding.
Yes,
Yep.
okay, yeah.
Okay.
All right. Let's get back into it. Kevin, you got, are you back up again and running?
Yes.
Wayfinding.
You look like you had to think about that for a minute.
Physically, I'm here. Mentally, I had to think about it for a second.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so the next plan we're going over is actually really tied into the last one we did, and this is Corolla Village, but it focuses on the circulation and wayfinding, that pedestrian aspect, which if you'll remember on the previous plan, that was a very important aspect that was identified. So this drills down, and what I suggest we do on this is I'll give a brief overview of the plan, the same way I did the last, but then in the agenda packet, there is a project status update. And then I think that would be something that, would be beneficial to go through. It shows the status of each, and then we can start to discuss those and, which projects would be a priority and, want to move forward and which might fall by the wayside. So the plan, this plan was adopted May 5th, 2014. The plan identifies 5 goals. The first is mobility, and that's improving all modes of transportation. The second is safety, and the big thing there is reducing pedestrian, bicycle, car conflicts. The third is health and quality of life, increasing the number of people walking and biking. The fourth is economic development, which aims to improve visitor experience, encourage more day trip and long-term visitation, while maintaining that village feel. So again, you're getting that sense of place emphasis. And the fifth and final was environment and history, and that's protecting and enhancing the ecological and historical integrity of the area. So the plan suggests improvements to address issues with vehicles, pedestrians, and bicycles, mostly during the summer months, which, is kind of obvious as at the time of this plan, and these numbers might have changed, but the plan references that there's a 50,000 person influx in the summer. And I'm not sure what that number is now, but at the time the plan was written, that's what it references.
It's like 60.
Yeah, I think it's more like upper 60s somewhere now.
So, and I'm trying to go back. Remember when they had the whole pedestrian plan for, I don't want to steal thunder, maybe.
No, please.
Where we had the Corolla was going to be southbound, Lighthouse was going to be.
Yeah. Yeah, that was the state's pedestrian bike ped thing we did.
Oof.
Yeah.
That's C.
What?
That's C.
Yeah.
It's coming up, Paul. You're heading.
Well, like I said, steal thunder. Do we? And I'm sure there's close calls, but how many accidents do we have with pedestrians in cars in Corolla?
It's a fair amount.
Is it?
I mean, I see them at some of those are getting taken, like Ace, right there at that corner at Ace in the bank. I mean, it seems like there's somebody right around there, someone being hit, or mopeds going down, or bicyclists. I mean, there's some kind of vehicular accidents around there all the time.
No, I mean,
you're talking about people versus car.
people versus
on bike.
car.
Couple.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really, when you consider how many people, right, over the summer,
Where it's actually low.
it's pretty darn low.
And it may be just because the traffic's creeping along. That's probably the biggest
Right,
factor, right?
right.
You just can't move. So it's
And I
hard to
think probably to the point you just raised, it's those goofy tri-wheels and the mopeds where I'm on vacation
Right. Yeah, they're just
and they do stupid, and
Yeah,
we're
that-
surprised when something happens.
self-inflicted for them.
Anyway,
Okay.
in other words, Corolla's pretty safe, but I think you're right. It's because traffic's not moving.
All right. Here is the focus area of the plan. It really is the same of the last plan that you reviewed. So this is an interesting kind of slide that shows bicycle characteristics and pedestrian characteristics. And I thought it was interesting because of bicyclists, only 1% were found to be strong and fearless. A majority of bicyclists, 60% to be exact, were interested in biking but concerned. Just thought that was interesting, speaking to the what the plan focuses on. The other is pedestrian characteristics, and it broke it down into age group. And 1 to 4, you're learning to walk. 5 to 8, you have increased independence but poor depth perception. 9 to 13, poor judgment and the sense of being invincible. 14 to 18 is just straight up poor judgment.
That's the truth.
About 27,
I
28
taught them for
actually
30
is probably
years.
And then 19 to 40 is active and fully aware, although that poor judgment might extend into that 19 to 40. 41 to 65, slow reflexes, and 65 plus, difficulty crossing the street, vision and hearing loss. So I just thought that was interesting that the plan dove into kind of the dynamics of bicyclists and pedestrians. Another thing the plan focuses on is road design, that optimal separation between pedestrian and vehicle. Paul, to speak to you, this would be the type of layout if they did convert Lighthouse and into one way. This is what they desired. This starts to talk to complete streets and safety. So this would be a desired street section according to the plan.
Bad plan.
As far as the implementation goes, the plan divided it into 2 areas. The first was low-cost, high-impact items, and the second were high-cost, higher-impact items. Under low-cost, these are kind of the low-hanging fruit, pretty easy to achieve. It was reduce speed limits, develop maps, open street events, art festivals, that sort of thing. Convert Corolla Village Road to a one-way and restripe it, much like we saw in the previous slide. Raised brick crosswalks, bike racks, and pet waste stations. Then it speaks to high cost, higher impact. This would be improvements to NC 12, including a median and street trees, reconfiguring historic Corolla Park entrance, adding multi-use paths along NC 12, adding boardwalks along Corolla Village Road, a cohesive signage package, and improve the key nodes with sitting areas, benches, signage, and that sort of thing. The plan, really the meat of the plan is that it breaks it up into project types, and we'll get to that in a second, but it lists out project types and it divides it into areas and types of projects. So it covers Whalehead and Historic Corolla Park, nodes, boardwalk and accesses, circulation and public transportation, greenways and paths, pedestrian safety, village, bicycle boulevard, park and village amenities and programs. In all, there are 49 projects identified. As you'll see, to date, about half of them have been completed or some portion completed. And that leads me to what you have in your packet, and that is the project status update. And as I said, this is the meat of the plan. It gives each project, each of the 49 projects, and its status. So I will leave it up to you how you want to go through it, or.
I don't know that we're going to go through the whole thing,
Good, as
but
long as we know we're moving through.
some of it's undoable, and it kind of, looking down at we get into M5, M6 down towards Yalpone Lane and Audubon at Hampton Inn. The Pine Island won't come off of not letting us put a greenway on the east side of the road. And one idea I've had for a long time after going to Florida is approaching, if Robbie still is, do you know if Robbie's still around at the Audubon, Robbie Fern? Approaching him about putting in nature trails below the runway down to the duck line. So he's got all that forest land there. It's all live oak. There's a great park outside of St. Augustine that they did that, and it's bicycle, walking, hiking trails. And and if we could maybe approach him about moving, I know we're trying to stay on the east side of the highway, cause that's where the roads are, the people are at, but if Robbie's willing to give up some land over there for a bike path and it doesn't affect anything, it'd be interesting to have that conversation with him.
I guess something different than the road or path they already have from.
They have a little bit, right, where we've
Different-
acquired it for,
Well, they have a different, there's a different one. There's a road that runs along the Sound from the
Right.
tennis center down
they have,
to
that's the
Sandal.
old, Red Road down there for the power line road that ran back there, so. Well, ultimately, yes, so, I wish I'd have to find the name of the place in Florida, but anyway, it has trails all through the Live Oaks. And you just walk through, and it has interconnectivity between them, so you can run the whole outer loop if you want to, or do little diversions, and they're color coded with little wood signs at all the intersections. But you know, one of the things he talked to us about years ago was putting a parking lot down there and wanting to get kayak launches on the Sound side back there. So I think we would have to be the one that actually built the parking lot, because we've given him money and he didn't use it for what he said he was going to use it for 4 or 5 years ago. It seems like we gave him 50 grand or something like that when he first came on the board.
About $250,000 we were committing for renovation of their
Right.
lodge.
And have we seen any? Right.
How much again?
I thought it was 250,000 or something like that. We did a grant
But
agreement.
either way, he hasn't used it like he intended to use it.
He may have used it for that. I don't recall that. That might have been before I came on the board, but I know since I've been on the board, maybe my first year, we gave, I want to say 50,000 for something, and so
To who?
what? I feel like it was to do something to put a parking area in down below the runway so that people could access the Sound back there, because they had
I don't
areas you can
remember
launch
that.
kayaks and paddle back, through those little streams that are basically around all those little islands and stuff back there. But that's, anyway. If we could do something like that and possibly move the road, the greenway to the other side of the road, and it doesn't affect anything he does,
And you
then it's a
just
great way to accomplish the southern end and start working towards that. And those hiking nature bicycle trails are just an amenity to our guests that are here. And
Then you just have to do a crosswalk across the
Yeah.
12
yeah,
to
you
get
just
to the
do
other side.
you
then?
do one or you do them at the driveway entrances or something like that along the way to the various points. But yeah, Pine Island doesn't want to lose their berm and overgrown plants, and yeah, so you can see their houses. Anyway,
And there are bike paths throughout.
they have
Pine Island
internal
anyway.
bike paths within their thing. So anyway, but it goes along to finishing the southern half of the greenway.
Sounds
So it's worth engaging him, I think. But one of the things they do at this place in Florida I go to, they have a suggested donation box when you come in. You stop and you put it in an envelope, $5 a person or something like that. So it's a way for the Autobahn on the back end to raise money. Money goes towards the Autobahn. People get it. They'll put a 20 in there and go back and use the park or whatever. And you can even sell parking passes. He could for residents or something if you want to buy a year pass for $100 or something like that to help with the maintenance of the trails and things of that nature. So I don't know, it's a great park.
That's something that sounds like it's worth exploring.
Yeah.
Have the conversation.
Where's it at in Florida?
It's about St. Augustine. It's over on the island right there, whatever that island is across from, just north of St. Augustine on the north
I want to
side.
say Sanibel, but I think that's down south.
Yeah, it's
St. Simon.
Yep.
yeah, it's between St. Simon and the point down there where there's a Hampton Inn down there.
All right, well,
Anyway, it's a really cool park, and that's basically all it is. You just
And that would finish up our section right through there of some type of.
And the other one I think, Ike, you guys are dusting off is the village trying to get a bike path, pedestrian path in the village.
Yes.
That is, and so that's another thing. They wanted to reverse the village road, make it one way like what we saw in that picture earlier. And I'm a little reticent to do that because that area is confusing enough without trying to have people going. If we can get people off the road, it solves the problem, right?
They're not going to.
That's the big thing, is get them off the road. connect them with Whalehead, with Park, and I believe we have we had at one point most of the permissions to do what we need to do. It did have to jump across at Schoolhouse or something like that, or,
All we have is conceptual.
okay. I feel like,
I don't believe we didn't have permission or
Okay.
easements or.
Would it be on
I
the,
thought Eileen had gotten to
if
most
I'm
of the
walking
people on
towards the village, would it be on the left side or the right side?
sound
I
side.
believe that conceptual's had it on the left side.
Sound
West.
side.
Okay, all right.
West side
West
of the
side.
road. So it'd be a raised walkway, cause it's, everything's wet through there.
Right,
you know,
right.
so-
And then so to cut back, there would be crosswalks then to the lighthouse, crosswalks to the village.
I
Is
think
that,
I think it bounces, comes back across at Schoolhouse Lane.
But you'd end up with a lot of multiple crosswalks. if
There's-
You just start going down the driveways.
Yeah, because the I guess this is it Scarborough House or whatever that's back there. They don't want to take out their driveway and tree right in front of their house. So, but that's okay because if it bounces across the road there, it dumps them into Crawl Village Barbecues there.
Right,
that
right.
Trading Post building's there.
As
There's
long as
there's
you can
stuff
get
on
both
that side.
sides, I'd
They got that other little building with the art gallery and stuff in it. So it's okay if it crosses the road. And it's not enough traffic.
And I don't
it's
know
that
that
big
you need a
deal.
crosswalk.
Right at that intersection where Schoolhouse and,
you would.
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah,
But
you
I mean,
would.
not,
Would.
not further
Not a
down
big
into the
deal, right?
village.
It's just, it ends and you cross.
And you also have crosswalks already between the lighthouse and the bathroom and the Maritime Museum.
Right, but on the main road, there's no, if you did it on the east side of the road, I'll say the left, because I'm not confident in east, but, if you did it on the left side of the road, from, say, the wildlife area, the Wildlife Museum and the Boat Museum, you would still need it to cross that
You cross
road
our
there by the
driveway.
lighthouse, so you'd need,
Do
I
we
mean,
have,
am I right?
oh, we can't get to the computer. If we could pull up maps for it to show it. So where you would cross our driveway entrance where you come out of the park, right? Come across the driveway there and then it would tie into where the closed walkway is from the WRC building. Go along in front of the old boat storage museum and through that swamp in front of Hadley's place. And then, I don't know the ability to zoom in, so.
you definitely need, something is needed there. Just the
Yeah.
2 times that I went up there were people everywhere. I mean, it would be unsafe for people to try to drive some days because it
Oh,
was
the traffic, the foot
literally
traffic.
people everywhere. I don't know how anybody felt comfortable driving through that.
Yeah, just lack of
Speed.
options.
You just keep your speed up.
Oh, well, yeah, no chance
People
you're
get out of the
gonna
way.
hit 10 or 12 people.
Jumping back real quick on the Audubon Society, we gave them $200,000 grant in 2018 for renovation of some historic structures on their property.
Yeah, so it's supposed to be some stuff that was open to the public, and that place hasn't been. Oh, well, now COVID hit, but we haven't seen or heard from him in a long time.
They did some upgrades to some of the existing buildings out there, though. Actually, I think all of the existing buildings. They
Yeah.
did do upgrades.
Well, I knew they had a plan to do a lot of stuff. They were actually trying to build all kinds of stuff out there.
They pulled back on a lot of that, and I don't know. It's kind of
Carnival
like,
cruises got so expensive.
Somebody throw Paul out. Kevin.
So in a nutshell, are we working on, we're working on acquiring land and get moving this forward? Is that what I'm hearing?
We could step it up with some more amenities.
I mean, I don't know, where are we at with all this now? Connect,
We had the conceptual plan, we need to move now into construction drawings.
Right.
And then acquire any easements that might be necessary.
okay.
So, pull the conceptual back up, so if you're on Corral Village Road, looking towards the sound, the proposed walkway would be on the
This
left side of the road.
Okay.
This side.
The same side of the road as Maritime and Historic Crawler Park. When you get to the existing intersection right now, at the end of the road, it would actually cross over,
To the east side.
to the east side of the road.
Right here.
Here, okay, so
Yeah.
would there need to be
There's
a
not one now.
crosswalk at this one? where
Megan, that'd be an
the-
amenity.
So it'll stay on the left
We'll
side
put a
to
re-
here,
There it
but
is.
then down here,
So,
before Schoolhouse Lane.
right here.
Yeah, before that, this is where the lighthouse is.
No, that's an old dirt road. It goes back to Megan's house and Hadley's house is right
Okay,
here.
all right, okay.
Yeah, there's nothing there.
We'll go up a little bit more. Can you scroll up for just a? I'm trying to, oh, anything else?
Okay.
So where's the light?
Scrolling.
Is that worth mentioning?
So,
The lighthouse is down here.
right, so there's a road that goes there too,
Mhm.
right? So
Yes.
would we need a crosswalk
Crawl Village
there?
Road.
Right.
So so right here is all parking along Crawl Village Road.
Mm-hmm.
And the one thing we haven't done, which Tamron talked about doing, was coming across at the crosswalk. So we've already got a crosswalk here.
Mm-hmm.
And bringing the road in behind the pavilion that's existing on that northeast corner of the park, and trying that into the park and doing nature trails and stuff throughout the park. Yeah.
We don't have room there to do that.
Sure we do. You guys are unimaginative.
Yeah, but what do you think?
A
Bob?
real estate.
No, a walkway, a pedestrian walkway. We're on pedestrian, not roads, so sorry to confuse you. I know she had pretty big plans at one time, maybe it goes back to Diane, about doing walkways and the whole walking plan through the park itself, because there was existing walkways that were there from a million years ago and tying all those in, but that goes right into what you're saying. If we end up with a walkway through here, comes along in front of the Maritime Museum, you would have to cross the road right here where the WRC parking lot is, and then take a right and head up on the west side, and then it jumps back. By the east side in front of the lighthouse.
This was particularly problematic when I was up there.
Yeah, that whole area is crazy.
Because people were coming from the
Park,
wildlife area. They were coming down the
Village Road.
and then there were people walking in all of those areas. There were people coming from the village. It was
It's very chaotic.
very chaotic, and it felt very dangerous to me.
So part of the conceptual that Carlos put together included, which we discussed when we were talking about putting in the playground, about having an access that came down off of the greenway down into the park, which was not to do that because there's an existing sidewalk from the entrance to
Right,
the park.
coming
that
into the
comes
park,
down.
right.
So we didn't do that, but I think that there may be an opportunity to connect from the sidewalk that will be around the playground to another interior
Right.
sidewalk.
So I guess the question is, if there's room on top of that ridge where you come in, so you got the parking area for the lighthouse, right? It's just kind of a dirt parking area along Schoolhouse Lane on the south side of Village Road. If there's room to put a sidewalk on in between that and the WRC and our building.
So that is proposed.
Okay.
And it's conceptual, so they were gonna reconfigure the parking area and, have the parking at an angle.
Mm-hmm.
And then install a boardwalk between those parking spots and Maritime.
Right, yeah, okay,
That'll work.
Which all is part of this plan, right? The Crawl Village.
yeah. But none of us has seen it, so that would be, and if we have, it's been a long time, so it would be great to dredge that out maybe in one of the meetings so that we can see it again, in person and live and,
I can do that now if you like.
Yes.
Or, yes?
yes, we're here. What do you think, Kevin?
I think that's a good idea.
Okay.
This Kevin thinks the same.
As long as you're on board with it.
Of course.
That was a good pop. That hurt my knee.
Well, while she sets up too, when we're talking about these plans, crosswalks are a reoccurring theme in this. The importance of crosswalks, the plan calls for elevated crosswalks and, at least at the entrance, I don't believe there is one, you said, Jenny?
Elevated, you mean over top?
No, elevated meaning you put in like a
Oh, okay.
stamp brick or something
okay.
that
Oh, yeah.
distinguishes it more than just a line on the
Nice
road.
crosswalk.
Yeah.
Another amenity.
Those
So-
things are expensive. But the red brick one down by, yeah, Albacore is cool. So.
I think they do the stamped concrete. I've seen that as well.
That's pretty.
It's cheaper than the brick, but
Yeah, we have some of those in Coral.
Kenny, just in time. We were lost without you. Have a seat. Somebody sitting there. Except for Megan, she's got some urban sprawl happening.
She's taking up the whole space over there, so.
is,
Oh, look.
Okay, showtime.
Let's see.
Got one over here.
So,
Little
so
reach.
this, I don't know where to stand.
You're fine, I mean, whatever works.
All right, so this is 12. This is Corolla Village Road. This was what I was referring to a moment ago, the proposed entrance off of the Greenway. So you'll see, here's the pavilion. The playground's going to be right here. So you can't see it. Unfortunately, I don't have a complete plan set.
Is that the slide of the goose in the turning lane on 12?
Mm-hmm. There we go.
All right, so there you can see the parking spots. This is the interior boardwalk.
Okay, the parking lot, that's where the air up station is, right?
No,
Those are
This is
across
the
the lighthouses
village.
right
I'm
across the street.
confused here. where
Village,
we're
Yeah,
Corolla Village
that's the
Road.
Crawl Village Road.
Yeah.
So
So
to the right is
Maritime's
NC12.
back here. This is the entrance off of Corolla Village Road, where that crosswalk is.
parking on that road now.
at. Okay, where's NC 12 again?
Right where
Over
she's
here.
standing.
Right there, okay.
She's
Okay.
NC 12.
Oh, no, okay, so we're looking, okay, I see orientation. Okay, where's the lighthouse in Court?
Right across, right where that inn is.
Okay, now I know where we're at, okay,
Further down is like the
okay.
Would the parking like that reduce the number of spots, or it's not gonna affect the number of spots?
I'm not sure.
Okay, I'm not either. I
You'll
just-
probably lose one, maybe two.
So it wouldn't be much,
But yeah, overall, it wouldn't be much.
okay.
The flip side is now we have the Maritime Museum, so we have more parking
Right,
created
right.
internally and a walkway through to the bathrooms at
Right.
Breezeway that accesses right where the,
Right.
So where does that, the yellow going north, where does that go?
That's the village.
It's Village
that's the
Road.
Village Road.
That's the village road, okay.
Well, this concept is one way, so the road would become one way, and then there would be some additional space for bike. I think a bike lane.
Okay.
So when you say one way, is it just that road, or when they got to the end, they couldn't go left to Heritage Park? Would
No,
they
they go
only have
left
to
or
go
right.
right, or would the one way only be Corolla Village Road?
No, you could turn left into the park, right, or take a right and head north on Crawl Village Road.
But you're not gonna go far.
So it's only that road that's one way,
And Village Road.
correct?
Correct.
Okay.
You can only go a block.
Yeah, but you could go,
One way.
but you could go south and back into the village.
Correct.
So if you come into the village up by Carolina Barbecue Twitty, now I think the school board over there for the Wave School has asked to turn that road one way, northbound only,
Okay.
up to Schoolhouse Lane. So anybody coming in by Twitty, coming down to that stop sign, can't turn left and come to the Heritage Park if we do
Okay.
that one way northbound, which is what the school is asking, so they can have parents drop off their kids at their new building.
Keep going around.
And then they hook around and come back out. So anybody coming down now has to go take a right and go up and come back out by.
Right.
Trying to picture where where the road would be to leave.
Up at
Is
the
that-
gravel road by Twitty's maintenance building up there,
Okay.
and the Wild Horse Inn or whatever it is, that new
It's right before.
where Crawl Classic Vacation was, and they remodeled it and put that little
Isn't that a gravel road?
yeah.
Yeah,
It's not, but nobody knows who owns it or maintains it.
So the
That's why I've been
only-
What's that?
I've been hesitant
Because
to
then that road gets tore up, who's gonna fix it?
exactly to green light, pushing this for for them because of that reason.
You'd have to pave it. It'd have to get paved.
Yeah, but nobody owns it.
Private road?
I mean, it's private road.
Yeah, you can't pave it if
Who's
it's
gonna,
somebody's.
who gonna, you know?
Well, can you divert public traffic down a private road?
All the time. It happens in front of my house.
It's private for
Barefoot
public
Lane
use.
all the time.
Right, it's private, but public
Private
use.
development, but it's
Right.
public use, and I hate it because they tear the roads up and I can't get anybody to fix it, so. Anyway, that's another story
So
for another
if you
day.
could,
Got some nice speed bumps.
These?
Yeah.
You can have
if you can go, okay, so Corolla Village Road down by the lighthouse is one way, but when you get to the end, you still could go right. But there'll be no other traffic coming from your right because it's one way
Right.
down that street.
Right.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to put. Well, that certainly would solve some of the chaos
So
that
that
was
green
there.
would be a pedestrian lane in the roadway.
Okay.
Am I reading that right, or is that just, you're putting,
That's traffic. Well, that's two-way traffic is those arrows.
Two-way traffic on the green?
No. The boardwalk itself is this,
Is the yellow.
right,
roadway's
yellow
to the
curve.
left.
Here's the road, and these are the
Oh, okay.
traffic arrows. So the boardwalk would go right down Schoolhouse, and then it also goes a little bit further up Corolla Village, but I believe dead ends at Persimmon.
okay, yeah. Persimmon is the road, the gravel road, at the north end of the village.
Here we go, Persimmon.
That's the gravel road.
And that's basically where the inn is at, the Twitty's inn.
That's,
So the people that aren't familiar with this too much, I'm trying to put my head around that. So 12 is still to the right.
Yep.
yes.
Okay.
But
And then if you, when you make that right at the end by the schoolhouse, that right to about a block or two takes out, you said Persimmons, you make another right to go back to NC 12.
It's a gravel road that comes
Okay.
out,
but
yeah.
we're diverting a lot of cars down a private gravel road.
For the ones, so you can go right at Schoolhouse Lane, that lane would be in and out, but anybody that comes in has,
Right.
unless they turn into a parking lot, turn around and
Right.
go back out. Yeah, exactly.
So then what I said was wrong, so there will be traffic. If you can you can't take a left at Schoolhouse Lane though, right?
It depends on which,
Okay. So
Which
there will be
beach sticker
traffic
you
coming
have.
from both
Yeah.
directions.
Are we allowed legally to redirect the traffic pattern to send the main exit route down a private road?
that's where I would be.
Because
We haven't done anything. We
Well, no,
just-
but if we do that, then we're using that for the main road now.
Schoolhouse.
And
You
it's a
wouldn't mind if
private
we did
road.
It's probably dedicated to public use.
But not for,
That's a lot of traffic.
but,
Have to have
but
a
we would
hanging-
be, we
Hanger,
would
not
be
a
making
claim.
a decision to change a two-way road to a one-way road to direct it all the time down a private road. Can we legally do that?
Corolla Village Road, I believe, is a state-maintained road.
It is.
Right. So we would have to get permission from DOT.
DOT would
I
do
thought
an
you said the
ordinance
gravel
to do
road
it.
wasn't
Yeah.
though.
Village Road is DOT and paved.
And
Okay.
to
But we're asking DOT to turn it into a one-way road
northbound.
and northbound, and then everybody has to go out via the
Which is the
Persimmon,
private road.
which is a private
Well,
gravel
that's
road.
what I'm
Schoolhouse.
talking about,
Right.
that road right there.
Or Schoolhouse.
Could they go out Schoolhouse?
Can you pull up like Google Maps?
Because legally, I don't know if we can, because
And
all of a
just do the
sudden you're
village.
tearing up a private road, and then you're gonna make the residents
Sorry.
maintain a road that's gonna be heavily trafficked.
From our navigation seat.
You know what I said? It depends on what kind
No,
of
but
hanger.
if we make that
Yeah, if
decision.
you have a
to
cling,
change
you
that
can't go down it, but if it's a
direction,
hanger,
You have the right
then
color
we're
cling, you're
burden
good.
on that private road.
Right. And
That'll help me.
Schoolhouse,
Legal or not, yeah.
Schoolhouse Road is NC DOT maintained.
Right.
It's public.
But that one cut through though was
What I'm
not.
gonna get her, I'm having her bring up
It's
maps so we
Persimmon.
can look at
Right.
bird's eye view.
It's on the north,
Okay,
which is
that'll
not the
help me.
one-way section.
But if we're gonna, if,
One-way section. So you're not making everyone go out Persimmon.
Right.
You could still go in and out Schoolhouse.
so technically,
Jenny, she knows
the
her
people
Corolla.
that own that private road could, I'm just saying, they could put a gate right there if it's a private road and limit it to the people that use it all the time.
Can't gate a private public
And then
access.
somebody had to be there with a clipboard with a list.
Well, DOT told me I could do it
Got
on
it.
my road. Barefoot Lane that cuts through. Well, they told me Barefoot Lane, the only way we can stop the cut through traffic is to put a gate through there. And I said, okay.
So, just, I don't need
Volare.
Y'all can hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, the
This
first
is
song is
It's a
gonna
weird
be-
mic. All right, so we've got the Corolla Village in here, and where are we at? Okay, Lighthouse. So we would turn this road into one-way traffic.
Okay.
That's where you get your parking coming in
Okay.
here. Here's the intersection going to the park right here. You could turn left in the park or go right and go north.
Okay, we're still on the state roads, correct?
Right, these are
now.
all paved roads right
Okay,
here.
state
okay?
roads, okay.
This is Schoolhouse Lane coming in. This is Twitty right here coming in. So they come in. This would be a two-way road.
Okay.
When they get to this intersection, though, they would have to turn right.
Okay, still into a
So
state.
this is what the school is asking, is that we turn Corolla Village Road from here to one-way traffic. It's because the school's right here. Their new school location's right here. They want to be able to have people disgorge their kids and not have two-way traffic on this road. Okay, so that's what they're asking. So that's part of all this discussion. I have said, no, I don't think so. We're going to do a walking plan through here and have these walkways that we're talking about. So once that's in, you remove the pedestrian influence on this road. It's a little different scenario. Plus, the
Bob.
kids are only in school in mid-June.
Bob, if they're dropping their kid off and they come down, if they come in the main way or they came in the other way, they're dropping their kid off out of the passenger seat on the right. So why would it matter?
Exactly.
So if we leave it two-way, then we're really not worried about Persimmons Road then.
Exactly.
Okay, I like
exactly.
that idea better
So it's going to create a lot of problems to have anybody coming this way. If this road is one way northbound, right? They can come out right here at Schoolhouse Lane. This can be it's a two-way road now, and it would remain a two-way road. But if you come in Schoolhouse, you can't go left to come down to the lighthouse, to the park, or anything else.
I don't like that.
If we did that, right? That's one of the reasons I'm against it. So
I don't like that either.
So we'll end up with a walkway on this side of the road between the Maritime Museum right here and excuse me, Corolla Village Road. So you end up with a walkway here, and is the walkway on this side or this side of the road, Rebecca? Okay. So it's right here. So the walkway would have a crosswalk in here somewhere, and come through here and go all the way up to Persimmon.
Hey, Bob, that's where, I mean, there's a lot of parking on that side of the road.
I just don't want to throw
Yeah.
all the traffic on.
Wouldn't it be better to have the walkway on the opposite side?
I would be upset
Well,
about
if we can get the lighthouse to give us the dirt, or that's problematic.
They were not.
I mean, not receptive to it. So,
So we're gonna lose a lot of parking if we do that, though, aren't we?
not really. I mean, you're going to have the cars stacked in this way. You're going to maybe 2 spots over the whole area.
That's
maybe
what I
3.
asked. So you wouldn't.
But
lose
now
so
we've
many-
created parking over here, and we've got parking here. So anybody coming in can park here or here, walk right through the breezeway and right onto the grounds of the lighthouse.
And then we don't have to mess with the road traffic. We can keep it to
Exactly.
I like
It's
that.
only
I
a
like
few
that.
weeks out of a year.
Exactly.
That's,
Now, this road, however, I would suggest probably needs to be one way. And anybody coming down Corolla Village Road could come into the park and exit out the main entrance to the park. If we're going to put a pathway here, like they're saying, make the parking an angled parking.
that's right behind the Maritime Museum,
Back
correct?
out.
Yes.
You're backing out. It's a whole
Yeah.
lot easier with the number of people that are.
But once
around
they
and
get
about.
down to that road, that's all two-way then.
Yeah, this would remain two-way.
Then
They can go left or right.
either
And
way.
anybody coming down here just wouldn't be able to make a left. They just
All
have
right.
to go into the park and come out of the
I like
park.
that idea. I like that idea.
All right. I feel like my presentation is
Thank you, sir. You may sit down now.
deserves an A+.
We'll turn it over to the chairman now to finish up here.
I thought you were going to do karaoke.
Not that
I
anybody-
mean, I haven't heard anybody disagree with that.
Right.
No, I like that idea.
What
Okay.
he said, what your
All right.
conceptual plan is.
Thank you, Rebecca, for your clarification.
I don't see anything on the agenda. What time do we take a nap?
Oh, our computer's broke now.
Payment.
What?
I don't see any agenda. What time do we take a nap?
All right, so did that cover most of what you were?
It did, and the next, plan on the agenda is connecting Corolla, and you've already started to talk about that with the M5 and M6. So, you know, the plan, I could go through whenever I find the pointer. You know, I could go through the plan. It's very similar, just, you know, to the one we just went through. It just extends all the way down and speaks a lot to filling in the gaps of the Greenway and that sort of thing, but.
Which we're working towards, right? I mean, we're working on Section T. That's kind of the last part of that unconnected area. And then the only other part that will be a big deal is if we can get the Autobahn maybe to help us out with allowing the Greenway to go on the west side of the highway versus the east side because of Pine Island, which we've talked about. So I don't think myself or Paul would be supportive of turning traffic one way in Wellhead, having a conga line for a mile and a half to Benito from Albacore.
What impresses me, if that were to happen, is the amount of traffic. I actually think it will make traffic worse.
And the only way I see it even remotely working is if you turn White House, the middle road, Wellhead, into north-south traffic, and our road into northbound.
The chaos,
right? It'd be different if you had city blocks that you could exit, but since we took those up for the stormwater.
And then look at how long between Benito and the next. You're on a one-way road to hell.
Yeah, you're stuck.
So that's why I can't.
Till you get up to the new project that.
So that's why when I get down to those roads, just says turn here, I gotta stop, and I can't go all the way to the extra front now.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah. All right.
Do you have to have an access pass on well? No, I'm just kidding.
Right. One of the
And
stickers.
what color?
Yeah, what color?
Well, it gets orange.
Another Klingon.
Okay, well, we're good. Looks like we got Corolla connected.
I think we've covered most of the real big areas that are left. It's other little nuanced stuff from there, right?
Right.
Because we're working on by the bank of Currituck, or the town insurance now, down across Whalehead, or across the front of Food Line there, getting that straightened out. So we're kind of finishing up the little odds and ends other than that Pine Island section. Okay. Anything further?
No, I think, given by the conversation, I think it's, we're really just chipping away at it.
Right.
Doing a pretty good job, though, at recognizing the projects it prioritizes, so.
Okay. And we've got walkway repairs underway as well. We've got a plan to refurbish the walkways going forward, right? I mean, doing a couple a year, keeping over the dune crossovers, stuff like that. Sorry, dune crossovers. All right. So health services, what's that about? In Corolla.
They're available.
That's the discussion that Ike and I've had with Denise Corey about taking the ABC store, the old ABC store, right?
Right.
Go ahead. I don't want to
as we've heard over the years, the Corolla community have some kind of interest in some kind of medical provider in Corolla. As Selena said during the opioid task force meetings, it has been brought up a number of times, not just primary medicine, but behavioral health or mental health access, and what space might be available in Corolla to house such services. So, of course, we do have the current ABC store space will become empty when when the ABC store moves up to its new facility. So that's one possible idea. A week or so ago, staff and I met with Ashley Stoop, the Albemarle Regional Health Services Director, and her staff. One of the big purpose for that meeting was to talk about our health facility here and what could we do to try to enhance its use, not just from county employees, but also to get the word out to the general public that it is a primary care, urgent care type of facility that's available for all the public to use. They're in fact losing a physician's assistant because of lack of traffic
Right.
coming in there. And so we've agreed to some ideas that we'll further discuss when they hire a new provider to be located here, even perhaps if it means coming up with some kind of catchy name or something other than health department, some other kind of name, you know, Currituck Cares, whatever, that people can then not feel perhaps some stigma associated with going to a health department, if that may be part of the reason why people are not
Well, I don't,
utilizing it.
I don't associate a health department with where I go to see a doctor. I mean, that's not,
Right.
you know, it's not an urgent care, but it is an immediate
Community
care.
care.
So we talked, but in the course of that conversation, then we started talking about, well, what's the possibility of expanding healthcare in Currituck County, including in Corolla? And one of the things that they have been investigating are these federally funded health centers. You get some federal money. And so she said that they're currently doing some data, studying and gathering data to see if it makes sense and where such a place might make sense. And we asked that, well, please include Corolla in that analysis, because we would have some interest, if not every day, at least perhaps having some type of treatment, behavioral, mental, or primary care available sometime during the week or during the month, so.
What, okay, I know, and I don't know where we're at, but is it Currituck Club that owns that space that we rent, where the ABC store is now?
We own that
We
building.
own it, they're condoed out.
I know there's a space that we
Okay,
release
so
or something, yeah.
we own it, but aren't we paying like through the ears?
We are for property property owner association fees, we do pay.
Yeah. I think it makes sense to dump it personally.
I think we
Well,
dump it.
that was always kind of another idea as well, is that once ABC building, you know, relocated, that we would perhaps, well, it would necessitate also the building of another space for the visitor center. Because we own that unit that has the visitor center and the ABC
So come
in it.
come get your liquor while you
Or
get to
lease
your
it.
destination.
Or lease it.
I mean, we could lease it to someone to recoup our losses.
Well, and,
I mean,
you know,
if we,
getting-
I'm sorry.
No, I was gonna say, getting back to the medical side of things, I know the discussions that we've had with Emergent Health is, and even with Dr. Sutton, is they have, physician's assistants willing and wanting to come, and they've had some good ones. The problem is, they're in there twiddling their thumbs, and they need the experience. And there was even, you know, doing something in the south end of the county was, but the issue you're gonna have is having enough work in there to keep the physician assistants, you know, active and wanna stay. And if you don't have that, they're gonna go somewhere else where they can get the experience.
And probably the other part of that problem is people have their doctor they like to go to, right? I mean, you develop a relationship. I don't know.
Oh, when Dr. Owens eventually retires, there's not gonna be in the south end of the county until you
Where are you
get
gonna
across the
get your
bridge.
scripts?
Huh?
So, the insurance building,
Town insurance. Yep. Well, that's a discussion we had initially. We got together and kind of had a little group talk when Ben was still with us about them trying to do something, and that was one of the places that was mentioned. And I don't think town had necessarily a problem with utilizing the space, but they couldn't. They were trying to get some federal grant money, and the median income's too high. We didn't meet the density or whatever for whatever. It was something.
I guess I'm curious, what demand for mental health is there in Corolla?
I think if you ask Denise, it's the number of people that have drug addiction issues, and
She's really tied into the restaurant
industry,
and that type of industry where evidently sees a lot of addiction issues and treatment needs.
Is it enough?
Just a little bit.
well, what she's talking about is part time, so 1 or 2 days a week you have somebody come up, and I think is what she's talking about. My initial conversation with her.
Yes.
Because then the question is, a lot of money. I mean, assuming we pay fair market, right, for a building that is only part-time use.
Well, and the concern I would have is if we got all this and did all this and we advertised right here for this health department up here, and we have it staffed 5 days a week, and we're having a hard time getting people to go up here now. You know, and
I think part of it, I think you hit the nail on the head, is the name. If it's a health clinic, then you
Community
have
care.
a different thought
health
process in your
department
head.
versus health, you know.
And, you know, people in Corolla are talking about having to go to Elizabeth City and the mainland and Nags Head, and I'll bet that half of them don't even realize that you could come right over here and do most of the stuff that they need to do.
If only the channel was dredged.
But we're still doing, I think we put it into focus, right? Yes.
Yes.
And then I guess I don't know if we do blurbs on our social media page periodically, remind people that the service is out there. We should do that quite frequently.
I'm wondering about some paid advertising,
Well, but
Facebook ads.
but anytime we
I mean,
can
there's
send
ways
blurbs
to
out
reach
to
people
remind
that
the
we're not
people,
utilizing.
we just need to keep it in front of them. That's why I've been trying to do the meetings. But if we could put something on our page, just sporadically reminding people that, hey, you can get the prescriptions, physicals, you get all the prescriptions you want written out there.
A lot of people think of health departments as low income.
I know that we need to
Well,
change
that's why it
Change the
says-
name.
or maybe write up an article stating that this is not your typical health department. Maybe do an article on that on there about.
It's not your health department.
Well, we need to change the name. We ought to actually have like a ribbon cutting, like a fresh start. you know?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because-
Rebranding,
Yeah.
turn it into the Currituck Clinic or something like that.
Currituck
or whatever.
Cares Clinic.
Very took wellness
So,
clinic
so
or something.
talking again with Ashley Stoops, we kind of agreed that they get them a new provider that's ready to start, and then we'll kind of do this whole new
Rebranding.
reopening, rebranding.
Adding another
We
amenity.
have had over the last year, they showed us some numbers, we've had more employees and more members of the public utilizing the facility, but certainly would like to have more.
Do
I
they
think-
still, with the wellness clinic, do you still have to do certain things to get points like you used to?
We sort of have a program in our health plan that allows for people to do things and earn, I think they call them rally points or something.
Or you can win stuff too, like they had, I know Morgan from the sheriff's office, it was September. It wasn't September, but September. If you got so many
September?
steps,
Okay.
she won a gift card of some sort.
Kevin, you
So
could easily
maybe
get that.
Somehow coordinate it with the
Yeah.
new
Couple
health
hours.
clinic.
All right, well, sounds good. I think, then I guess we got a plan to move forward with doing something like that then?
Yep.
Rebranding,
So
okay.
I guess the real question is and I guess we can revisit this. Well, the ABC store's gonna be done November, December. They'll be moving in there first of the year, is their plan. I think they might wait through the holidays and get that rush over for New Year's and then start stocking the store and moving everything over, or try and get it done right before Christmas gets here and the quiet time right between November, the end of November, and depending on when it closes and they get the keys.
Before the New Year, yeah.
So I guess now is the time to kind of really decide what we want to do with that. But do we want to turn it into a clinic that provides dual services or not?
I think it's gonna be a lot of expense for very little use.
I don't know. There's a lot of people over in Corolla that will probably use that rather than having to drive somewhere else. I mean, certainly it'd be an experiment the first year for sure.
Did Ashley say, I can't remember, did they'd be able to find somebody to man that?
She didn't commit to something in
Yeah, because I
Corolla.
think they have a hard time trying to find physicians.
said they would-
They've lost a few recently
Right,
over
I
here.
know.
We asked that she, though, as they're collecting data on any other kind of services, encourage her that they include Corolla in that analysis.
I think it would, I think if we rebrand it along with the clinic here, I think it would be something that people, while they wouldn't use it maybe for their primary all the time, I think that, for routine things, they might.
But what Dr. Sutton was telling us, or telling me specifically too, is the issue they have is finding someone to come over to Currituck, and then finding somebody that would want to probably go to the Outer Banks when they could go someplace else was a lot more popular. I mean, I'm just saying that's the issue he said he was finding, is trying to get, and when they do find somebody, they get over there the volume's not there, they kind of get bored and they
So
move
I
on
think,
to somewhere else.
I think it's, if it's Corolla, for instance, you maybe only have that open Monday and Wednesday during the winter or something like that. During the summer, that thing will be jumping with sprained ankles, sniffles, ear infections. I mean, you'll have plenty of volume during the
And
summertime.
then maybe we talked to Ashley, said, look, maybe they can advertise finding somebody to do jump back and forth between here and there.
This clinic maybe stays open 3 days a week, and that one 2 days a week. I mean, it's
So, well, that's an option too.
it's something to look into. I think would be, and then during the summer, like I said, Corolla, that thing will stay busy.
Okay.
It'll stay busy. I mean, you go down to the urgent care down here at Southern Shores.
Well,
and
you're right, with all the accidents.
that thing
and
is
tourists, it
packed.
probably would stay
Yeah,
busy, you're right.
yeah.
Well,
You know,
that's-
Dad's spraining his ankle after here holding my beer. Let me get on the skim board. He's,
Okay, well,
they're
that's
down.
definitely worth exploring then, and
All right. All right.
Before you leave Corolla, are there any other capital projects that you might have in mind that you would want to see added in the capital improvement plan?
I think the fire department wanted you to build a new fire station
Well, they
over there
did.
by the ABC store. Give us that. I mean, we could get rid of the liquor store and get us a fire department. I mean, that'd be kind of cool.
Go from fire.
Hey, it could be Firehouse Liquors.
Nothing I can think of off the top of my head. We're certainly gonna find a way to spend plenty of money over there. So just the sidewalks, $1,000,000 a mile nowadays. So. Okay.
legal. Oh, I know who this is. Who's up on this for legal?
Wonder what's going on.
Just a few things to bring to your attention. Should we wait for Kevin or just go ahead and?
No, we'll get
Yeah, I don't know how long he's gonna be out.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't say that. Hot mic.
Okay, so the first matter is something that doesn't come up very often, but it's come up a couple of times in the past few months with our animal ordinance. So the general statutes and our code of ordinances deal with dangerous dogs. And that would be dog bites, things of that nature. And by law, in the event that the animal control officer deems a dog dangerous, it only applies to dogs, then the owner of the dog has the opportunity to appeal that determination. Because ultimately the effect of that determination is a lot of extra restraint of the animal. They have to be fenced in, they have to be kenneled, things like that. And so right now, the statute leaves it up to the Board of Commissioners to determine who should be the appellate body to hear these appeals. And so right now, our ordinance names the Currituck County Board of Health. That's from 1992. So, recently we had a dog bite case, and one of our officers deemed the dog dangerous because the dog bit someone's face, and I mean, it was really bad. And the owner acted like they were gonna appeal. They have 3 days to appeal by statute. And it goes to the health department, and the health department just did not wanna do it. They've been giving us some issues. I talked with Ralph Hollowell, the director, and I asked, well, would he at least hear this one, and then we can talk with the commissioners and see about amending our ordinance to name someone else. And he said that he would, but that one wasn't appealed. But right now, we actually have a situation where they're getting ready to deem a dog dangerous. And so I wanted to bring this to your attention because it doesn't seem like the Currituck County Board of Health is the most appropriate group to hear these appeals. The statute is very broad in that you can name one person or you can name a group of people. You can even name yourselves.
County attorney, move on. Fast and answer.
Kevin.
Well, I was gonna say,
Of course, he'd grant everybody's
No,
dog
he's
to
not here.
live.
Let's not.
right, well,
I mean,
we
All in
have
favor?
a,
Aye.
It can't obviously be the entity that named the dog dangerous, so it can't be an animal control officer, but
well, we do have an animal control board, right?
we do. We have an advisory board. I think
I thought we
there's some.
did away with it.
Well, we talked,
They still. I think they're meeting actually tomorrow evening. I think Kevin's on that.
yes.
So
We talked about
we
that,
do
yes.
have that. I think
Rachel has some concerns about that group just
Okay.
because they're a little.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
So, I mean, you can name yourselves. The caveat is these appeals, the owner has to appeal within 3 days, and then the matter has to be heard within 10. And it's a quasi judicial proceeding, which y'all are familiar with. So, I mean, that's a reason why it would make sense for the board.
How often do we get these?
It's very rare.
Why don't we just do them then?
It's very rare. Like I said, we have one that's getting ready to come up, and they think this owner promised animal control they were going to euthanize the dog, and they have not, and weeks have passed, and so they're getting ready to deem the dog dangerous, and more than likely he'll appeal. But it's rare. But what it would take would be an amendment to our ordinance naming someone else if you so chose to do that. And again, this board would be responsible for hearing an appeal and determining whether the dog is dangerous. And there's guidance in the statute on things to look for in making that determination.
You know who is sitting here with rapt attention on this subject that I think would be perfect?
Who?
Right over there.
What?
Me too.
Everybody's innocent.
Okay. I have many of them, but
So here's a question. How about the Board of Adjustment?
well, you have to meet within a week or so.
Yeah.
Getting them together for a regular meeting is a problem, but getting us together for a meeting in a short order is going to be.
Within 10
So
days.
you said one person can handle it?
The statute allows one person or a group of
The chairman or his
Chairman.
designee?
Chairman or vice chair?
You could do that.
So if you can't, and it can be one of us, right? And you can just pick, we could
Somebody who's
spin the
available.
roulette and let Mike do it all.
I thought you just picked Randall.
Everybody be innocent.
No, he was actually paying attention. So I thought I'd throw it at him. He was.
I guess so. I guess if we can just find out a board member that's available or something like that.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem.
I would feel better. I don't have a problem with the Board of Commissioners doing it. I would like to see 2 or 3 of us.
Well,
so it's a
it would have
panel.
to be 3 then.
Yeah.
I don't have a
I'd
problem.
like to see the
I don't have a
advisory board get active and work
Who?
again. The advisory board they're the ones who should handle it.
Advisory board?
Yes.
Yeah, but if they're having issues.
They're having issues, and it definitely, I think 1 or 2.
All 7.
It can be animal control, 1 officer.
Nothing?
One's on that board. Who's all on the animal advisory?
I'm on the animal.
Well, see, I
We're
just,
talking about dog bites and who should be named as the board to hear an appeal of
I think a lot of them, and some of them, you have one that's a vet tech. You have a lot of the people on the animal advisory board. I think.
we talked about the board of commissioners doing it, and your name came up, so.
Oh, thank you. But yeah, I don't think they would have I think I have a meeting tomorrow night too. I don't think they would have an objection.
But it's gotta be within 10 days, so you'd have to have people that could make it in 10
It's
days.
10 days or.
Oh, they would do it. I mean, they're animal.
following the appeal, so they have 3 days to appeal, then 10 days after that.
I say let the animal board do
And it
it.
has
I
to be
agree with Miss
so
Kitty.
3 members of the animal.
There you go.
Advisory,
No, it's just one person.
Just one. Oh, so
or
you
a
could
group
even
of
do it then.
people, as long as it's not.
Well, as long as you could say, get 3 people. How many are on the Animal Advisory Board?
We have 7 plus myself, 8.
Yeah, you don't need a majority, but it's
So-
but three, so
At
you have
least
you have at
three?
least a panel.
okay, I thought you had to have
And
the
are there-
majority.
Is there an animal control
No.
officer on that board? Yes.
Well,
So
you,
we have to exclude.
Yeah, but I think she's getting ready to retire, so she's coming off.
Well, so the ordinance calls for a director, an animal control officer. The 4 others are not related to,
So-
they're not county employees.
So it calls for 5, 6?
no, their board makeup is made up of the directors.
Oh,
too.
our
Yeah.
board, okay, okay.
Yeah, so it couldn't be obviously the director or an animal control officer.
I think I could get 3 of them that would do it.
Well, you plus 2 other people.
Yeah, me plus 2 other people. I
And
don't
you-
have a
and you
problem.
were-
If somebody gets mad about something,
You say an employee of
But
the
you used to be a
county?
magistrate
No,
anyways,
the board,
right?
the employee of animal control can't be on it.
Kevin used to be a magistrate
Right,
anyway, so,
that's
yeah,
all they were
yeah.
I thought you said.
So as long as you say 3 members of the Animal Control
like that.
Board
That are not.
that are not employed by the county's animal services, I think you could
You've got it.
solve
Yeah,
that problem.
I can get 2 people to
Okay,
do
well,
it.
I'll come up with an
Okay.
amendment and bring it before you at the
That's
next
fine, yeah.
But Kevin,
Perfect.
even if you couldn't do it, there's other members
Yeah,
that
we'll have an
could.
alternate, yes. I
Right,
mean, like I said, we
right,
should have
sure.
3 made up of 3, and if, you know.
At least 3.
And it has a, has to be acting like a quasi judicial, so
Right.
you're
Yeah.
familiar with that too.
And it gives you a panel, so you.
Every
Right.
time.
So one
But
person's
they're saying
not
we only get
bad
3.
guy.
Megan, is it
Exactly.
3 days
for a
notice, I can do it
specific
every
time,
day.
or can we have it any time? Could it be like a morning, evening, afternoon?
It doesn't
Anytime,
matter.
okay, so yeah, it could be
there's no
flexible then.
limitation on that.
Most likely be in the evening, so that the owner can be there and everybody can be
So
there.
we can make it an evening, so, okay.
And it has to be a
All right.
quasi-judicial proceeding.
Okay.
Which you would, the attorney, you'd be there present, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. We can
And
get
then
3.
it can be, from there, it's appealed to Superior Court if that.
If they,
So you would run that meeting? Or
I
who would,
mean,
who
I-
would kinda do,
If it's well,
who would kind of?
You would just be the advisor.
Somebody's gotta kinda keep it rolling, right?
somebody needs to educate them on what a quasi-judicial proceeding is and what that looks like and make sure they follow.
Well, that's, I mean, if y'all just showed up, who's gonna run?
I'll
it?
ask Thursday.
Yeah, so I guess that's me.
That'd be you then, right? So
That'd
you'd
be
have
me.
to, okay.
Are you going to the, or were you planning on, I know y'all haven't, I mean, the board's been, I mean, everything's flowing, so, I mean, I know Ike had come and you had come a couple times and Rebecca had come a couple times to the meetings, but
The advisory board meeting? Yeah, this would be just for in the event that someone appeals their dog being deemed dangerous. Like, if animal control says this dog's dangerous because of a dog bite or whatnot, they can appeal. And this would just be the body that hears that appeal. So I would
Be
be
you,
there
2
for
other
that.
people, and then they're whoever, and if they bring an attorney or not, whatever.
Okay.
I'll bring it
Yeah,
up
that was the
tomorrow.
first thing. Okay, so I'll bring that amendment the next meeting. 3 members of Animal Advisory Board, excluding anyone employed by Animal Services.
Okay.
Okay. So the next item, the beach parking ordinance, right?
Hey, hold on, Megan, I don't mean to interrupt. Can we go back to that? Now, I do know that a couple on the animal, when you say any employee, what if they're contracted when they do the rabies stuff through the county? Because I know 2 of them do some work with the county as contractors.
Well, I think.
Or
I
just
would
a
be more
straight up
specific
employee.
and say excluding anyone that was involved in the initial determination of the dog being deemed dangerous.
Okay.
I could just say
So that would exclude, because I know a couple of them would do it, but I know 2 of them, I think, do some contracted services with the county.
Yeah. Okay. Leave your mic on, Kevin, that you're
Okay.
tied,
Leave it on, yeah.
It's
we'll-
on.
It's all being recorded.
tied together.
I want to hear you drinking over there.
All right.
Okay, the next beach parking ordinance, right now, it's a civil penalty, and the amount of the fine is $75.
150.
Raise it up.
Yeah, that was my question, do y'all wanna raise that?
Yeah.
I think,
Yep.
Kevin, you can attest to this, people are like, well, I'll just pay.
Oh yeah, they're like, whatever, I'll pay. But the only thing is too, though, with the Senate Bill 300, like the Senate Bill 300 says you couldn't charge more than $50. We had to amend some language in the ordinance for civil penalties.
Do we?
Bill 300 says it has a limit of $50 for fines.
No.
Where that made it, I guess, a civil penalty. What was it? Was something in there about it. I'm trying to remember. There's something in there about it where we went. They're saying like initially they said where if you had civil fees or penalties or whatever, it was $50.
Well, maybe you better look into
I'll look
that.
into that. and
Yeah, I
double
want
check.
to say it was $50. Maybe that was for $50 for parking. Civil penalties was like the max, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, currently, we're at 75.
I know we spent a bunch of money on the books, the county ordinance violation books, which the 75 is the fines for any of the things.
That's
So
the
if we-
minimum penalty, right?
Yeah,
75.
it's pretty much a 75, and most of the ones that are road or speed on the beach. A few
I
other.
think we need to go up with it now.
Well,
If we
have
do, we
the
just bought all those
authority
books,
to
that's all
go
I'm saying.
up, I'll look at Senate Bill 300. If we have the authority to go up, is that something y'all are interested in?
Yes.
$100.
Yes.
Of course, it's 14-4. No fine shall exceed $50 unless you explicitly state what that fine is.
Violation of the
So as
fine.
long as you specifically state $100, right, then it's okay.
And that's in our fee schedule, right? Is that part of our fee
We
schedule?
have to amend them.
Put that in the ordinance.
An ordinance, okay,
Yeah.
So as long as we define the fee amount, we're good.
okay.
Okay. You just can't leave it open
Take it
for.
up to 100.
Okay.
Yeah, I think 100.
100.
At least.
100.
150.
Well,
Or,
right, well, we're getting ready, we may end up,
I'm so
well, we're
sorry.
not doing it this year, so yeah.
What's that?
Yeah, it does for parking, yeah, it's not more than $50.
Parking's not more than $50.
Other ordinances, it can be up to 500.
so
Well,
right
is it-
now ours says 75, so it needs to go down to 50.
Are we in violation?
But is it just for parking? Is that, I mean, is that what our, or is the ticket
It's a violation of the
for
parking
violation
ticket.
not having the permit?
They're not having a permit.
Well, there's both, there's, I mean,
Permit violation, there we
That's-
go,
it's-
let's call it that.
Right, it's for not having the parking permit.
Good,
Not
there's
for
our
parking on the
violation.
street, right.
It's not a ticket for parking, it's a
And-
ticket for not having the
In any event,
permit.
it's a civil penalty, you know, we don't.
Good, then that really,
It's not a criminal
parking.
penalty.
Right, so we're
Technically.
still fine.
we're finding.
but you can write, now they do, the county ordinance violations, like if you're parked in Ocean Hill or no, well, not Ocean Hill,
Right.
private, but just using, like if they're illegally parked somewhere, they'll just drop a county ordinance, IPV, a properly parked vehicle.
Well, let me ask you this, can we just keep the parking fee at 50 and then put a non-permit 50? And that way,
Then they have to write them too, wouldn't you?
oh, would they have to wait till 2 then?
Yeah,
Okay.
well, the non-permit, I mean, the,
Well, that would be,
That way they couldn't argue that this permit's actually for parking and you're fining me more than $50.
They don't
They're
know.
the one that's-
Yeah, I'm
yeah,
just
but
trying
if
to
you
make
can,
it
if you, like what Ike said too, if you can, like, if it's spelled out for the other ordinance,
All they're gonna do
And
is
for a
cuss
civil
and
penalty
crash.
anyway, we can charge.
whatever you want.
So we're gonna call it the permit fee violation, $100. For not having a permit, for not having the proper permit.
right, yeah.
Failure to obtain permit.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's
okay,
in
fail
the,
to pay a permit, $100, okay.
Okay.
There you go, okay,
It's
that
the
way,
Permit system section of our ordinance.
Or is that
So
any,
it's just for not having parking without that permit. On the
And
so like on the books, are we gonna have 2 books? Are we gonna have a book for 100 and a book for 50 is where I was going at.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah.
So we'll have to have 2 sets of books. You'll have
Why can't
a
you?
red book
why
and a
do you
blue book.
Why don't you write it in what the penalty is in the book? Why
Oh, it
can't-
says smacking big, like 70, the fine, whatever. It says it pretty big on the
as long
ordinance.
as we do it till we're legal, we're not violating.
I mean, if we can just have 2 sets of books, if you get one's 100 and one's 50, I mean, if you went up $25 on the fee, I mean, that will pay for the books.
Right.
So I know we just bought a bunch of them.
Is that the amount that you all want to go to?
Oh, I was just throwing that.
100, or-
I think 100's good.
100's good, and then 50 for the parking, for not,
Wait a minute.
I'm not talking about parking permit, I'm talking about how they illegally park somewhere and they're not supposed to.
Come by and they're parked on the road, they're not supposed to.
That's
We just
different.
slap a county ordinance on them.
Okay, yeah, that's $50, but on the beach, if they're parking.
Without a permit, and they
That's $100.
commit anything, it's $100 for
And
any
we're calling
fine.
we're calling that a permit
Yep,
violation.
and speeding.
And speeding,
Speeding on
careless
the
and
beach,
reckless, I
take
think
that up.
Okay.
there's 5 different things, and then there's an other, if they do something else, you can check that.
Because if they try to say,
Parking on the dunes, I've hit that one.
so if they park on the beach and they try to say, hey, you can't go over $50 for a parking violation, we're saying, no, this is not a parking, this is
a
a,
violation
This is
of
failure to have a
our
parking,
not having a permit, so, okay,
parking permit.
okay.
So we'll have to have 2 books, a $50 book,
Yeah, you'll figure that out.
Yes, okay, all right.
no problem.
Okay, so I'll bring that agreement to you all as well.
Okay.
And then the final
Laughing Gull.
thing I have is Laughing Goal. Yes. So, I think you all know, Laughing Goal is the house that sticks out.
Into
It's
the
like
ocean?
on the beach. And Bob and I talked about this, about what we could do to remedy the issue of people driving on the beach and like high tides coming in and they can't get around, and what the county can do to remedy that situation.
Can I ask a real quick question? When they drive behind Laughing Gull, are they driving on private property or legally driving, or is that actually a road through there?
It's unclear.
Yeah, because you know what I'm
Right.
talking about, yeah, so
So everybody,
everybody
It is a
uses it, but I don't know if it's a road or.
I think you come across private property to get back to access Sandpiper Fiddler.
So, I sent a letter to the owner of Laughing Gull. It's an LLC that owns Laughing Gull and like 4 or 5 lots adjacent, but they don't own any behind, because at first we were thinking, well, maybe we can ask to move to a vacant lot behind, but they don't own anything like that. So I sent them a letter basically saying what the concerns are with this house being
In the roadway.
yes. And didn't hear anything for a while, but then I did hear from their attorney, Jason Campbell. He represents this Ron DeMilt, and he was just saying, well, can we just kind of kick this can down the road and not do anything about it right now because people can just go around it, like you were just saying. And so I just wanted to bring this to you all and see exactly what you wanted to do, if anything, about Laughing Gold, and discuss some potential options.
If the septic system eventually gets condemned and can't be permitted, then that goes into a non-habitable home, correct? And then what happens? They can't get any revenue or anything, right?
They're not, so here's the thing, nobody's been in that house for a year. It's sitting there dormant.
They're just paying taxes on it.
They're just paying taxes.
They rented it in 2022. It was rented.
That stopped being utilized. Every time I go up there, there's nobody at it, nobody in it. They
So
haven't
it's not
touched
listed
it.
for rental?
Kevin's got his dump truck parked out back full of crap. So, you know, it's easy enough to say, well, you can just go behind the house, but you're now going behind the house into Swan Beach, which typically floods. It's problematic. It's very low back there. You've increased traffic now through the neighborhood. That's regular beach traffic moving up and down the beach. So,
Are they hoping for a storm to take it out so they can collect insurance?
well, maybe, I don't know, but
According to the attorney, he's like, there's a lot of sentimental value.
no, it's not. They haven't owned it that long.
My client.
They haven't owned it that long.
We're
give
not
me $5
asking them to
million
tear the house down, we're asking them to move it.
Right.
Well, if you give me
So-
$5 million, I might
Right,
do that.
right,
Okay,
right.
yeah.
So, I mean, if the county wants to get involved, I mean, we can, one option would be to maybe offer to pay for the move or something. I mean.
So here's
the-
what, I'm gonna cut you off, Megan. So here's where I'm at with this house, and we had talked about it in January, is either A, pay for another lot for it to go on, and then pay for the move and get it gone. B, you know, eminent domain the thing, and we can sell the structure when we're done with it, and then they would be, and then tear out the pilings and remove all the other stuff. There is value to the home, whatever the value is whatever the value is. So if we eminent domain, and we're gonna have to pay them the value of the home through an appraisal. I mean, it's that simple. In the end, it's just looking at it as part of our beach management plan to keep that beach passable. It is very problematic more of the year than not. Right now, I mean, not only that, our inspectors have to go through, the sheriff's department has to drive through there. So our vehicles that we pay to maintain are riding through the ocean water pretty routinely to go back and forth through there. So wear and tear maintenance and life of the vehicles is a concern, just on a county level, not to mention the locals.
What's the tax value on that? What's the tax value
The total assessed value is $465,300.
for that?
Can we
Ooh.
not condemn the house?
We can, I mean, that would be, I think we could argue a
What's
public purpose.
what's the status of its septic system? Because that was always
Still
the
there. They built a septic. I think they bought a lot behind them or something.
Well,
or
yeah,
did something.
it's back there a ways.
It's back behind the house, and they built up a dune. They put it in
That
and
one
built
out
up a dune
front's
on top, and
abandoned.
it's pretty close to being exposed again. So the tanks, part of the tank pipe and stuff has been come out during different storms, and they've gone and pushed some sand back over it again. So it's close. It's very
Megan, what's
close.
let's suppose we decide to do the eminent domain route, just pick one. How lengthy is that? That's a pretty lengthy
It is.
process. So would it be better to try to get them to sell it to us at tax value? I mean, to avoid going down the eminent domain route, would it be, I mean, I know they want to kick it down the road, but, you know, communication could say, well, that's not possible. And, you know, I think if we can avoid that eminent domain route, which is gonna take years, I'm using that as a
It
que-
would take a while. I mean, it definitely would be more efficient to make them an offer.
Right.
Well,
So-
And you get all the
what would
costs of
happen
tearing
if
it
we
down.
condemned it? If we condemned the house, would they not have the,
We would have to pay them the fair market value of what.
If we condemned it? They
Oh,
couldn't
like
use
if,
it.
because it's uninhabitable
Yeah.
because of
Yeah, yeah.
septic?
I don't think we can prove that.
I don't think you could prove it in
Yeah,
court.
Yeah, I mean, that would then go through a condemnation proceeding with building inspector, and then part of whatever he orders, they'd have to fix the issue, and I don't know if that would really get to the heart of the problem.
Cause there's a lot of homes that, like the old Dante house and all that, a lot of homes that were in the kind of the ocean that stayed there until they fell in.
Yeah, they just don't want to pay to get rid of them.
Correct, it's like this person doesn't want to build.
What,
I
okay,
can't see paying.
so the draft bill that we all saw,
Yeah.
Yeah,
what is that, how's that looking?
yeah, how does that help us?
Well, that ends up encouraging persons who are in this kind of situation to, and allows for the National Flood Insurance Program to pay them a claim before the house actually collapses into the ocean.
Don't we have two other houses north of that that are getting close to the same situation?
They're,
Oh, that's a-
no, but they're not nearly as bad. They're not as big.
No,
not as
but
bad.
yeah, but they're starting to stick
Yeah,
out.
they,
some.
in 10 years, they will be problematic, or 15 years.
Laughing Gold's
They're
got a
gonna
few years
well
life
over
expectancy
erosion.
at best.
Yeah, there's a couple.
One of them, the big problem is it's got a deck sticking out like a sore thumb. And it had a deck with, it was a walkway out when the dune was further out. And they tore, the stairs got tore off, so they just put a couple pieces of wood across it to where the staircase used to lead. So now it's sticking out like a bowsprit. So it you know, that little piece of deck could definitely come off that house. But anyway, so the Laughing Gull though is a major problem right now, and it's gonna get worse.
I don't disagree that it's an issue. It's a lot of money.
I can't fathom us getting into buying houses that start falling to the ocean.
It's not that. We're not talking about a house in Corolla that's falling there. We're talking about this is how you get to your house. This house is in the way of you getting home up and down the beach. And for most of the year, from now till next June, it's it at least twice a day during the high tide. You're
It's
not
challenging.
going by this house. You got to ride through the ocean to do it.
So what funds are available? Let's say we decide to buy it. I mean, what kind of funding options does the county have?
That would be a lot tax then.
Yeah,
Could you also use some of the parking permit fees since it's interfering with driving on the beach? I mean,
They're not that much.
Oh, it doesn't. I mean, well, I'm
I
just.
don't know if it fits within that.
Occupancy tax.
I don't think the parking
Control
pass
burn?
fee. It might. I mean,
Well, I mean,
if
it's
it's an access fee, you can't access the beach because the house is in the way.
No, we already determined that's the type of fee that can be utilized for any public purpose.
And
So
how
we
much
could use
money are
some
we
of
sitting
that.
on? No, we've been using it.
We've been using those funds, so it's,
I mean, do we have a balance on there?
we can check and see. I don't know what the fund balance might be.
I'm just like I said, I'm just trying to see what pots of money are available out there for if we decided to do something like this.
Control burn?
And I'm kind of with you, right? This house has been on the verge of falling in with failed septic tanks forever, and gosh, to then turn around, and I understand, right? When water's up, the water's up. I mean, Josh was working the North Beach, and you had to time the waves to get around Laughing Gull,
Right.
and he was able to.
Oh, I'm
But-
working up there too, and you're right. I've got to go. We watch the tides before we go up there.
Yeah.
But it
and it's
irks
not,
me.
yeah, but that's not the guy that's got to go. Yeah,
No, I
has to leave
understand.
to go right
It's
or
a
come
mess.
home. So,
Now, if it's removed, let's say for somebody gets removed, what's the condition of that dune line and that shoreline? Will the ocean still come up there, or does that have to be filled back in?
The
after you
dune
do all
behind
that?
him is not bad, though.
Do you have to put any fill in there or anything?
It's because they built the house
Yeah, they built the house in front of the dune.
In front of the
when it was
dune.
built in the 70s or 80s.
So
and-
you wouldn't have to do anything,
Just take
the old
pilings
septic
out,
system would come out of there.
Can't we sick camo on them?
I mean, you'd have to dress up that area a little bit.
Not really. No, you just take out the septic system when
The
you take it
septic and
out.
the pilings and.
Put some sand back.
All
put
you
some
have to
sand
do
beds
is
back
take
in
the
place.
tank.
Yeah.
Even the pipe's not.
Yeah, the big a deal. Just get the tank out of the way.
The dune behind that house is pretty significant.
Yeah, I mean, but you'd have to take the pilings out and the dunes and all that to
Yeah.
make it.
Yeah, that's not that big a deal.
No,
the
no, but you
piling,
have to, okay.
pilings are they need
They
to come out.
bow
And that's
out
about it. And the
anyways.
tank, which is right behind the house, it's
Right.
half exposed.
Right.
part of the
It's
year.
easy. We know exactly where it is. It's right there.
So, anyway, all right.
Okay, so I was just looking for some kind of direction in communicating with their attorney as far as what we're thinking about doing.
Well, it seems like we need to know if we have a pot of money from the beach parking pass money, if we can dip into that. That's a lot easier spend, right, than anything else.
Yeah,
so.
because it's associated with that driving the beach. That would be my first thought. But then, would the owner be if he can't use it and rent it, or if it's really not rentable? I don't know. But
It is usable now. Okay, they are not using it.
would
That's
they be willing to come down with a cheaper price?
Somebody just got a, Bob,
no.
somebody just got a,
Their price just went up because we're interested in it.
Bob, somebody got a noise permit for it though.
Well,
Is it being used coming up soon, I guess?
they might be.
It
but
might be because
it's
it hasn't been
random.
used in a while. Somebody
I've
just,
seen a car parked there in a long
well, we just
time.
had yesterday, they had a dispute because people refused to remove and we had somebody serving a noise permit there yesterday. Which
Yeah.
I know it hasn't been stayed at all summer.
Yeah. So,
They tell the owner to take care of it, them, not us.
We should just start finding the owners.
Just tell the owner he's got to clear a path underneath it so
Obstructing,
we can
yeah.
drive underneath the house.
He's got to
Move your
direct
pilings
traffic.
so we can get to the North Beach.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got to direct traffic.
$500 a day.
all right, we're getting a little punchy. So, I guess we're in a holding pattern right this minute.
Okay.
But if we had that information more, we could continue this
I
discussion.
would
more.
like to see what kind of where the funds we could draw, what's available, and then I guess is there a firm number from the owners? I mean, you're right. They're probably $600,000.
Well, I think that, we would end up having to have it appraised.
Yeah.
It would be the only fair way to do it because they're going to say, "What's worth $700,000?"
And then I know-
Hey, I know where we can get an
Sure,
appraiser.
show me
that'll
the
help a
depreciation
lot.
schedule on it. I want to see where
But
you've
then
lost
he would
money
have
on
to
it.
agree to that. If not, then we'd have to do the eminent domain if we wanted
Right.
to.
Which is gonna take.
Would take forever and
So whatever-
Mother
whatever way
Nature
it's
will probably
gonna
take care of it
Once
before
we
then.
declare it eminent
They
domain,
let
it's
Mother
ours.
Nature take care of
And
it.
then
Well,
the rest
they
of
have
it's
the right
private.
to hearing and to contest it, and I mean,
That could tie
they
it up
could,
for a
they
while.
could tie it into federal court.
I think it's going to cost us
I
$1
say
million.
let it take its course. I think
It's going to take
we're
us $1
getting
million.
moving in the wrong direction when we start purchasing cottages.
That are gonna fall in.
Yeah.
If it was
But-
Corolla,
but-
we'd be having a different discussion.
But to Bob's point, and just the other day, right when the wind were blowing, Jeff sent me the picture of the deputy's truck at the ramp. You're not flying out of there, and you're not driving out of there. You're not going to get around Laughing Gull.
Or any other place, some area.
No, well, there are times when you have a noise, you're just not. But
You're not moving.
but right now, we've lost the sand for the winter. It's gone. It's sitting offshore for the rest of the year. More often than not, you are not going down that beach without driving through the ocean. And so that's my point. And I don't live there anymore, so it's not when I lived there, it was
The
even worse.
association needs to do
Right.
something.
What's that?
Maybe their association.
There is
may-
no association.
I thought they had an association.
Mm-mm.
for every beach.
Nope. Well, this is not Corova. This is Swan Beach. Actually, it's probably right by Trumpeter Estates. So,
Anybody that uses the beach.
Siegel.
Seagull, yeah.
You're right, because if he, I mean,
Well, we can look and see about the money and then bring it back to you and
So-
have some time to think about it.
So, why couldn't you, in the interest of public safety, condemn a building?
You'd have to have some hard evidence, though, wouldn't you?
It is public. I mean, they can't
It
get
is-
back
it
there when somebody
absolutely
starts
is.
having a heart attack and somebody
I mean, I
can't come down, fire truck can't, you can't bring a fire truck down and out.
if the weather, if you can't, I mean, there are times when you're not going to get an ambulance. Someone could die, and that's the only reason, you know. But it is absolutely a public safety issue.
domestic.
I think we definitely could take it through eminent domain for a public purpose, and that's what it would be, public safety.
Well,
And their attorney acknowledged that we, I mean, he knows that we can do that. He said that.
That's,
What were
but
you gonna say?
I think you need to make sure that it's one of the enumerated purposes for which a county may utilize Chapter 48 eminent domain action. Secondly, there's also a provision in the statutes that will allow for a county by ordinance to prohibit basically structures in the public trust area. Well, this is certainly in the public trust area. Now, we would have to adopt an ordinance, but then would allow for an enforcement action, which might be something similar to what we do with zoning, maybe notice of violation, or maybe just straight to court, seeking an injunction requiring its removal for violation of the county ordinance.
Now,
that
At their
I like
expense?
that.
At their
And we
expense?
fine them,
Yeah. I mean,
I like it.
could they challenge?
fining them.
Could they challenge that we were being prejudiced or just to that one building?
No,
Well,
we'll go after every house forward of the dune
It
line.
would apply to any building in a similar circumstance.
Okay.
Even
Which
like
is one.
retroactively, like going to
That one could force
Yeah.
it in his hand then.
But yeah, because it's not a zoning ordinance, so it's not as if it has non-conforming status.
But that would be for the whole county then.
Maybe
Yes.
if you let
I
these
like
people
that.
know what we're thinking about doing, maybe they'll do something.
They're not gonna spend any money
They're not gonna spend any
to,
money,
No.
especially if they're not renting it. They're
wouldn't-
just
I
paying
No one
tax.
would buy it.
right, well, they did.
I like that. Let's do that option. Let's do the ordinance and let's get that going. And
I like it.
Yeah, I do
Maybe the
too.
county attorney do a little research and come back with some,
Megan's
Options.
mind is working.
Yeah.
Paying $500,000 for something that could disappear next weekend is like
Yeah, exactly.
You get the right storm through there, and this could be gone anyways.
railed.
That house will be there
Uh,
20 years from now, standing just like that
Right?
stupid house.
argue
Right?
with the town cake.
Pelican's Perch?
Or the house will disappear and then it'll just be pilings,
That's
which are
exactly-
But if we do this ordinance, and even if the house disappeared, he'd have to remove the pilings because
Yep.
it's a safety
yep,
hazard.
I like it.
Yep, I like it too.
No matter what happens to the house, they have to clean it up.
Okay. All right, Laughing Bull's fate is in the air.
Yeah, Bob, there's been zero activity. Then, like I said yesterday, that was kind of weird that we had that.
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe they broke in.
Maybe they decided they better use it to get their numbers up to make it look good for when we.
So
Maybe.
now they have a daily average occupancy of
Okay,
.001.
So that was everything we had for today.
Okay.
Except for potpourri, for time permitting potpourri, as the last, is there
today.
anything else that we haven't discussed that you guys wanna talk about today? Or anything?
Auction county vehicles.
What's that?
Auction off the county vehicles.
I have spoken to Ike about that.
Yeah, I think we need to move in that direction. I understand the finance office's practice of utilizing gov deals because they're, I guess, they have a belief that they bring in more revenue through the gov deal process where it goes online. People,
Can I compare that to what?
well, the bottom line is we've got too many surplus vehicles lying around county properties for too long.
Right.
And if we can do in one fell swoop an auction of all of that, okay, so we only get $1,000 for a car. Well, that's $1,000 more than we get if it sits there for 3 more years.
Right.
If you get 60 of them. Well, the other thing is too, like I went to training with Jason Weeks the other day to a thing, and I asked him if they had any surplus, like,
Yeah.
they have a couple mowers that you might get $500 for them.
Speaking of cars, did you look into a couple for ABC? Yeah.
I know, yeah, I did, well, Sandra, I hadn't talked to her specifically, so some of her staff's telling me we do have surplus vehicles. I just need now to find out which ones are
Remotely movable?
remotely movable.
All right, because we can get them down to a shop somewhere and
Yeah.
going through, but, okay.
So are we, we'll proceed on.
So what we talked about was, with Ike was really moving on to getting an auction company involved and getting these things
out of here.
In situ, wherever they're at. Get them, go over there, let's get the bidding going, get them going.
I mean, you can get them all centralized in one location too. I mean, Peoples, I know when they do theirs, I mean, he'll walk off.
Yeah, we can get them all to the lot over there. Just load them up.
Even if they went in 2 lots,
Yeah.
clear the lot and then load the lot.
Permanent. No, it's not a permanent.
Okay.
Well, I just want to say thank you for getting that flag thing fixed.
Oh,
Now, are we gonna keep a light on them and keep them flying? Are we just gonna
They
take
need
them
to
down
be.
every day? Is our staff doing that, or is the sheriff's
Fire,
office?
fire and EMS has been tasked with that duty.
Okay.
Jay, when he was here, brought up there's not many poles left in the 4x4 with flags on them, red flags, or for flying a red flag under dangerous conditions. I don't know who put them up, where they came from, how they got there, but we need to figure that out.
The
Putting
other
some more-
piece of that is the new accesses. I'll use Coral as an example. I don't know how they're putting that flag up, but you can't get it. Used to be you could get to the pole from the walkover, right? It's a minute away, and so I don't even know if it's functional.
Where is that?
Coral. It's back. If you can picture where the sand dune was excavated, it's still on the sand dune. So I don't know if they're.
Hopping, are they hopping the fence, I guess, and going out there?
You can't hop the fence, so you're either climbing up the sand dune. I don't know how they're doing it.
No.
And when does the installation of the dewatering pump month-wise? When is that starting?
Or Benito?
Sorry, the Benito.
Everything's in except electrical work is to be performed in November.
Okay.
To finish the project
I
up.
thought so. And then how's the park or the playground?
They I think they put up a form, and I believe Jason told us last week is to be complete next week.
They were working hard and heavy on it,
Yeah,
digging
went on
through
about
it.
it the other day, they were jumping.
They were.
And how about the fence?
The fence around it, so that the fence contractor is ready to go
Okay.
as soon as it's done.
Love putting fence in sand.
I was gonna ask, are we gonna do Operation Greenlight again this year to eliminate our buildings, for Veterans Day in green like we did last year?
Oh, we had not thought about it, but we can do that.
I would
certainly.
like to do that, and if we need to re-adopt the resolution, I can get that, I can take it off of NATO's website, to do that. Okay.
Can we have any discussion, Megan, regarding the car lot up in Moyoc besides ins and ins?
He's hardly got anything left up there.
Except school buses.
Well, I mean, is that getting ready to come before us
Yep.
to be heard again, or is he closing down?
The order's got to be signed by the judge, but it's coming back to you.
So he's not closing down, he's just
No,
prepping it to
he's
come
trying to-
before us?
Oh, he's definitely gonna come back.
That's why it's being prepped now, okay.
This time he's gonna have a lawyer, so.
But for 3 years, he wouldn't do a thing until about a month before it's coming before, okay. That's all I needed to know.
I'm wondering if he's not closing up shop.
That's what I thought he was
There's
closing
hardly
up.
anything up there.
Yeah,
There's only like 4 vehicles up
And,
front.
junk.
and most of what's there isn't moving.
Yeah, it's junk.
That's why I was wondering if he was closing up shop or not, instead of
Yeah.
trying to fight
Maybe he
it.
wants to buy into our auction.
Because he
Now is when
probably
you start
knows
loading up
because he's probably gonna
for-
knows the outcome. But, that's what I was wondering, if anybody heard if he was closing down or not.
Because I guess last time I was up there, it looked like it was overflowing with.
No, there's like 4
Oh, no,
cars
There's
up
like
there.
No,
less
no,
than
there's
10 cars.
Yeah, there's 10 and 3 buses.
Yeah, and the whole back's been cleared out,
A
the
lot of
front's
them
got,
have flat tires.
yeah, they're old junks in the front of the place now.
It
So I'm
looks
just, like he's
actually
moved
worse.
out. No, he,
Yeah, she looks worse.
well, he looks like he's moved
there's,
out.
there's like an ambulance or something off to the side.
I guess, can we, I mean, I'd like to know if he's, moving out or trying to, he hasn't cleaned it up, he's just moved vehicle junk out of there. But I don't see people, I don't see activity, I don't see people, the flags are gone, it's just,
I actually did see somebody looking at cars.
Somebody was there last night.
They weren't
changing
there
a
long.
tire in the parking lot.
anyways,
Call his attorney and talk.
to find out what, yes, are you
is
getting
his
ready to
intent?
come before us, or is he close, or what's he, I'd just like to know, just
See what's going on up there.
because it looks like he's closing.
Motion? I'm sorry.
Huh? No, we're just recessing till tomorrow morning.
Got it.
And I see they're tearing the stuff up now at the,
9 o'clock.
the old, what is that place, Paradise Homes?
Yes, so
Yeah.
Ron Rose
Yeah.
has listed that property.
Good.
The owner called Megan and said, or Ron called Megan and said that the owner is going to clear the property, clean it up. He's gonna move 2 of the units he claims to other lots he owns somewhere in the county and renovate them.
Okay, sure.
I noticed
Is that Southside Recycling?
Yeah,
And it's gonna be, there's lots down by your house, Paul, there's some more spots down there.
half of it's been torn down.
So he's gonna move, so he's gonna move them soon, not in 3 years, right?
Well, I asked Megan to give Ron Rose a call to say, because they first, I think, said 3 months. I said, well, no, we're not waiting 3
no.
months. We've already waited 10 years.
No,
And he's already in violation of the court order.
No, if he's gonna move them, he needs to move them.
Crawford's
Yeah, I think that's what they're working on. I mean,
Okay.
they're out there working.
There was people out there.
Crawford's Fire Department,
Okay.
right? On their facility Shortcut. There's like 4 shipping containers there now.
Where?
The
Crawford
Crawford
Station.
Volunteer
Gonna build a
Station.
burn house.
Cut in front of the county's property.
It could be.
I don't know,
It could be for training.
I have
Is
no
it?
idea.
And we
I
need
think
to
it- I
get
think it-
somebody to.
Is it
clean
training?
up the
Normally it comes to us
road
first.
signs
Is it training?
All up and down the road.
Right now, no.
There at Sligo, I bet there's 5
What's that?
yard signs.
The intersection.
Yeah. There's
There's some down my way too.
What?
Just the yard signs.
You know,
For pressure
house
washing
full
and
Oh.
all of that. There's quite a few down
Start
my
taking
way
advantage
too.
of those, yeah, just sticking them out,
Yeah,
leaving them out.
we need to clean sweep the county of them.
Yeah, and
Phil
I
said
think
he
when they
picks 'em
see
up all
other
the time.
people
We
put
just
one
tell
out,
him.
they put them out.
Yeah,
So
that
it
must
just
be okay to
snowballs.
do again.
But that's an ordinance violation,
It
right?
is.
Yeah.
They could be sent notice or something.
Yeah,
But you-
picked up like 200 within the last couple of months.
There's a ton, they're right back there behind that building. There's a
They
ton
need
of
to be,
them
they need to
stacked
be
up.
sent a letter then if
That
they're,
was her last
whoever they are probably.
Hey,
I saw it the other day. I
They
saw it
probably,
on
and let them know that they're in violations. I mean,
They know it.
But like I said, I think when some company sees that somebody has them out, they just come and add to them because they proliferate right there where they always seem to be one, there's 5.
New NCDOT flower project. Okay. Anything else? We seem to be having a bunch of conversations. So.
just as well.
All right, we'll stand in recess till tomorrow then. Let's get day 2 started on reconvene our work session / retreat visioning session. Covered a myriad of subjects yesterday, and it occurred to me driving in this morning, one we did not touch on was something we talked about earlier with beach parking passes, making it illegal to sell them.
I thought we did touch
We
on
did
that.
touch
We
on
touched
that.
on it, but we didn't get any clear direction as to making it an ordinance violation. And then do we want to set a fine for it, like $250, $200 a day?
and revocation of the
And
pass.
revocation. So I had said, much like our ATV permit, we'll write it the same way, where we can revoke it if you're.
Repossess, revoke.
Right. And then it also occurred to me, I don't know if we can do it or not. I know we can, but we should probably emboss the seal on the decals so that it's hard to duplicate them. And maybe even give them a numerical value, if that's possible, to assign them to.
Serial numbered.
Yeah. Then we know who they went to. It makes Sheriff's Department life a little better.
So on the revocation, another thought would be and suspend for the following year.
Yeah, make it a 2-year.
Yep.
Yep.
I mean, I'm just,
Yeah.
if it's not severe, then what's the motivation?
Right.
Right? Because if I can illegally rent those for a month, right, and then I lose them, big
well,
whoop.
right.
But if I don't get them back next year,
Right. Okay. All right. Well, that's all I had thoughts from yesterday. I guess we're moving into some small area plans this morning. Moyoc is up first. That means Kevin.
All right, yes. All right, so today we're going to look at some small area plans on the mainland. We'll start with Moyoc. I'm going to give an overview of the plan, and really set the stage for a conversation on it. I think MOYOC is a plan that needs to be looked at. I'll go over why, but there's been tremendous growth since it was adopted in 2014. You couple that with the Currituck Station going by the wayside, and it just is a different dynamic up there, really, than the plan sets up for. So, with that, I'll go through the plan with you. So, MOYOC, as you know, it serves as the gateway to the county, state, and beaches along the coast. It has a tremendous amount of people come through. It's the first thing a lot of people see in North Carolina when they come in, and that's something the plan speaks to. It then goes on to talk about the growth and the side effects of growth. The two main side effects it mentions are traffic and flooding. Here's a chart that shows the population data that's listed in the plan. So again, this is up to 2010 when that census data was collected. You can see between 2000 and 2010, there was 48% growth in MOYOC. If you take MOYOC out of the rest of the county, the other townships grew only 23%. So the county's seeing great growth, but a majority of it is in the MOYOC area. Just to give you an idea, the population there in 2010 was 6,879. In 2020, it was 8,965.
Wow.
It's estimated in 2023 this year that it's 9,490. So it continues to grow. The census estimates the predicted population in 2030 is, for the county, is 41,335. And one would anticipate that growth percentage and a heavy part of that being in MOYOC would remain. So as I mentioned, the plan was adopted in 2014. The next three slides, what I did is I took the 2010 aerial. That was the closest aerial shot we had to when the plan was adopted. And then I outlined the subdivisions that have been platted since then. So basically looking at, when the plan was adopted, there was a certain condition, and I wanted to compare that to what is, now sitting there 9 years later. So here is the northern part of MOYOC. We have Countryside Estates, Windswept Pines, Baxter Station, Baxter Lane Estates, MOYOC Crossing, Creekside Estates, Hidden Oaks, Shingle Landing, and Shingle Landing Farm. Those have all been platted. The dates are listed there, but those have all been platted. And when I say platted, it is the date the final plat was recorded for the first phase, because many of these are phased out. Some are still, of course, still going on, as you'll recognize them. A little further south, we have Cypress Landing, Panther Landing, Dustin Acres, and then the Waterley Wentworth Glenmore Ridge subdivision. And then finally, in the southern part, at least of the most developed portion, we have Lakeview, Flora, Fost, and Fost Estates. So those slides just give you an idea of how different the condition is now than when it was when the plan was written, which I think is a good indicator that we should take a look at this plan and re-envision MOYOC, so to speak. All right. So the plan talks to the fact that continued growth is inevitable. As we all know, it's located right outside a major metropolitan area. It offers a high quality of life. Many would argue, myself included, that the quality of life down here is better than you get in, in Virginia to the north. You get more for your money. You get a, quieter, more rural type atmosphere, which a lot of people it's very attractive to. Lastly, the taxes. I know there was a tax increase, but the taxes remain significantly lower than the surrounding localities. So with that, this special area plan includes policies that will address growth management, sense of place, quality of life, and economic development. Just to give you an idea of the timing again, This was the schedule that the plan was adopted. In all, it took about 22 months to adopt. It was initiated in the summer of 2012, worked through the process, and was finally adopted, and went through the public hearing process in March and April of 2014. The vision of the plan is that Moayak aspires to be a community that balances growth and development in a way that enhances a small-town Main Street feel. That small-town Main Street feel comes up often in the plan. It's a repeated theme. And then the vision goes on to say the community strives to accomplish its vision by meeting infrastructure and service needs, interconnected multimodal transportation, expanding recreation options, remaining compatible with rural atmosphere, and transition areas. That again, it talks to that small town human scale development, to support local entrepreneurs, to promote economic growth, and to establish Moayak as a destination. It then speaks to three key community values in Moayak. The first is rural atmosphere, the sight, sounds, and overall feel of a rural community. The second is, as I mentioned, the low taxes, maintaining fiscal responsibility, and ensuring the adequacy of county services. The third is human scale development that supports walkability. The plan then looks at the existing land uses in Moayak. This is the map that was put together. 44% of the land at the time the plan was adopted was undeveloped. That was the largest category of land. The second, being 39%, is agricultural. I would be curious, I don't have those numbers in front of me, but I would be curious as to what that is now. I think the residential, which accounts for 10% of the area of the plan now, that has increased, where the agricultural and undeveloped land has probably decreased. I think you would see a majority of the land in that plan area would still be, the highest percentage would be undeveloped and agricultural. But I do think there would, we would see a shift in that dynamic. This is just, it's kind of difficult to see on the screen, but in 2010, this is the density of populations and where they are. And, I think we're all familiar with Moayak and we know where the population centers are, but it just laid that out in the plan. So then it speaks to policy focus areas, and it goes on to just give a few quick facts. So again, this is a snapshot of how Moayak was in 2010. The plan encompassed 36,775 acres. 81%, as I mentioned, was undeveloped, forested, or cultivated. The median age of a resident was 38. The median income was $63,000. Approximately 71% of residents commute out of state for their jobs. I think, as we know, a large portion of that, we have the military bases, the shipyards. I think that type of job work is the main driver for that statistic. The largest employment sectors in Moayak are educational services and healthcare.
When you say that, you mean the largest employer sectors? In other words, if they work locally, it's educational and healthcare.
Correct, yes. The jobs available in Moayak, so to speak. So yes, you're absolutely right. If you work in Currituck County, those are the largest.
Curious how healthcare.
Yeah.
You have a lot of home health, like stuff where they go to rehab and stuff.
Well, you got the nursing home, long-term lifting.
But how many people could that be?
Not many.
Well, but that's probably when you're
This
talking
is
about where the
2010
people work
too.
at in Moayak, it's.
Right, this is from 2010, right?
This is from 2010, yes.
Now it's probably Dollar General. I'm sorry.
Retail, maybe.
Just saying.
All right, so the three policy focus areas that the plan addresses, first is growth management, where it talks about transportation, infrastructure, and services, and then addresses the future land map, which we'll get to in a few slides. The second is sense of place and quality of life, where it talks about recreation, heritage, where we came from, and maintaining that appreciation for the history, and then community character, which is where we are going, where the plan sees Moayak growing. The third is economic development and business, where again, you see that small town Main Street feel. Talks to business and industry and tourism. So here is the future land use. So this is, as you know, when we see applications up in that area, this is kind of the driving factor as to how at least staff looks at it, as is it compatible development, what densities we get, that sort of thing. So, in the orange, you have the full service area, and these are the areas where high amounts of activity are encouraged. The density in that for residential development is anywhere from 1.5 to 3 dwelling units per acre. The limited service, which is the yellow areas, are where the emphasis is on residential, not commercial or institutional type growth, but residential. A little less density, where you're talking the low getting into medium density residential with a density between 1 and 1.5 units per acre. The rural is the tan area, and that focuses, of course, on agricultural uses, but also residential, just at a very low volume. So we're talking in that we would be thinking 1 acre, 1 dwelling unit per acre or less. Then lastly, we have the conservation areas, which are the protected areas. They are in green. And then the plan also identifies focal areas, which are circled in red. There are 3 focal areas identified. And these are where the activity is expected to be the most vibrant, densest uses. Lastly, the plan just lays out, and this may look familiar, I believe this is also was used in the Imagine Currituck, this graphic, but it's just the community transect. So as I went through in the last slide, the densities and types of development for each of the designations, this shows a graphic depiction of it. And as you can see, the full service, which is mostly located in close proximity right along the highway, that's where you're getting your denser growth, and then it transitions out to the more rural and conservation uses on the outside of the area. The plan also talks about parameters for successful transitions. This is, as I was speaking, you have the full service, and then as you go out, the densities and uses get less intense. It talks about, between high-intensity commercial and low to medium-density residential, so that would be the areas, closer to the major arterials. A transition would be low-intensity office or medium-density residential. As far as a buffer for the high-intensity residential, it talks to the use of setbacks, buffers, and landscaping. So again, this is talking towards that transition that the plan wishes to see. It then speaks to elements that encourage compatibility, and that is, it talks about lot sizes at the fringe, similar to existing developments. So when you have full service going to limited service, going to rural, at the fringe of the full service, you would want to use lot sizes and development types that are closer to the limited. So it kind of, jeez, if I can hit this thing one more time. So you're kind of, looking on a pyramid type structure where you have your intensity use and a gradual, you don't want that, step type. You want a more pyramid shape. It talks to the use of open space, and the plan talks to open space, not just open space, being, farm type fields, undeveloped land, but it also speaks to recreation. There's a focus on developing recreational options for residents up there. I think a good example that has developed is it Shingle Landing Park? That is a perfect example of what the plan speaks to. It's a large used residential or recreational area with access, pedestrian and automobile, but, close access to a large population of the county. Lastly, it speaks to height or design features, just appropriate building height, the orientation of structures, front porches, windows, and other architectural features. Again, that is a element that the plan uses to try to maintain that smaller Main Street type feel. Building orientation, speaks to a little bringing the buildings to the street, that front porch, those design elements, just making it feel like a more pedestrian development.
Okay, but is that in conflict with what we just passed as a UDO text change?
With the
Because we actually said we want the houses further off the
Density.
street.
It is, and that is a prime example of,
Wow, we
why we need to look at this plan.
Oh, okay.
But yes, we just passed that text amendment where it increased the setback to 50 feet.
Well, when you say, anyway, and the reason I say that, you say future land use map, okay? The future, and then you talk about bringing it forward. Anyway, I got it. That's what got me.
That's why we need to revamp what he's
Yeah,
showing
yeah.
us. Yeah, okay.
I get it.
I got a question.
Yes.
We hear and I see the word rural a lot mentioned. Do you have, or is there a definite definition that's being used for rural? Because if you look up the definitions of rural, it says a population of no more than 500 people per mile. That's been out the window for years.
In Moyoc.
In Moyoc area, I mean, for years and years. That definition, you can't even use rural for most of the Moyoc for 15 years or more, or longer. So, I mean, are we using that kind of a definition, or are we just gonna be I mean, I just didn't know what the thought process for
You can
planning
fill in
is
if
for
there
rural.
is a definition we use. I think I'll kick it off by saying I'm not aware of a specific definition that we use. The way it's used in planning terms is more of that, houses are more spaced out, larger
Feel
lots.
than a
It's more of
defined
a
number.
feel.
A character.
A character, not a definitive number, because the definitive number is 500 people per mile.
Right,
And
and
that's
we,
gone.
and we do not use that, and you're absolutely right. We would surpass that population.
There's
up there.
tractors on the road, okay?
Yeah, that's fine. No, okay.
There's tractors on the road, it's rural.
Well, because then when you hear a lot of people say, "We want the rule, we want the rule," I'm like, well, if you want the rule's been gone for
Yeah, you better move up.
Yeah.
You better move to
for
high.
15 years or longer.
You moved to the
because
wrong area.
500 people per square mile has been gone for years.
That's something that people desire when they move.
No, yeah, no, the
That's one of
feel
those
I understand.
characters
Okay, the
that
character of the feel, they want the farm and the woodsy. That's our definition of the rule that we're using.
That's
for
funny, the
planning.
very thing they desire, they're taking away.
Sometimes it's larger lots to some people, you know.
Okay.
That character can mean different things
Gotcha.
to different people, but, usually larger lots, more open space.
Okay.
Well, I think one way we can
Wider.
make that rural feel and certainly manage growth even better and keep Moyoc from looking like an urban area mess. I would like to see us do a text amendment and change the lot size for the conservation subdivision to 30,000 square feet. I know I talked to Ike about whether or not we could have done that, and we couldn't have done it because it would have had to go back through the planning board and all of that.
Yeah, had to start all over again. Yeah.
Deemed a substantive change.
But I think that if we were to put it at 30,000 square feet versus the 25 that we approved, I think we would get that rural feel. We'd have more open space. It would, in the short term, take the pressures off our school. It would take the pressures off our water system. It would take the pressure off our sewer systems. And it would allow us to keep some of that rural or even suburban feel. Right now, Moyoc feels urban. There's no small town charm up there. I mean, I think
Lot
that
size isn't where
So
it's controlled.
so now we're talking about further reducing density.
That's, yeah,
Right.
what
Because
you're getting
that's-
to. Because density is what matters.
Correct.
It's not
And
a
so-
lot size.
And that's what that's the battle we just overcame. And I would suggest to you,
I would say hand in hand they work together.
Well, you can still get the same amount of house. I guess it's so you're going after feel so density. Number of homes that'll fit on a piece of
Right,
dirt.
yeah, I get
Larger
that.
lot size doesn't fix that, but it can, I guess. But
It fixes the way it looks.
it looks fix the
though.
way it looks. But we just had a conversation over not everybody wants a 1 acre lot or a 3/4 acre lot.
Well, there's other zoning districts, and I'm not advocating it for full service. But certainly, I think if we're going to call it rural, if we're going to call it limited service, then that's how you keep that feel. Full service, I'm not advocating for it for full service, but I think if we're trying to protect a rural, small town feel, that's one way we go about it. And we keep the open space where it is, that will reduce the density. Once again, in the short term of things, it takes pressure off of schools, it takes pressure off of our infrastructure, and it preserves that smaller town feel. I mean, you know.
Lot size does not reduce. Lot size in itself does not reduce.
I'm not saying in itself. I'm saying in conjunction with what we just approved.
Okay, well then that goes back to density. Density controls the number of houses.
I agree with that.
Okay.
But
You're
what I'm
more looking at the feel that you get,
You're
right?
more like the
That's
spread
right.
out effect, spreading it out.
That's right.
But I would also argue the marketplace determines whether or not people want 1 acre lots or if they don't want 1 acre lots.
I don't think you're going to see going from 25,000 square feet to 30,000 square feet. You're not going to see it slow down. I don't think that's going to. People are still going to buy 30,000 square foot lots versus 25,000 square foot. What I'm saying is, if we want to protect the way not only the rest of Moyock and due south of that looks, one way we protect that feel is to increase a lot size in our limited service and our rural areas. That way, yes, you've got the density, the open space, and all of that we just approved, but what that does is further reduce the density. It also makes
it'll reduce the open area. It'll reduce the recreational area. That's the open space is what that will reduce. Unless you change density, lot size isn't going to make a difference.
Even if you make the lot size minimum 30,000 square feet and require open space at 40%, it's not going to change the number of rooftops. Am I wrong?
It would have to.
It has to.
Okay, my math may not work. I'm
Well,
not
like
like
River's
a math
Edge, when they
genius,
use-
but to me, it says the number of rooftops go down.
When they did River's Edge, when Kevin Kemp showed River's Edge with the different lot size, the amenities went down. The
No, well, that's because, but we kept open
No.
space, right?
I'm saying
well, that's
keep
what
open
I know
space
that
where it
I know,
is.
but I'm saying is when they changed the lot size and it was bigger. River's Edge was the example. Like there was a lot of the stuff that they didn't have. Where, I mean, 5,000 square feet, but that was 10,000 square feet more. It took a lot out. But the density
But not if you require
was six
open
more,
space
it was
where
6
it
more
is.
homes
Okay,
would
maybe
were
my
gotten.
math's wrong. I'm
Did-
sorry.
did-
I'm
No,
just.
you're on the right page.
Did we
So-
just, well, when we changed the density, didn't that
0.87.
automatically, it makes you like the one house per whatever
It's-
square foot?
It requires
right
over
now-
an acre per house.
Yeah, now,
right
now we're only over, that's gonna be over 30,000 right there anyways.
For the average, but I'm
Yeah.
talking about the lot size
talking-
itself. I'm not talking about an average. I'm talking about requiring that the minimum, instead of 25,000 that we approved, up that to 30,000, you
25,000,
get a more rural feel because there are yards and there is more space between the houses.
missing
You
something
keep
here,
the
though.
open space at what we approved, 40%. You don't change that. What I'm saying, and that does reduce density, that will reduce the pressure on our schools, that will reduce the pressure on our infrastructure.
Well, I guess what I'm missing is, right now, when we changed it, you cannot put a dwelling on an acre lot. It's gonna require about
No,
an
you
acre and a
can.
half.
You can.
Average.
Yeah, it's average. So smaller lots, it allowed for a little bit smaller lots, easier to maintain for the homeowner,
Yeah.
but the overall use of the land is reduced in that.
Because, yeah, cause I thought
So
right now.
your
it's gonna-
density was it 0.3?
0.3
0.8?
per acre.
0.33.
0.87, I believe.
0.33
Yeah.
per acre, right?
Yes.
So
But that's rural.
that's your
Per rural.
0.33 per acre for
Okay.
density, but you can still build on a 25,000 square foot lot, which 42 something is an acre. So
Okay.
you can get a little over a half acre
So,
lot, basically.
well, yeah, okay, we're quite, okay, well then, yes.
So
30,000.
think of Wellhead, those
okay.
lots are a half acre,
Okay, okay.
give or take.
I mean, if you drive in the subdivisions, say from Moyock to Point Harbor, and you go look at the ones that have recently been built and are in Moyock, there is not a rural feel to any of that
it's
in
typical
Moyock.
neighborhood
If you
structure.
keep driving south, you see a 30,000 square foot lot size in a lot of these subdivisions, or acre, some of them are acres. And you get that rural feel, and I think that's what we, still want, most of us anyway. I think that the way to do that is to take the text amendment that we just passed, but change the minimum lot size to 30,000 square feet. Yes, it will reduce the number of houses that they can regurgitate on the land, but it does give us a more rural feel. And once again, I'm not advocating for the full service, because maybe there is a demand for every square inch of Moyock to have a 25,000 square foot lot in the full service. But I'm saying if we want to move forward from Moyock to Point Harbor to keep that rural feel, one way to do that is to increase the lot size to 30,000 square feet.
Now, I agree with you on it will reduce the number of homes on a piece of land. In talking about that, do we want to do that anywhere it's limited service? Because the overall character of the county going south, as you just said, is generally
I mean, if we're gonna do it, do it for the whole county.
limited service. Full service is a different.
Yeah.
I would
We're
say
talking about a small area plan, but if we're going to make that change, to your point, keep continuing it down the county.
But you talk about neighborhoods on the south end, Carolina Club, half-acre lots, Kilmarlock, quarter to half-acre lot. There's tons of neighborhoods on the south end that are small lots. I mean, I don't care one way or the other. I'm just saying there's a lot of.
What do those have in common, though? They're on a golf course.
Right.
They have
And
open
there's-
space.
They have open space. Lots of
Right,
open
but
space.
there's more open space than we require because people's yard back up to that.
Yeah.
And
When you drive through, you don't get that feel either. When you're going
Right.
through there, you don't.
So
The
if,
neighborhood's so far back.
The
you don't
other
even
the other
understand.
aspect, and I'm going to use Foss as the example, right? So Foss looks very busy because that's the way it was designed. That's the way we approved it. The open space in Foss is towards the back, logically, right? That's where all the recreational facilities are. That's where the clubhouse, the pool, all all the wide open area, and it's to the back of the neighborhood. So, we made great strides in reducing density, and I mean, I'm not sure we're the ones that. I mean, we provide guidance, but the land use map and the area plans, that's for the community to get together with some staff interaction and go, okay, what do y'all want? Because that's how the small area plan for Moyock, that's how it was developed, right? Then that was high density, everybody up here, that was intentional, and that's exactly what we executed. Oh, yeah, come to the head table.
We got you right here.
Right beside Kitty. Jump in there. Sit at the big table.
I mean, I'm not, and we haven't even seen how the changes are, and I think we expect them to increase that rural feel. The houses pushed back, they're not all
I
right
just
up on
don't
the
think
street.
it will with such.
Well, no, I think so. To Paul's point, that let the process play out. Have staff suggest that the Board of Commissioners would be interested in seeing a 30,000 square foot lot versus 25 for limited service areas. I mean, you have to present them with ideas to get them thinking about it because they're not land use experts. They haven't thought this through. They haven't had multiple meetings like we've had, but they will over the course of redeveloping this plan or reimagining this plan, whatever it may be. And at the end of the day, it's their suggestions that we look at, what they want to see in their community.
Well, when we had the year plan with Mayock, we had, I don't know how many meetings. One meeting after another.
Right. Once you get into it, you get into it, right? I mean, that's good.
What has developed at the Falls Track is not what the people wanted in the small area plan. Not at all.
Right.
Well, that's just my suggestion. If I'm not just talking about the small area plan, but if we're looking to, I'm just looking at the vision and the goals and all of that of the small area plan here, and it seems like, well, I'm just gonna stop saying what that's enough.
No.
I think we should bring forward a text amendment to increase the minimum lot size to 30,000 square feet for limited service, and rural, service.
And I'm okay
Service.
for the whole county.
For the whole county.
Yeah, I'm okay with
For all
that.
included?
Service,
Huh?
No.
We're all included, just mainland. What about Knott's Island?
For the mainland, just like the text
Yeah,
amendment,
I
I mean,
can-
everything out.
That's
What
fine.
about,
Most of Corolla is platted.
about Knott's Island?
Yeah.
Doesn't really matter.
Right, Corral is its own animal, and as you know, you're familiar with the county layout, but a majority of it, down the highway is limited service. You just have the full service at the nodes, the Moyoc, Currituck, Grandy as you go down.
I would have for the mainland, though, we'll look at that, it's okay. Staff
I am
wants
as
to look
well.
into that, that's fine, okay.
You can count.
All right.
I've got fingers for that.
You can count better than I can. I got more today with
So is that a
five,
direction, is that a direction to staff then?
I think it is.
All right,
I know Kitty's in
all
favor.
right, there you go.
I don't even have
It's
to
been
ask.
weighing on me.
Okay, well, you can unweight it now.
But you don't even have that.
Right. I mean, 7 years, you kind of figure somebody out where their head's at. All right.
But yeah, and to speak to the point of the meetings and how those would be structured, I absolutely agree that, a good way to approach that is to provide the public with, kind of the presentation we provided to you of, here's some options that can do, what it is, show some examples. What are you looking for? Well, here's how you could get there. So I agree that that's a good approach to get that information out there, as planning techniques that could be used or implemented.
And I'm going to suggest too, when we're in our regular BOC meetings, when you guys present, you show the land use map and then you show the small area plan. I would dive into the small area plan first. It seems it should be the more important deciding factor when we're dealing with an area, and therefore should be led with. So it's not lost when we're dealing with this, that the small area plan calls for this, and it should weigh more heavily in our decision making, especially on a rezoning, right? If we want to deal with a rezoning, this is
The other thing I would suggest is that we need to come up with a far quicker, when it takes 2 years to generate one, we need to start them more frequently than every 12 years. Because otherwise, it's a shifting market, it's a shifting, whatever.
right.
That's part of the purpose for this exercise.
Yeah.
Yesterday and this morning is that we have so many plans.
Yeah.
And they're great when when they're first adopted, and then they sit on a shelf and everybody forgets about them. And
Or
so,
we don't go there.
I'm sorry?
Or we don't go there.
Well, they're kind of forgotten or put.
They are
put
forgotten.
aside.
We haven't, in my time here, I don't know that we ever sat down at any point, especially when I came on board and went through the small area plans with the commissioners to refresh our memory and for me to learn. I read through it as I was, running, but again, not being a land use expert, it doesn't always, click home what's going on until you start doing the job for a few years. So just as a note, if we're going to have a turnover this next election cycle, the next board of commissioners that comes on needs to be, this needs to be hit home with them, I guess. Turn Donna loose on us. She's good at explaining that stuff.
Like all those knows when somebody presents a developer, what it's gonna look like, and then it looks nothing like what they showed us. Nothing.
Which one didn't look
What-
Where was that at?
Almost doesn't look like.
exactly like
Exactly.
They were supposed to have, they were talking about having, businesses down at the bottom and, apartments up at top. It was supposed to be a coastal look to it. There's nothing coastal looking.
Have they done
Oh, that's Kevin's
Commercial?
fault. He approved that. The coastal vernacular.
Right, there was a coastal vernacular, and then they provided some renderings when it went through.
Right.
And then
Like the ones
they
that
were
built
kicked
Durham.
back to adopt more of the
Yeah, like
coastal
the coastal.
vernacular, right? I mean, I seem to remember, and then changes to the drawings were done. I remember a huge
Well,
fiasco.
right, when they came-
rear load versus front load, and we only got a piece of the plan that was shown to us and said they're not doing what they said they were going to do, and that was.
We held their feet to the fire on it to make them.
Right, and what we did is, with the developer who came in and the product they put forth, we did work with them to get, as many enhancements as we could to upgrade that product. I think the product out there versus what was first submitted, I think, in its own right is something to be proud of how we got, a nicer product.
One thing that helps with these types of projects, these plan developments, is to have a pattern book. Something that you can quantify and identify what items or elements need to be shown on these buildings.
Well, that's what helped, or would have helped with Currituck Station.
Right.
Is
Yeah.
the designs, this is the look, this is the feel that we're after, right?
Yeah, at least as a board, when you're adopting something or approving a project, there's an expectation to both the board as well as the developer. These are the items that we expect to be shown on buildings, the type of development, rear loading versus front loading, so that as it develops out or sections are sold, people know what they need to do.
Well, how hard is that to get? It can't be that hard to get something together like that.
It's another step in the submittal process of developing what they anticipate their project to look like, and the board having a full understanding of how it will be developed.
Well, I think that probably should happen.
Be helpful.
Well, so the thing that comes to mind is how big does a project have to be? Because if it's 25 homes, that's a lot of money to put out to develop that versus a FOSS project that's got, 450 or 500
Right,
homes in it.
and most residential, just straight residential developments would not do that.
Right.
You would see that with planned developments where there is an expectation for a higher quality development.
So we can define when something like that's
Sure.
needed, and that shouldn't be that hard to do.
Sure.
We should come up with
Especially if it's MXR.
Yeah, and if it's gonna be over this month, put something together and let us.
Yeah.
That would definitely be helpful, and then we could hold somebody's feet to the fire better.
It's helpful for the public too.
Public, commissioners, the builder,
I think it would
everybody.
be real helpful in the full service if we're gonna, put a lot of high-density housing. I think that's important in that small area plan, to know what it's gonna look like, especially besides something else that's kind of crowded along the highway.
And if they deviate from it, we got something to hold their feet to the fire at that point.
There are some limitations, at least just straight residential, that, counties can't impose design standards to just residential homes.
But an MXR with something
But
like that, we could, yeah.
these rezonings and these planned developments, where they have to do terms and conditions, it can be a component.
I'd like to see that then going forward, and you're right. All right.
I think something that would be very important is that we make sure that the applicants know,
Right.
right? We don't want to spring this as oh, by the way, you forgot, and we need to
Right.
be brutally honest at the application process beginning that this is going to be a requirement.
Right, but we don't have that PDR district anymore, something
Yeah.
else to just add to it, it's a legacy district now, so you'll see less of those. The only ones you will see will be the mixed-use districts. If there's a way to add it to the MXR, we'll certainly look at that too.
Okay.
Which, just that reminded me of something that I'd like to get the board's feel on, because we've talked about it before. We have the MXR district, which is a mixed use, but it's a residential-based district. There was a discussion of creating possibly a more true mixed district that doesn't focus on the residential, but would focus more on, the area right along the highway, for example, where you're creating a district that's based on, a more mix of uses rather than just residential. I know we had talked about it, and I'd like to get, have a brief conversation on that as to whether that's something that would be worth pursuing. Because, in the MXR with the commercial, you have the limited size, location,
That's now
percentage, where.
10,000, right?
Right.
We've upped that, and the conversation I had with you was looking at MXR larger buildings in maybe in the full service like in Mayock or down in Grandy, where you had these population density areas where it made sense to have them. And then looking at MXR in a limited service district, for instance, if they did one there, that's probably where looking at it differently needs to come into play, because they're saying they're doing it, and some of it's starting to play out. We're seeing a little bit of that commercial component getting developed, but some of it's not, and they were using it to get density, which I believe we have fixed with changing our density calculations and going to conservation. So, like Currituck, was it going across from LJ Beaner's?
Lakeview.
It has MXR out front. It might be 30 years before the actual commercial component gets developed.
Depends.
I think it's 7. Now it's starting to grow, right?
No, it depends on wastewater.
Right. Well, there's that. Yeah, they couldn't get any. Yeah.
And
that's
kind of diverging.
Yeah.
Have we made any progress by trying to look at moving Lakeview off of Moyoc and take it to? Yeah.
We have not. The state won't give us any additional capacity even if we do that.
Okay.
So are we talking about this for the entire county or different areas of the county?
Well, it's two different things. So we have, right now, when Paul and you came in and amended the MXR, it applied countywide. We went to 10,000 square feet. It was 2,500 square feet before. Not big enough to really do much in a commercial component. They said neighborhood serving, but the neighborhoods aren't big enough to really service that business either. So there's an aspect of that. But so everything right now is just that. It's 10,000 square feet, and so they were using it to get more density. And one of the thought processes I had was, if you take MXR and apply a different housing product to it, or maybe Barco's more where I was thinking that, to get rid of, and I mentioned this to all of you, take housing, single-family homes out of GB and go to multifamily in some areas where it makes sense. That's going to be near the bridge terminus, the high school's there, the middle school's there. It's kind of an area where you could develop a high-density population and put some apartments in and things of those nature. But it's kind of next on the small area plan for Barco, CoinJock.
Well, that's why I was wondering, do we want to implement this on different small area plans, and we could say this can go to Barco, Moyoc, CoinJock, or pick where these ones where they.
Well, that's I think what Kevin's trying to get at is, they're working through this, is what do we want to see?
Yeah, instead of the whole county, have certain areas that this is, and like you said, the Barco area that would be a good. All right. I mean, I'd like to define what areas we're looking at it in.
Well, in the interim, we probably need to do something with MXR now, as developers are looking at developing. Everything is 10,000 square feet now, so they could potentially, if they have sewer or whatever, build a neighborhood and then have this larger scale commercial component up front, and it's not what we want to see really in all areas, if that makes sense.
No, I agree, and that's why specific areas it would fit, and certain areas it wouldn't.
Right. So the question is, we need to do something with it kind of sooner than later, because these small area plans are going to take 2 years roughly to adopt. So that's 2 years of having it kind of open, right now, where it currently sits. So.
I mean, it's fine. I don't know what the staff schedule is, but yeah.
Okay.
If we're looking at controlling growth, I mean, we need to address that piece of it too then.
So you're talking the amendment to the MXR, looking at that district.
Yeah. And then I guess the question is for the board, do we want to go back to 2,500 square feet? Do we want to create kind of two separate areas where MXR?
Well, and that's what I was getting at. Certain areas, the county, a 10,000 square foot might work. In certain areas, it's not. And I don't know if we really
All right, I need some help here.
Yeah.
So give me an example of a business that's 2,500 square feet.
Great Clips.
What is?
Great Clips.
Okay, up in Moyoc?
Well, yeah,
Okay.
pizza kitchen.
Like a Walgreens or something like that is gonna be
Okay.
closer to your 10,000.
So, that was my next
Okay.
question. Walgreens would be like a 10,000.
They need about
Yes.
10,000.
McDonald's and Grandy's probably 5,000.
5.
Okay.
So bigger
all right.
Hardee's.
I'm sorry, I just need that.
Yeah, I get it, the scale matters, so.
One that's being developed right now under the MXR would be, there's an office building that's going up in between the railroad tracks and Saratoga Highway, just north of Baxter Road, Baxter Lane. And it's part of Windswept Pines development.
Okay,
So that section out front had the commercial component to it, and there's an office building and an accessory building that's going in there. And then you have the residential.
and
behind.
what, you said the office building, so are we talking one business there or several?
Yes, one business.
It's one building, but it looked like it was four.
It's one, right now, it's one office
It can be
building.
subdivided later. They can go in and put up a wall and carve up
But
750 square foot space or 1,000 or whatever.
With an accessory building to the side.
But in the Grandy area, though, if you wanted a Walgreens or Rite Aid or something like that, you'd
It's-
have
It's
to-
one
It
building.
can't, but it can be converted to 4 small units.
That's why I'm thinking Grandy
Right now,
would
it's just
work,
gonna be an open space
because you'd be able to
inside.
put something that
You
large.
can throw a wall up real quick
Otherwise, you
between
wouldn't be able to do it.
the two. That happened, so you've been in my business.
And
My
that's gonna limit-
business is
it's gonna limit
1,500
the type of
square feet.
businesses coming in.
And the wall to the right, when you walk in, it's all kind of carved out. That was actually open to the other side at one time. They just threw the wall up to divide the space and carve it out to put a restaurant and then my coffee.
Another point is if they need larger square footage for the commercial, you can rezone it to general business. The difference is you do not pull residential density off of that general business. So if you have a project that you're presenting and it's MXR, you have development density based off of that MXR zoning.
But don't you have to be careful of spot zoning?
You do.
Yeah, okay, at that point,
Anytime
yeah.
anytime there's conditional zoning or,
If you have
a zoning
agriculture right around you, you're gonna change one little spot to general business, that could be looked at as spot zoning, which is
change, then the
illegal.
board would have to
Yes.
consider those findings for spot
Okay,
zoning
yeah.
in those situations. But that is another option that's available to an applicant if the project is larger than neighborhood serving commercial. And its location makes more sense to have general business, cause it does expand the uses as well.
So did you just say can we overcome spot zoning areas? I mean, is there ways to do it?
Yeah, spot zoning is not illegal in and of itself, so long as the Board of Commissioners makes certain findings that's been established by the
Okay.
court.
Okay.
Okay. So is that totally confused you guys where we're at?
Well,
Because I think
looking
we're
at
confused.
I don't know, we're following, like, what direction the board.
Well, we wanna
wants.
redo MXR,
You want to redo MXR.
or we wanna, I guess we're talking about model.
I think, well, you got districts with different MXRs appropriate, right? I think a commercial MXR, for lack of a better description, like what's going in Grandy, right? And that has a heavier commercial component to it, and it's in a more commercial district, right? More GB district. And then your residential MXR. So there should be two different kind of MXRs, really, because your traditional MXR that we've dealt with has been housing with, smaller buildings up front, 2,500 square foot buildings. And I think the complaint from the developers is that the 2,500 square foot, you couldn't, if you wanted to put a fast food joint in there, for instance, like a McDonald's, you couldn't do it. But I don't know that's a bad thing. I don't know that you want that in front of your neighborhood.
See, in
right?
south of Grandy, south of Grandy doesn't need that type
Right,
of.
right.
South of Grandy could use the more traditional, like a 2,500 square
Right,
foot.
exactly. More office space,
Yeah,
more small
so more-
retail,
right.
Dunkin' Donuts, hair cuttery, those kind of things,
So you have
Little
that
Caesars.
limited service, full service,
Mhm.
category where if you're in full service, there's the 10,000 square foot option. If you're
Right.
in limited service, it's 2,500.
Right. I think
that's the
I
way
think
it
that kind of
currently
hits the
is?
two
Currently
types of.
is.
Okay, well, that
Oh, we
helps.
did separate that. I thought.
So I
I
mean-
thought.
That would, could be good.
The
then.
initial one was at 10,000 square feet if you're on Saratoga Highway.
Okay.
Which would be
Major
full
arterial.
service, right?
Well, then
Generally
we kind of
speaking.
pulled that in a little bit and
Tighten
spoke
it up a
more
little bit.
about full service
Right.
versus
Okay.
limited.
Well, so
Okay.
that takes care of what we were talking about.
Should.
Okay.
But and it's just tweaking that language a little bit, right? I mean, put it, so it was on Caratuck Highway, but move it to tie it to full service.
Make sure there's no loophole, somebody can look at the verbiage in there.
Right, making sure the verbiage lends
Nice
itself
and
to what
defined, clears.
What we're thinking.
where your heads
Right,
are.
Okay. All right, well, before we jump into our next thing, let's take a 5-minute break.
Oh, yes.
And then we'll jump back into Maple or Quinjock. All right, let's get back into it again. Kevin?
All right.
Discussion, it sounds like it's about ready to happen again, so.
All right. Sounds good. Well, the next plan we're going to look at is the Maple Barco small area plan. This plan was adopted in 2009, so many years ago. But I think you're going to find when I go over it that a lot of it is still applicable. That the vision for that area and what they laid out, most of it still applies. But we'll go through this plan. I think, the next item on the agenda is the coin jock and talking about establishing a small area plan for there. And I think, it's good to go over this before we do that because of geographical location. They're close to each other. And, I've talked to the chairman about it, how it would be nice if those plans talk to each other and coordinate. So with that, I just want to run through the plan so you see, what that vision was in 2009. So as you know, Maple and Barco, it's a location that's centrally located within the mainland. It's got a key intersection, and that's the 158, 168. So you're taking in, traffic, comes through, and it's a gateway to the north, to the south, to the beaches, and to Elizabeth City. So that is a very, important and seminal intersection in our county. The plan is home to the Currituck County Airport and the Commerce Park. I will say at the time the plan was developed in 2009, the YMCA, the ball fields, the airport training facility, the public safety building, those were not there. At that time, the county land there, it was just the cooperative building. There was nothing in the Commerce Park, so all that, was a vision, but all that has been done since. And I think you can argue, when you see the plan, that was done in accordance with the plan. The purpose of the plan is to balance growth and economic expansion. It takes into account the growth of the airport, protecting natural resources, and it makes special note of drinking water and how that is a valuable resource that should be protected. It looks to preserve heritage and maintain a high quality of life. Here is the orange outline there shows the limits of the plan. It's really centered along that Commerce Park Airport area, and then it stretches out to the 158, 168 intersection, travels north, encompassing all those Soundfront properties. We can talk about this. The airport plays a key role in this plan, not just as an economic driver, but also, the types of development and the density of development that can be in the approach zones.
Do we know, real quick before we get, do we know when that widening is going to take place to this shortcut road?
It's a long way off.
Okay, so we start looking about this. As far as businesses and all, so it's what, we're talking 5 years away, maybe?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
$100 and something $1 million project. I think it was.
Yeah, it's gonna be a while.
Okay.
Do you think it'll happen before or after the Mid-County Bridge?
Ooh. Same
Oh,
time?
sorry, my coffee sarcasm just came out of my mouth.
So you can get your bicycle lane?
I was just curious as we're talking about the growth of this area.
Okay.
but it doesn't look like the roads are gonna get improved, so, okay.
That,
We'll take out a big section right
Huh?
there at Indian.
that would be critical to the growth.
Well,
You know,
that's
all
why
of
I
a
was-
sudden, those properties along, you know, Shortcut Road become, you know,
Businesses, semi,
Right.
you have better, I mean, you,
A lot of it is.
there is, yeah, the outskirts of this plan do encompass a lot of, you know, natural, low protected areas. All right, the vision of the plan, this is a plan that the steering committee who helped put it together, it's how they envision the area in 10 years. So if you do the math, the plan was adopted in 2009, so they were looking at the 2019 and what the area would be like then. The plan talks about the county is committed to preserving the integrity of the Maple Barco communities by planning and balancing future development and economic growth. They plan on doing that by preserving the county's natural systems, expanding educational efforts for development. That's something the plan speaks to, is getting word out there and informing the public about the types of development, mostly in the Commerce Park and related to the airport, having a stronger educational effort. It talks to promoting aviation industries, encouraging a mix of residential and commercial uses at appropriate densities. As I mentioned, you know, you don't want a strong, something that's going to draw people or residential in those approach zones. So this area does have, you know, that type of dynamic with it. Promotes interconnectivity and encourages the use of local architectural vernacular.
Hey, Kevin,
Yes, sir.
have, the airport plan, we've not seen the current draft, right?
No, it's still with the State Division of Aviation, FAA, but as soon as they finish their review, it's coming to the Board of Commissioners for review.
Okay. I guess it would have been interesting to have seen it before we submitted it to the state to see, I mean, it's a balancing act. If we have changes to it, it has to go back to the state for their review? Is that?
Yeah, I think so. Our layout plan actually, at least in terms of facilities, kind of relates to addition of hangars and apron space and taxiways and things of that nature. Of course, there is the ability at some point to extend the runway 500 feet or so.
Because that we probably need to have, I mean, that needs to be a work session whenever that comes
yes.
out, because, and I'll go with the runway improvements. That becomes one of those, need to do those sooner than later, because on one hand, we're asking everybody to come to our airport just in time to shut down our airport so that we can.
Well, it's going to have to, or there's always some discussion and consideration taking place about when the runway needs to be strengthened.
That's my point.
And whether that could be done where in pieces so that it doesn't have to be closed down so long. But that's something our airport
Yeah.
engineers are taking into consideration.
Because the other thing is, and along those lines, we almost have a decision to make. I mean, right now, the airport's doing great, and I love the direction we're going in. But because of the word getting out, right, when you see a Gulfstream 650 on the ramp, that's, like the whole Mazda RX-7, right, the shape of things to come, right? We're going to see a lot more of that type of aviation traffic. The good news is most of those jets now are very quiet when it comes to takeoff and landings,
Well,
right?
it's funny you should say that. We were at one of the soccer games one evening, maybe Tuesday night, and all of a sudden a jet was ramping up, and everybody stopped and started looking toward the airport.
yeah.
It was so loud you could hear that sucker.
Well, that's right, because
But it was a
depends
big
on-
jet, yeah.
It depends on the wind, right? But yeah, so but along those lines, we're going to discourage residential within that zone as much as possible, because guaranteed it'll be. No one told me there was an airport here. Ask Oceana.
Exactly.
All right.
Yeah, one of the biggest drivers of
Neighborhood
those.
next to the runway and wondered why there was jet noise.
Why is it called Brady's Landing? Because Brady's takeoff didn't work well.
We're gonna rename it. It's gonna be called
Snowden's Landing. Yeah. That would be. That's wrong.
Snowden Airfield. All right, let's keep Paul, stop.
All right, next we can look at the existing conditions. Again, this is 2009, but most of these conditions, I think, remain, as we haven't seen a lot of development in this area. The highest land use in the area is agriculture. That's 37%. Another 18% is undeveloped. A very small area is commercial. Only 1% is zoned for commercial. Industrial has 12%, institutional 3%, and residential only 9%. So you're seeing this small area plan has a much different dynamic than, for example, the Moyoc one we just went over. We also look at building use type. Residential, 46% of the buildings are residential. Another 46 are accessory type buildings. And that leaves 2% each of institutional, industrial, commercial, and agricultural. So although, there's a vast amount of land, in a few of those categories, the buildings are, a majority of them are single-family homes. When the plan speaks to economic development, it talks to, what part of the conversation you were just having is, and that's that the airport is ripe for development. As well as the surrounding areas. We have a resource in that Commerce Park where it's, ready to develop, ready to go, county services. That's a great resource, and it makes that airport ripe for development.
I'm gonna pause you right there at the, we're talking about the Commerce Park. I've started calling it an air park because it's a little different than a Commerce Park in my mind anyway. I was speaking with Ike about this, I guess, Monday or Tuesday. We don't really have anything up for sale in there. We're not actively trying to move real estate in there. And since we lost Larry, the one sales pitch person we had, does the board, do we want to look at trying to move those lots and get them going and try and get business in there and maybe hire someone to list these properties and get them up for sale, or let it evolve accidentally or naturally?
Okay, looking at the type of industries, and again, I looked at this probably 5 years ago about, what could, and this was as a contractor, right, as a commercial entity, right? What could the company I was supporting at the time, what could we bring, because I love the idea of working down the street.
Right.
What could we bring to the county, knowing that we have avionics people, mechs, all of this aviation stuff? The caution is moving the lots and selling the lots sounds like a great idea, but I tell you the number that, and I don't know what the profit margin of the laundry facility is, but I will tell you when it comes to employing Currituck County residents at a higher wage than other.
It matters what goes in.
The longer those lots in an and it goes back to call it an aviation park, right? Not necessarily a commerce park, but the more aviation type entities that we can bring into that park, it'll pay a significantly double the wage, right? It'll bring in more revenue than not.
I would rather not rush into it because I think it might.
Do we market it to? Do we try and reach out to?
We could. We could.
We're doing nothing, so no one knows we're there unless
I agree.
The airport manager happens to run into somebody.
I think we should strategically market it to aviation.
I would suggest we talk to William.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
and go. Okay, where do you want it? Where do you want to take some of these other? Knowing that we've got these lots, and let him put the feelers out, because I know, and back in the day we talked about putting an aircraft paint facility, right?
Well,
and
there's been some interest for aviation in there.
Oh, absolutely. But aviation painting, because of, the facilities that you can put in right now, and they're fairly reasonable, but we have aircraft at Elizabeth City that are flying to stinking, like, Kentucky to get painted.
There's actually an Irish company that was looking pretty hard at locating in Elizabeth City that does painting of aircraft, and I think Elizabeth City was looking for a big appropriation from the General Assembly this year to help facilitate that. They received a $1 million, so I don't know if that project is over with, but there was even some thought, at least from Representative Goodwin, that you could see spin-off from area airports where aircraft would come in and maybe wait at an outlying airport before they got brought into Elizabeth City for the paint job. But yeah, there is some of that.
But yeah, that's kind of what we should be marketing and targeting.
The problem with
stuff like
that gets, and it's far more detailed than we need to get. That gets hard, right? Because an aircraft sits.
Right.
It's got to be either preserved and then brought out of preservation to then fly it again.
Right.
So unless you can trailer it up the road, that's
Well, my
not
answer
a
would
good.
be yes, it would just strategically.
Right, and I, like you said, talk with William,
Yeah.
get his thoughts on
Yep.
it, and formulate some kind of marketing plan to maybe get, I mean, ultimately, like you said, it's gonna produce high-end jobs.
Yes.
That we don't
Particularly if
have.
this other opportunity we expect to happen now sooner rather than later should help facilitate some
That's
spin-off
still-
from that.
that's
That still is
okay.
alive.
What is
and
that?
The one, well,
It's
Never.
an opportunity that we have
Got
discussed
it.
and the board has authorized the
Right.
conveyance of property
Got it.
to that entity.
Understood.
Right, okay, and then the other side of that is I think we need to dust off the, restrictive covenants is, we were talking Tuesday with the developer, and he was saying like there's a noise restriction in there of something under 70 decibels, and it's light industrial, so it doesn't really make, and that may or may not be true, but I don't know that any one of us has ever really looked at what is in the restrictive covenants and is that hurting us? Or do we need to make that restrictive covenants match who we're, the product that we're trying to bring in?
in the industrial park?
Remember when that was first developed and opened, it was, the vision was for it to become a typical office institutional kind of park, and so the restrictive covenants reflect that.
We need to work.
But now it's been many years later, and as we start thinking about a new concept.
Well, that concept was so popular. That's why all
We
the
need- yeah,
lots
we
stayed
need-
unused.
So it's certainly worth bringing those back out and going back through them again as we seek to
I'll be
Well,
here
and we
all
need to
day.
work on the name change too.
Sure.
Just the
Yes.
whole, if we're gonna revamp it, let's revamp it and brand it differently.
Yes.
And
as
I like
well.
Aviation Park or Aviation
Yeah,
Commerce
or
Park.
Currituck Air Park or something like
But I-
that.
Because everyone knows what that means.
Right,
I mean, the name of the road, isn't it already Aviation
Way.
Way or
Yeah.
something like that?
Give 'em-
So
give 'em here.
yeah.
we've
Well,
already
that's-
got
You guys
that
can
much
share.
started.
Well, while we're on that, is there any thought by the board to want to consider acquiring any adjacent property to have for future expansion of the?
I said it all along, I think it's way
Park.
too small.
What, acquiring where now?
Any adjacent
Can you-
land?
Pull up the map.
I mean, are we
Go
talking
back to
about
map,
the
yeah.
east side of the airport or the west side or
So-
just on?
Well,
You got-
there's land between 158 and the cul-de-sac there in
Where
our
at?
Commerce Park that, I mean, I don't want to get
So-
too much into it, but it might make sense to consider.
Can you point that out, maybe, where you're talking about?
Is it in the white, the blue, the
It's the,
yellow?
is it the white between the blue and the highway?
I think the purple extends a little outside of the Commerce Park, it looks like.
Is this parcel right
Okay, all right.
So our cul-de-sac in the Commerce Park ends right about
Right,
here.
okay.
Right.
And so it'd be kind of a natural extension from 158 right.
Yeah, if we
So
get.
that brownish area right
So
there.
that's where Central is, the white.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, I know.
I cannot tell you, I have hit that cul-de-sac more than I've succeeded in getting out of the airport.
Me too.
Yeah.
Me too.
I'm like,
And I know
"Dang
I
it,
need to turn."
I did it again. Yeah.
I would be interested in exploring that.
Yes.
How many
would.
acre,
Very
how many
much
acres?
so.
Is it probably about 20?
Oh, no, it's a big piece there.
Is it?
Yeah, it's significant when you look at it zoomed in. It's a significant piece of
Who owns it?
land.
Okay.
I don't recall offhand.
Yeah.
It's behind the animal shelter. When you come in, it's that land that wraps around behind, the cul-de-sac comes behind the animal shelter over
Where the
there.
Boy
and
Scouts used to go
Development in the
camping,
back
wasn't it?
is
back
way-
in-
it's further.
You're talking,
But high density.
the east of,
Yes.
In the neighborhood.
you're talking east of the,
Got it.
of Central, right?
Okay, he's pointing to Central
Yes.
right there.
It's beyond
Oh,
the road.
I gotcha.
our road.
Yeah, yeah.
Right.
He's pointing to Central up
And then
there.
there's that little subdivision where folks wanted to develop apartments at one time. that
Right.
kind of wraps around that.
Okay,
Yeah.
yep, I see that on here
Where
too.
did the Boy Scouts go camping at? Where was that at?
That's up in the,
Oh, that was up that way.
And
Okay.
they now camp, kind of adjacent to and behind our large stormwater pond.
Okay.
Okay, so that's our wastewater facility?
Yes.
Yeah.
Is there a sign on that at all?
A sign that it is ours?
It's Moyoc or Barco wastewater.
No,
Maple.
there's no sign on it.
Shouldn't we have a sign?
Do we need to announce it? We don't have one at Crawl at Ocean
Yeah.
Sands.
Yeah, but those tanks are right up front. I mean, that's kind of,
What's the point of wasting $2,000 on a sign for a sewage plant?
well, I mean, I didn't know what it was. And it has nice high security fencing. I don't know. I mean, it doesn't have to be a
Keep out
$2,000
wastewater
sign.
plant?
It can be something on the chain link.
All right.
I don't know. In case of emergency, call.
Call
Just
911.
saying. Just don't call me. Okay. You know what? It's the
So I
MP
get it,
in you.
I get it.
The
I
MP
get
in
it.
you.
So that someone knows that they're dealing with a sewage facility, basically, that or the treatment ponds are out there, right? That it's you're
Just curious.
So was the consensus
you
to
don't no swimming in this pond.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, was it
Must
the
wear-
consensus to explore
Yeah, absolutely.
price options
Yes.
and all that? Okay.
Yes. Okay. We've bring us back on point.
No, that's
Please.
good. This is good diversions. We've been talking about the Commerce Park. The other area that's, kind of ripe for development is the actual 158, 168 intersection. For reasons that I spoke to before, where the volume of traffic, the, central location, the recognition of that. That's the other area that's identified in the plan. Lastly, it does talk to our favorite subject, the Mid-Currituck Bridge, and just how that will increase both residential and commercial growth pressures on the area. Just briefly, environmental aspects of the area. The area is surrounded on three sides by what we call environmentally critical areas, is what the plan refers it to. The sound is located along the eastern boundary. And again, this section talks to the mainland water supply being a valuable resource that needs to be protected. Transportation, I think we've discussed everything on this, the 158, 168 intersection, the airport. It notes what we all know, that it has a 5,500 linear foot runway, which is, allows for jets to land that other airports in the area do not. And it does mention, it does have a strong framework for transportation, but improvements could strengthen the long-term economic vitality. And I think one of those, I don't think it's mentioned in the plan, but that 158 shortcut road improvement would be one such. In the community heritage and sustainability, it talks about how the area, one of the unique things is that it provides a tranquil setting in what is an emerging commercial center. Now that's desirable. It talks to the homes that are located along 168 and how they do have these sound views, and that those views and those homes should be preserved. And lastly, it talks to promoting green development within the area. So then we get to the future land use map, which again is the meat of the plan. It's how the plan envisions the area in 10 years. It shifts conservation area, you can see around the perimeter, and that's the area that is mostly low, mostly swamp area, undevelopable. So it calls for that area to be protected. Any uses in there, any development would be very low impact. We're talking mostly, outdoor recreational, active and passive trails type of development. The employment center is the purple, and that is the area where jobs will be generated. It calls to industrial uses, offices, research and development, aviation-related industries, and then manufacturing such as wholesale and distribution. So in the plan, it calls for a wide variety of commercial and industrial uses to be located in that park. The transitional area, those are the light blue areas, and those are the areas that are between a lower intensity residential type use and the employment center. And that just talks to, how it might contain incompatible uses and how they should buffer those uses from the more intense. The last is the mixed use, and this is the area that goes out to 168. The diverse land mixes within it. It talks to planned communities and residential development with supporting office and retail, and calls that there should be greater flexibility in development to bring in more creative products.
Question about a recreational park area there. How much more expansion growth do we expect in that area moving out, for more ball fields or moving into the woods? Or are we looking at major acreage? Or
I know we're gonna clear the woods at the corner for a full-size
do we
baseball
need more
field.
space, or are we got a good game plan of what we need and where we're going, or?
One of the things that you guys will see in our plan is kind of what you just touched on, but for a different reason. But they are recommending acquisition of adjacent properties as well, but just for future holdings. And it wasn't site specific, but that's a general recommendation that you see in our plan is acquisition of adjacent properties to recreational facilities in general. Not that I think once we get through what I'm calling phase 3 is what Paul just mentioned, between our soccer fields and COA. I think the athletic complex will pretty much be built out, or that community park will be built out to what the vision was.
Well, in front of the Y though, that's ours too, right?
Yeah, and there had been some discussion, and I don't know, you guys might know better than I would, but there had been some discussion about the property across from 158, but I don't know if the county ever bought that or not.
No, we have.
Barcos farm that. You talking about Butterfly?
Yeah, the agricultural property across 158 from the soccer field.
I think the Barcos, don't the Barcos own that, Miss Kitty? I know they farm it.
But the track that's between the Y, then you've got the parking lot, the roadway, and then there's a track of grass, right? It's between 158.
I guess, was that part of the acquisition we were looking at, or no?
I mean, I got approached by basically dedicated outdoor pickleball facilities I know it's coming, right?
Yeah, so right now, my question was
so that could be a potential.
So I guess just were we looking at is that gonna expand, do we need to acquire areas, or we're gonna have to be looking at adding 10 acres or 5 acres, or is that what we're provisioning in this area right here? Do we know? Or are we gonna stay where we're at as far as size-wise?
Well, I think the area, speaking to this plan, we were talking about the Commerce Park and expanding that. It does call for a larger area there. It does call out for expansion there. And I think that the recreational options would fit into that, employment center type of feel that it envisions.
It wouldn't impede into what we're looking at as far as the industrial section there then? Not really. Is that what you're saying, or it might?
Well, I think that expansion would fit into the framework that this plan laid out. Right. Yes, I think that it laid out for that more active area where there's more uses. It expanded well beyond what is currently there. So yes, it would support expansion. Okay. The plan would.
It might have been mentioned, but I could have slipped my mind. I know Paul at one time had mentioned about a hotel. Did that fall through?
Okay, that was with safety, whatever, and COVID basically killed that whole. I mean, I haven't gotten an update in forever. But I think that's fallen by.
Aquatic Safety Center, whatever.
Offshore training. Yeah. I need to get an update. I haven't talked to Scott in a hot minute.
Okay.
And that was more of a lodge than a hotel.
Yeah, so with that, guess would encourage discussion on just, your thoughts on the plan, how you think it relates to, the conditions, what we want to see, and, is there any direction to staff to?
Well, I think the area is ripe for growth, and we're going in some good directions with the airport, like I said, and the potential interest we have with, some of that property in there. And I think if we put a plan to market specific type of industries to come in there, we're gonna see that, we could see that. But so the infrastructure's already in place in there, correct? We have,
Yeah.
we have
We've got
water,
and sewer.
the sewer, and we have.
I think there's a problem with expanding the plant there, right?
Yeah.
It can be expanded
Well,
somewhat.
no, we're good. I think we need to look at, or
No,
a
there was
potential
something with
expansion
that
would be
particular-
water there, right?
We can expand that plan.
Yeah, but I'm saying, we're getting, depending on what comes in, we may be limited water-wise.
But we have the internet and all that.
Water-wise?
Fiber's
or
right there.
We have a well. I mean,
Freshwater-wise, you mean?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think we
You
have
mean in
one.
terms of water pressure or?
Mhm.
We,
Like there was a fire flow.
it's a fire flow issue even with some of the county facilities, but, that's something we have to be aware of as we
Right.
move forward.
But looking at some of the stuff coming in there,
Yeah.
you don't want that. That's the wrong area to
Wanna be-
have
right.
firefighting issues.
Right,
As
right.
far as internet, high speed, all that stuff's in there too, right?
Yes,
That's all,
gas,
okay. So it's all
natural
ready to go. We got natural gas still out there?
Is
So
there-
that place is ready to go.
Natural gas been out there for.
Okay.
Is there also part of the plan, a vision to expand institutional and educational opportunities here? I know we've had discussions at our last meeting with Jim Davidson and Dr. Bagwell about expanding educational opportunities with fire and EMS.
Well, that might be another
Public
reason
safety.
why we would want to look at additional property to expand the air park area, for that potential opportunity with
Right.
COA.
Yeah, I think that needs to be built into the plan, because I think having that, as I said in our meeting, all in one place with our public safety center, we
Is
don't want to
ideal.
shuffle that off to another county.
Yes.
We want it to be that
Yeah,
center
we
for
wanna own it.
public safety.
Center of excellence.
Yeah.
And so I think that needs to be built into the plan, or
Yes.
in at least the vision as well.
The other thing is, we talked about any further discussions with DOT relative to, North Carolina, moving the rest stop up to the intersection of 158, 168.
There really hasn't been any further conversation, although.
Because they were pretty high on that when that got, so
Right.
that's something that we probably need to,
Well, we did kind of raise it again with them when we had the proposal from Wawa to purchase the visitor center in Moyoc. And at that point, they said that they don't have any plan. So we can certainly reopen communication with them
I mean-
about that.
That's outrageous to me. I mean, I just, went to 6 different states last week in my travels, and including North Carolina, when you come, and I know some of it was on interstates, not all of it was though, there's always a welcome center when you come in.
It's
So-
interesting that in other places, when you cross the
Indiana,
border in North
Ohio.
Carolina, there's a large welcome center that's state operated, but you cross in from Virginia into North Carolina.
That's because we don't exist to the state.
I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, even on rural Highway 35 going into Ohio, there's a welcome center. And then when you come back the other way, there's a welcome center in West Virginia.
and when
And
you
that
look,
road's not nearly as utilized as the one right out
you
here.
look at our rest stop,
Oh, I know.
we've had issues with, and I'll use the 18-wheeler that the driver got killed in Moyoc, for example. Had there been a rest stop, because he'd been driving all night, made a wrong turn, wound up having to come through Manio, and if there had been a place he could have pulled over and rested, who knows?
Yeah.
Well, the whole idea was to design something, you had a
Yep.
nice slow pull off.
Yep.
Get in there and pull back around in, but evidently there's plenty of turnaround and plenty of access to the.
And part of the proposal we had with DOT was we would extend, our wastewater line down to the site.
And they just spend a lot of money on their septic systems and.
Time
Yeah.
to pull the trigger get the lobbyists talking about that again, you know, whoever. Because, I mean, I know Bobby was in support of it. Anyway.
Yeah, visitor center where those two highways come together.
Well, yeah, it just
Absolutely
makes sense.
Too much sense.
Too much sense.
Yeah, we can't do that.
That's why they won't do it.
Yeah.
All right, so.
And oh, by the way, also along those lines, you fly into our airport, odds are probably better than 80%. You're going to go past that visitor center on your way wherever you're headed.
Right.
Yeah.
So the red is MXR.
Yeah.
So, and we're going to end up in talking about CoinJock next. And some of these two plans can kind of flow together, work together. But my question to the board is, does it make sense to move that northern line of that MXR more closely to 158 to the intersection and have it extend south rather than north? So when you come up from the terminus of the bridge, my thought process when I met with you guys and talked with the board about this is that, you know, from the bridge north, we look at doing more GB or that whole area GB and allowing for densities for stuff to serve the beach, et cetera. And it all ties together with what's going on in Barco more than Maple, I guess. So concentrating your densities a little further south and allowing for it to go further north.
That makes sense.
Right.
Look what you have in there now, populating the main corridor. I mean, it does make sense to.
Well, you know, when we get into CoinJock and we bring that map up, you know, it's kind of ripe for development basically and redevelopment in some
If you're headed
areas,
south, whether you're going via Mid-County Bridge or just headed south, you're definitely going to pass that whether you came down 168 or 158.
Right.
If you move it north, you're going to miss out on the 158 traffic that is in a hurry.
Yes. So I'm just wondering if there's any interest in redrafting that, shifting that a little bit, causing that density to move down a little further south, right?
Chairman, would it help to pass out the exhibit I showed you?
Sure.
In the interim?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I can get a better, that way you can pull it.
See how he did
And
that?
this is
Gave one to Donna first.
aerial, we prepared for the CoinJock area, but it shows that intersection of the Maple Barco plan. You'll see it in dashed yellow, so you can see where that plan ends as it relates to, you know, through the CoinJock, and then we went as far south as the proposed bridge landing.
Okay, so, can you repeat that again? Now that I have this in front of me?
He was trying to catch and listen to the
There it is.
Yeah.
Right, so this is just, you can see up here, this dash line is the edge of the Maple Barco small area plan.
Okay.
Right here. Then you have this interim area, you know, here's the high school. We called that out just for a reference. This dash line down here, that is what the Imagine Currituck plan calls out as the CoinJock small sub-area. And then we brought the map down to just south of where the bridge landing would be. So this gives an overall view of the area, and it shows, you know, proximity of where we have an existing small area plan to where, you know, our next item, which this bleeds into, you know, where we want the CoinJock small area plan to be and what we want to accomplish with that.
Clear, are we saying that we're gonna pull the Maple Barco small area plan down to where they would actually abut each other? Is that what we're talking about?
That's part of what the conversation needs to be. You know,
But just right along the highway, not encompassing.
right, whatever the board's desire, and that's what, you know, staff is really, that's one of the key things we're looking for is where the desire is to have those,
Because you
that
have a lot
boundary.
of businesses all through there now anyways.
Right.
Small little gas stations,
When I came to you guys the last winter in January and talked to you about this, just as a refresher, what we were talking about is we got the intercoastal, right? Take the intercoastal, GB, both sides of that. We've already talked about that recently because what's gonna happen here. If you extend GB up through this area, it's all ag land. One of the things we've had, this area get redeveloped, at some point it may get redeveloped, but it's, again, right for commercial along intercoastal here. And then, one of the things we've been talking about is getting a hotel, resort complex, something on the mainland. This area lends itself to that. You've got everything coming in 158, 168, anybody traveling north or south, it's mid-county for business purposes, whatever.
Ball
But
fields.
it also gets you access to the sound. We don't have any GB hardly at all, if any, on the sound. Nothing. And one of the things we talked about with our consultant that came in for dealing with the tourism stuff was the lack of hotels, right? He looked at the mainland, we all know there's a lack of hotels. But putting an area that is attractive to them to have something, it's probably gonna have someone that has a resort conference, or you can probably just get a Hampton Inn or Holiday Inn at some point in the very near future, but having a resort complex that comes in that offers meeting facilities and things of that nature, it's gonna need more land, having communities out back or whatever, so.
Well, you have all that land by the high school, that the farmland that the guy's been trying to sell.
This whole area right here could be completely different, and that's where I talked to you guys about wiping out
Just fill it.
single-family homes in general business.
That's where.
Or even
the
taking them
wetlands
out of this
bank
area
is.
to stop
I mean,
residential growth in
serious.
here right now, and talk about what kind of residential growth product we want in there. Does it get down to doing, more MXR, doing higher density projects, because you've got the bridge terminus coming in, it's a mile up the road, boom, you're into this area. And we only need it right here. This area is so swampy and so wet, there's no services, you're not coming over the bridge with any sewer needs or water needs or expansion, although we're doing a little bit of that now, but anyway, it makes everything easier to push it up there, and it's gonna support the workforce housing for the beach, the workforce housing for the mainland. You can do higher density projects in here that are far enough away from Virginia to not turn it into Modoc again. And again, take out more of your residential housing component, single family home versus.
Well, that's where all your small businesses are, right in that corridor anyways.
Right, it's already happening. And it's just, and there's not a lot of homes really as it goes in there right now, so.
All up to the high schools.
Changing disturbance factor, all of it doesn't really, you're not gonna meet a lot of community resistance in that area because you don't have a lot of homes in that area.
No.
So that's kind of what I was talking to Kevin about when I met with him after talking to y'all in January. And why these two plans can tie together. And some of this area may need to change. This is all wetlands. so
You're
it
not
doesn't
gonna
matter.
build, you're right, on the southwest corner of the bridge there, you're not, they can't even sell that land at the
Right.
time.
Yeah, nothing's gonna happen.
So, Bob, just to be clear, are you suggesting then that these two plans then become one plan? Is that what you're
Not necessarily,
suggesting?
But they would run up to each other. And
They butt
complement
up each other.
So I don't know that it matters, but is,
I mean, you could call it the Corn Jock Maple Barco.
Move that Coinjock plant up to the border that way.
If you want to.
That way this
I mean,
stays, that way this stays.
unless we
close.
have different focus, I mean, my concern is the Maple Barco small area plan right now really is focused on institutional and airport and that kind of commercial. This is looking for a different kind of commercial.
Right.
So I don't know that they should become one,
No, but they will complement.
but they do need to maybe marry together and,
Today it's different types of commercial we're talking about.
Right.
I agree with Selena, move that one
One type of
up.
commercial to another.
right.
One type of housing product, more rural, more like you're
Right.
talking 30,000 square foot lots. The things that are developed up here will be very low density and in the northern end of this, and allowing these areas to become higher density and provide different housing products that we do not have now.
So would we be better to have, since we have an airport plan, right, and that requires revisitation, right? Or is it we just decide to update the airport plan?
Well, we're in the process of updating it.
No, I know that, but is there a
We go on to a vote.
statutorily,
No.
we're under no anyway. So if we, I mean, one thought would be, that's called out specifically, the Maple Commerce Park, whatever we want to call that, whatever, and then this is all another plan,
You can-
right?
And you can plan it out like you're saying, Selena, and say,
Exactly.
okay, here's the product
Yes.
we want in this area.
Yes.
As part of that plan, here's what we want in this area.
Because I think we're gonna wind up with identical things on both sides of the line that, you know,
But I
calling
think
out
there's
there.
different goals.
Agreed.
Exactly.
I agree with
And
Selena.
really coming down to if we're trying to make it make sense, at least I'm trying to make it make sense in my head, I think it might be the best thing to do is come draw Maple Barco past the high school, middle school area because that's institutional.
There you go.
And
then
then
pick up-
That's a
south
good
of
thought.
that is where you're
Right.
looking at the
job.
type of commercial growth.
And that's perfect.
So I think that if we're
Yeah.
trying to make it make sense, that's what we
No,
look
that's
at.
That's
a good point.
perfect.
I didn't think about that.
Yeah, it doesn't, it can be whatever. That's
That way it
what-
stays in the education.
Right, the
Right.
Yeah,
institutional.
that makes, yeah, I like that idea.
Expand it down to here.
And then move the coin jack one up to wherever that line is for the high school area there.
And then come down from
Like
there
where
to
Currituck
cross, just
Barbecue
across the bridge.
area
Or
is,
wherever.
that, where there's already commercial,
Right.
and that type of thing.
Yeah, that's perfect.
And then the question is, you know, including that commercial, absolutely 100%. How far north of that commercial would you want the coin jock boundary to be? Would you want it to go right up to the Maple Barco once it's shifted?
I
Yeah,
think
butt
so.
right up to it. Yep.
Yeah.
That way there's no discrepancy. You got like 1 or 2 acres of.
Right. You
Yeah,
don't
you
get
can go
something
just slightly north,
non-conforming.
because you've got, what, the bank on the north side of it, just a little bit further north maybe of the interchange, because you've already got some commercial in there that goes right back to that industrial type, with the banking and the, what's that other thing over there?
You got the.
Physical therapy place,
The nursing home.
nursing home, yeah.
Sense and Terrace
Which
thing.
it kind of fits more with the,
With the Maple Barco
right.
small area.
Yeah, I mean, I think
Yeah.
drawing the two lines right beside each other,
Yeah, you flow
past the
from
high
one to
school
another.
and then north to up where, for the,
The bank is up there.
I just totally, the southern one.
Yeah.
The Coin Jock,
The
thank
Coin
you, the
Jock.
Coin Jock sub-area right up to that.
You follow, you got us? Okay, good.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. There we go.
Great, well,
Ready to adjourn?
yeah, we transitioned beautifully into the next agenda item, which,
Oh,
All right,
Coin
so-
jock, okay.
Well, it seemed like we were wrapping around the corner and headed south at that point, so
yep.
I brought it up before we got into it too hard.
So with the coinage, I guess, are we sliding into that?
Yes.
All right. What I can do is we've already discussed one of the big questions that staff had, and that was the area to include in it. I mean, that's a crucial thing, to start a plan, but I just wanted to give a little overview of the Coin Jock area, what's there, what the existing plans call for, and then, go through with you, from staff standpoint, what's involved in the small area, creating the plan. So we can start with the existing conditions. First, there's residential. Most of it is off Worthgard Road. There's a couple neighborhoods back there. Then there's residential along the canal. As you'll see in a couple slides, some of that land, around the marina especially, is zone GB, but it is commercial, land use right now. There's also the new commercial. There is a small subdivision, Middle Street. That's a cul-de-sac subdivision right across from Ambrose Furniture. And it's just a gravel road, but that's the new development that's happened in the area. Commercial, there's retail, gas stations, eating establishments, office, industrial, and marina uses. And we all know the commercial stretch, from Currituck Barbecue to the gas station. All uses are in that area just north of the bridge. And then the really only commercial aspect is the marina south of the bridge. Conservation, you can see here the areas around it, which are wetlands and environmentally sensitive areas. It's fairly obvious where the bridge goes over, that area is all low. The south of below the marina and Water Lily Road, that is, and then as you get close to the waterfront north of the canal, there's significant wetlands there. There is some agricultural uses around the area. Most of the area, at least identified in the sub-area here, as wetlands or developed, but there is still some agricultural uses. Here is the existing zoning for the area. Typical with a lot of sub-areas, we have the GB along the highway, and that's where the commercial is. You have the agricultural step back from that with the interspersed single-family mainland. There are 2 parcels which are light industrial. There's one right on the canal at the bottom of that, and then there's one right where the road breaks off, and I think there is an industrial type use there.
Where's that on there? I'm looking for LI and I don't see it.
Yeah, the LI, it's 2 parcels. There's one right here.
Oh, okay.
What use is that, Donna? It's the last use before
Yeah,
the
it's
bridge.
that has some outdoor storage there as well.
And
Okay.
then there's a light industrial
Oh.
right on the canal, which
Undeveloped.
is undeveloped.
I was
Well, how do you even
undeveloped
get to
bowl,
that?
isn't it?
Canal,
Under the,
Parachute?
under the road,
boat.
I believe it's,
What's that?
where is their access? Is it
under the,
something-
under the highway.
Yeah, there's an easement.
Yeah, the bridge is the big, the
Bridge
Act
goes
like you're
over
going to
the
Queen Jack
driveway.
Marina and then curve back around.
Yeah.
Right, which I don't think there is existing
Parameters.
access to it. I think
Be
there
an
just
easement.
is easement provided.
That's- Yeah.
You get to it from under the bridge. Yeah, you get to this one. You get on here and just drive it down through there. There's access. This way you can
Okay.
access under the bridge and get to that.
Find that piece
All
that
right.
we're talking about when it gets to that top.
I had no idea that there's a little piece of LI though right there.
I didn't either.
Been there
I didn't
forever.
even think that was buildable back there.
You know where Walton Corner is?
Okay.
It's got some nice hay down there right now.
The county had a
Really?
deal to buy the property back in about 2006, and the property owner blew up that deal. And
Yeah, Owen had just been
Is it
elected.
James Johnson?
no, it was it's
He likes to blow up deals.
Levy Bunch.
Oh,
owns it.
Levy was going. Jeez.
Is that, I mean, I'm just trying to orient myself. Was that the piece of property that was sold late last year, early this year?
That's on the other side.
If you're heading
You going
south,
north?
If I'm heading south,
you're
yeah.
heading south, when you go over the bridge, look to your right, you see where it's been mowed. It's like a mowed
Okay,
rock.
all right, all right. I don't know if that's
Yeah.
part of the parcel that was
I
sold.
don't think
then.
it's been sold.
Okay, so no.
That's got the sign for sale.
The one on the other side of the bridge as you're going across, that used to be the old fish camp,
Oh, yeah, yeah,
that's sold.
okay.
And I don't know.
Rice farm?
Okay.
I don't know if that helps on any of the properties you're discussing. If it,
So yeah, when you look down on the bridge, it's that grass field you can see down there.
Okay. Interesting.
Maybe
I didn't
headed
know that.
south.
Okay.
All right, I'll peek at it today. Take a better look.
I keep looking for bear. when I
all right.
Right.
Deer, very deer.
So then, the Imagine Currituck actually uses the canal as a dividing line. So where the commercial area is right now is the northern mainland designation or portion, and then the south is Lower Currituck. So it identifies a coin jock in both of those plans, although they are similar in recommendations. As I said, it also is identified as a sub-area. In the handout I gave you, that yellow dashed line notes the area that is included in it.
So while we're here, the south side of the bridge, then the south side of the canal, do we want to talk about converting that to GB? It's almost striped out with homes for the most part.
It is GB. I thought a lot portion of it.
It's got some parts of it.
Some of it is the
So
area.
do we carry it all the way down and up to the old bridge or?
Well, that's homes right there, though, isn't it? Property. owners?
Yeah, but they can be in a GB. I mean, we've got them up and down the highway all over the place. So, it now the problem is it's little bitty lots, so not much can happen on them, right? If they want to do a home-based business, though, they can, or turn that into some sort of business. They
I
could
mean,
do
if
that.
we reclassify the GB, does that increase the property value on it?
Probably. you know, while we're doing it, while we're talking about this, you know, we've talked about the intercoastal and how to utilize that and revamp it.
Only problem with that, if you're talking south of the Coinjock Bridge, you know, and I'm just gonna say it. You do that and you increase someone's taxes. What are they really getting from that?
No benefit.
And
No benefit.
and
That's-
so
That's why I'm asking now.
you know, they bought a product in a place that they, you know, in the place that they chose to buy that product, and to me, it's changing something for no benefit to them other than saying it's zoned this way, and it's gonna I just don't see the benefit to.
Well, it doesn't
the
necessarily
average
like
citizen.
instantly appreciate their property. However, when we do a revaluation in
Right.
8 years, it may.
I would rather
Yeah.
wait to see if a business said, look, I want to buy 4 of those lots, talk to the homeowners, and then come before us, say, if I buy these, would you rezone them? At that point, then, wait till, if there's an interest, because there's probably not.
I mean, it's not like
Yeah.
really dense, but there are enough people that would be
Mm-hmm.
adversely affected by that decision that it gives me heartburn.
As
That's
long as
why
I've
I'm-
lived here, I've had nobody who wanted to build a business there, so. I mean,
All right, that's why I brought it up.
those, I'd say leave them alone for right
Okay,
now.
that's
That's
it's
my
your,
opinion.
well, it's also your district.
Well,
I mean, that's why I was
I
asking.
would, in
you
my
know, while
opinion,
we're
just
here.
leave it like it is right
Okay.
there.
I don't think they'd be too happy with another tax increase.
No,
Well,
and
there's
for no
need. It's
benefit
not, it's not
either.
like you're gonna get a big.
Well, it's
boom
not going to
business like
magically
that.
increase their taxes until we
Right.
revalue the property,
Well-
and it may hold its same value just because it's GB. When you go to sell it, you might be able to get more because the buyer has some interest in it, but it doesn't necessarily. I mean, it's still off the highway. Anyway.
Well, for
but
right
that's
now,
fine,
just
leave
leave
it
it,
alone.
okay?
Yeah.
That's my
okay.
opinion.
That's why I was asking.
Okay.
Just a question, I mean, we're talking a lot about zoning districts and extending these zoning districts. Are you referring to a rezoning that the county would do of people's property?
Mm-hmm.
As
Or doing
opposed
like,
to
or doing it like
designating
the,
it on a plan
or do
as-
it like a plan like we do with Currituck Station that allows for that rezoning to take
Gotcha.
place, right? Not necessarily slapping a designation on it, but allowing for it, creating basically, yeah, a mini, you know, Currituck Station down here, but nowhere near the densities. No heavy industrial or light industrial, or very little light industrial, I guess.
All right. Well, here are the policies that are supported by the Imagine Currituck Plan. They're Northern Mainland 6.1, and that's encouraging commercial development on both sides of the canal, compatible with the existing residential uses. So that's, I think, goes to what we were just discussing with the, you know, what kind of designation we would want on that south side of the canal. The Lower Currituck Policy 1.3 is to support coastal and waterfront communities by allowing a variety of residential development on the waterfront. 1.4 is to recognize community desire for additional neighborhood-level services, retail, and dining. And 1.5, capitalize on natural and waterfront heritage. So that does lend itself to what some of this discussion has been with bringing in those mixed uses, bringing in a more, you know, a different feel along that canal in that area. Here are the land use designations. A large portion is the reserve lands, the preserve lands, which are the wetland areas and environmentally sensitive. You can see north of the commercial area is the G2 controlled growth. The density recommendation is up to 2 dwelling units per acre for that. Actually, that is the commercial area, sorry, it's the G2. Down on Worthgard in the residential area, what you have now is a G4 Village Center designation. And that can be up to 2 dwelling units per acre, or it does mention as specified by a master plan. So that's that residential area. And then along the canal, the area we were just talking about on the south of the canal, that is designated G3 Mixed Use Center, which again has a density up to 2 dwelling units per acre or references a master plan. So those are the designations that Imagine Currituck currently has in that area. Now we already discussed, you know, getting direction on where we want the boundaries of the plan to be. This was just a more zoomed-in view of CoinJock. This is another direction that is worth thinking, and I think will be discussed at the early end of the planning process, and that is, what is the future of CoinJock? Now, this is just conceptual, that staff put together just to give an example of the kinds of things we would, look to see. Where's the mixed-use area, business district, protected area, rural residential? So this slide is just supposed to demonstrate, kind of the thought process that we'll be going through to really nail down what uses we would recommend in what areas. Just wanted to briefly talk about the planning process, and how we typically would go about creating the small area plan. The first is direction setting. That's where we do what we did today. We define the engagement area. We look at what the goals of the plan would be, compiling information on what's there, and then really importantly is develop a public involvement strategy, considering focus groups. And then this is a big one, and this is one that the staff is looking for the board to help with this, and that is establishing a steering committee. We need people who have interest in, or landowners, business owners, have interest in the land, to volunteer to come together to, look at the area, what they want the area to be, and be involved in that process up front. So that is one thing we'll be looking to do, is to assemble, a group of people to serve on that steering committee. The second is really the work of it, and that's the research and engagement, and that's when we, look at the conditions, look at, environmental factors, infrastructure. We gather that all together, and it's also when we go out to the community. We're holding public meetings. Another good method is getting surveys out there, to get what, not just in the area, but, something like a survey, with a link, we could extend it out and reach,
Broader audience.
So that is that part of the planning process. Then we go into the plan development, where we, develop the maps, the strategies, the vision, and all that, put it together. And then finally, we review it and adopt it. Of course, as you know, that would be work sessions, vetting the plan to parties, the steering committee, members of the community, getting workshops, getting it in front of you, and going through that whole song and dance. So, that gets down to what, staff needs from the board. And, first thing, to establish is whether we're going to do it in-house or, hire a consultant on. I can't tell you, what the price would be for it, but, small area plans do have a relatively significant cost to them. I could throw out $100,000 maybe, to start. You'd be looking in there. Bringing out.
We're not throwing the baby out with the bathwater, right? We're basically tweaking what we've got and changing the boundaries. Am I right?
We don't have a small area plan for the area, so what we're doing is we're taking the recommendations of, what we have in the plans now, the recommendations we're hearing, and we're creating a small area plan.
2009 plan that we're talking about, that was in 2009. So that definitely has to be revised.
Right, and the Maple Barco, could be. So
I guess the question
There's
to you is,
reusable content, I would think.
I think we've got for these.
It's not like we're starting
Right,
with a
I
blank
think for
slate.
these two
Yeah.
areas that we've talked about this morning,
Probably 80%.
I think we've done pretty well with sticking with these plans, and expanding them and tweaking them is what it seems to me that we're looking to do here.
well, we're creating a new one for CoinJock and just updating the one for Barco Maple.
It's yours that you put on.
So the question to
there's,
you, Kevin,
okay, I guess I totally misunderstood. I
mean,
thought
we
there
have-
was one for CoinJock.
there's a sub area called out, but there is
okay.
nothing.
Yeah,
why
it's
I
just-
wanted-
That's
why
an
I
area
wanted-
plan.
I saw on the handout it says small area plan. I thought,
Right,
okay.
develop a
All
small
right.
area plan. So
Okay, I'll put that
the
in.
question is, do you need a consultant for something that, we're not talking Currituck Station type product. Do you need,
Right, well, I definitely think depending on the timing of it, if we did it in-house, we have a staff that stays busy with what we do on a daily basis. I know previous plans were done in-house. Donnie, correct me if I'm wrong. I think we had a planner, Holly White, at the time, that was her focus. So, if we had a planner and dedicated one of our staff to that, it's certainly something that could be done. I think a big question is the timing of it. I would say if you bring a consultant in that has that focus and has, the ability to spend more time with it, it could be more expeditious in the way it gets through. I think that's a big question.
Okay.
Either way, we're gonna have to pay for it.
Well,
Position or
Well,
a consulting firm. Is that what you mean? We're
Well,
gonna
it
have
would
to bring
be-
in a position?
of course, I would never turn down creating a new position for it. That's one avenue to go. I was discussing also, if we took one of our current staff and put them as lead, so then you're taking them off what they're currently doing, which is, our staff, we stay very busy on the day-to-day and what's coming in, so.
Advantageous at all to do that. because
Not to
then
us.
Something's gonna fall by the wayside.
And there's other projects that we're currently working on.
Right.
We've got the stormwater updates
Right.
that now planning's been tasked with, so we're working
So it
with
sounds
the
like we're gonna-
consultant
Your plate's
on
full.
that
So my
too.
point is,
It is.
we're gonna pay for it, whether we pay for it with a position, with a consulting firm, or letting something else go.
Right.
Correct.
There's a cost,
Consulting is a one-time fee then.
right?
Right.
There's a
You're not-
cost,
Fix it, it's done, yeah.
Nothing's free.
nothing.
So it sounds like consulting is the way to go then. You're buying a service and that's it, not hiring someone and then keep
There's
recurring.
no
and then you're
benefits
stuck
to
with them.
pay there.
All right, perfect. We talked about establishing a steering committee. I think that's something the board needs to consider and start thinking about who they want, who you guys want on it.
Is in that area, so I'd like to work on that. Are we looking at 5, 10,
Yeah,
what's
what's
your
the-
idea of a good number?
The small area plan.
Is it 12? I don't, for this size, what's a good?
About 12.
No, we could look at the plans and see what the average
Yeah,
numbers
to get some
were.
good input and some, yes.
The higher the number, the less consistency.
I know, everybody's.
Consensus with your steering
So for that
committee
size and what we're looking at, 10, 7, I don't know, just,
Right, I think 10 is usually a number. If you did pull how many and pulled an average, I think it would float around 10.
okay.
Okay.
It might also depend on who the board has in mind and whether all of those folks need to participate. So,
Or willing to.
yeah, they're willing to.
In that area, you're probably gonna get a lot of people that will wanna sit on that board.
It's usually, the way the other steering committees have worked have been an application process.
Yeah.
You vet those applications.
And then probably, if we're looking at it, I wouldn't even mind maybe doing something, on our site or something, just saying, look, we're looking for people that want to,
Express an interest.
yes, but then please send your information, and then let's see what we get in there. And then I start going through.
Would they fill out an application like our advisory board?
Basically.
That's what I was thinking.
It's pretty simple. It's
Yeah,
contact info.
right.
Maybe we could put that to advertise or put it something on the Facebook page or something, and
And put a link to that application.
I'd like to see that, and then blanket it out there a few times, let people
Could
know.
also
that
put
we-
it out on the quarterly.
Yes, Anyone
interested
It's
in-
coming out pretty
Yeah.
soon, yeah.
And that would be in any small area plan and
Yeah.
And I can just share it on my Facebook page and all that, and just,
hear that, Randall?
he's making notes.
He's making notes.
Or they can, if they want, if any questions, they can contact Mike Commissioner Payment, that represents that area. if they
There you
want
go.
to. I don't have a problem.
24/7,
For any
just
of
like
them, contact
7-Eleven.
Mike.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem if they want to contact. me.
Anybody.
Anybody, okay.
Well, the other thing is too, whoever
Not
goes,
anybody, Randall, just.
whoever goes on that. I mean, you remember the Mayak when they had
We'll
what,
give them the people
15
to work
meetings?
with.
There was a bunch.
A lot.
So it's a big commitment. I mean, I don't think that one would be as.
That was public meetings.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
When are we looking to try to, do you have a time frame in mind? that you'd
Well,
like to-
that's the last bullet point there is, I think,
Okay.
I don't
Need to
think
read it
we
for
can
now.
establish one today, but, hearing the consultant, the first step is, we'll get an QP,
RFQ,
RFQ,
RFP.
RFP, whatever's appropriate, we'll get that out there.
Request for proposal is what we want, yes.
Cutie
RFP.
pie.
Q is
Q, qualifications or proposal?
Q.
We don't want an RFP, huh? Okay.
So we'll get an RFQ out there. That'll be the first step. But then as we go along, we'll establish a timeline. I think other things have to be in place before we can do it, of course, but.
Why can't we do an RFP?
I mean, if we have a specific need spelled out, we couldn't
I mean,
have.
if we're using, it depends, if we're using an engineering firm for, professional services for engineers and architects, we use a request for qualifications.
Short of Waterloo.
Because the problem with those are,
That's just gonna be residential, single family.
once they're on tap, right, it's
They'll
hard to
be very
control
involved, 'cause
the
it's
costs.
Waterloo.
I thought we would have a specific, that's what I thought.
In fact,
If we have a
I don't even know
specific-
that they bid cost, right?
They don't, they're statutorily are not. So we then select the most qualified proposer and then negotiate an agreement.
But if we have a specific, criteria we're
But it's an
looking
open
for.
door that I don't like,
What?
RFQs.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If we have a specific outline of what we're looking for, can't we ask for proposals for that specific?
The statute don't allow them to present to you a price or a cost up front.
Who? Engineering firms? Well, why does this have to go, I mean, does it have to be an engineering firm that does this? I mean, I don't know, yes. I mean, I'm not sure who can, if that's the only people that can do this, or if there's other areas that do area plans or something.
We get into trouble with expenses that we're not planning on. I mean, RFQs, the problem with that one is gonna be 22 months of a engineering firm is gonna cost that. And, if we came out with a scope that's this many community meetings, this many internal meetings, final and that deliverable schedule's out there, that we can predict what that cost is gonna be.
That's usually part of the proposal, all of those.
Right,
Yeah.
but cost isn't associated with that. They meet the qualifications.
But then you negotiate the contract.
Right. Right.
Amount of money.
Right.
And if we don't like their price, then we could throw it
Say,
out and do
yeah,
it again.
and it always costs more than we ever dream.
All right.
And now we're telling them, okay, so in an RFP, they tell us what labor complement they want to execute the plan. In an RFQ,
We select them based on their qualifications, then they put it together and say, well, okay, I can do it for this price, then we can accept it or reject it and start all over again.
Maybe let me suggest, we've done this many times in different ways, so we'll look at our procurement policy and determine what's the best route to go.
Okay.
Perfect.
To retain from them.
one's kind of a firm fix, then we know what the cost is gonna be.
That's the RFP.
And we're looking at everybody, best value, which is quals and cost.
Just figure out what's the best one, yeah.
All right, moving, did anybody need a bathroom break before we jump into?
We might, I mean, we get close to lunchtime,
Connect
let's just keep
Currituck.
going and then
Okay.
take the break for lunch after that, I guess.
No one's holding up a
That's
hand.
me.
All right. So we're going on to Connect Currituck at this point.
All right, we, in the agenda packet, had a document. I would ask that you ignore that and focus on what I'm handing out. We've had.
Ignore
Well,
this?
we had a time crunch to do it. This was the last plan we looked at, and we've had a chance since then to,
Oh, you say ignore what's in our computer?
yeah.
Oh, okay. So I'll hit the control alt delete
Den right
button.
there.
Donna needs one.
7 out of 8 plans ain't bad.
Yeah, he's sitting up here at the table, he's gonna be voting. It's fine.
Ugh.
So this handout, as it's laid out, it really focuses on the program action steps and the policy action steps, and it gives that furthest column to the right gives the status where we are right now. I think what you'll find, you know, Corolla, when we had those connect plans, I think we've done a good job and we moved along on that. I think when you look at Connect Currituck, you know, on a whole and how it's addressed in the mainland, I think that, you know, there's work to be done there.
We've got a sign when you enter each little hamlet, you know, welcome to, you know.
Harbinger.
Right.
That's a start.
That's a start, okay.
So yeah, the Connect Currituck plan, it's it states off with this kind of, you know, starts off with this statement that Currituck County is a destination where pedestrian connectivity and access is provided to people of all ages, abilities, and socioeconomic backgrounds, and where walking is encouraged and supported to create a healthy, prosperous, and livable Currituck for residents and visitors alike. So that's the overarching, what this plan aims to accomplish. It has, you know, these 6 goals to improve access, protect the environment. Oh, yeah, there we go.
There was a reason behind this in the first place. What was that? It was like, we did this for some kind of.
Was it a DOT study?
Yeah.
The PED.
I think it was,
We're gonna have a bike
part
path
of
from
it was
Moyac to Bridge.
accessibility to DOT grants.
Right.
And how's that worked out for us?
In Grand right there.
Well,
we
that's
don't
why
get
you're
away
kind of
with
going
it.
through this
Goose egg.
plan again to see what it is that we need to do.
A lot of this is focused on NCDOT's works.
Right, but I mean, because this goes back a minute, right? This is when we had the Corolla and the Walnut Island,
Yep.
you know, that whole thing. And I know it's part of, you know, we're gonna get there. But this was done to hunt grants. Did we ever get a grant out of it?
I'm not really aware
I'm not
of
aware
some
of
of the
any.
projects that were actually implemented.
Okay.
Nope, no money. Same old answer.
It's a
no
great
money.
plan.
So,
It looks,
so then this just lays out the organizational framework that the plan sets up. You know, it starts with you guys as the commissioners, you know, overseeing it. The plan and projects are supported by Public Works Planning, ARPO, and Sheriff's Office. There's a coordination aspect with DOT. It, of course, you know, involves input from developers and the Pedestrian Advisory Committee, which the plan calls to create, and I don't believe that was ever created.
I was gonna say.
So that was, right there, that's one of the first things that the plan, action steps that the plan calls for, but it was,
Roll that into like the Recreation Advisory Board. I mean, couldn't that be kind of rolled into that?
Yeah, Jason took care
I
of
mean, I'm just asking, I don't know.
do you
Don't,
think,
I mean, Kevin, you sit on that board, right? I mean, there's somebody from all parts of the county on there, right? We make appointments to that. And if the focus is to make Currituck County more walkable, which is a kind of recreation, you can see where I'm going, to
Right.
me.
Boy,
Well-
are you stuck.
Jason.
It's the number one, it's the number one amenity recommended to you in the plan.
So, I mean,
Well-
wouldn't it make sense to roll that
That's not
under?
what this is.
I think there,
Saying.
Here, y'all deal with it.
I think that's a great idea because there is crossover and you already have a committee that brings in from, you know, all aspects of the community. So if you have that committee in place
Give you something
or
to
a
talk
committee,
about
that
other than
saves the
uniform.
time to go out and find people. I think that's a,
And I'll just say, you know, I think our Parks and Rec department have, and the staff and everybody's done a great job of the whole walkability. I mean, I go to Sound Park because there's not sidewalks in my neighborhood, and at certain times of the day, even on my 25-mile-an-hour roads, it's a little dicey. So I mean, it's very walkable, and with the new boardwalk, to me, it would be a marriage made in heaven to put that under that
I second
advisory
that
board.
motion.
Just saying.
I agree.
I wasn't really making a motion. I'm
Good.
just making a
Third.
suggestion.
Third.
I agree.
All in favor?
well, no, that's excellent.
Congratulations,
Excellent feedback.
Jason.
We meet Tuesday night, I'll be glad to share it.
That's awesome. Hey, congratulations. We now have new responsibilities. That's perfect.
We got something to do now.
It's just adding a label. It's not a new
Hey,
responsibility.
that's called being efficient.
Good thing you got
Weeks
that.
you should have sat right here. You got that packet.
Shouldn't have let Leanne give me this. Dang it.
All right, so just to move on, the vision of the plan, as it's stated, is to identify new opportunities and ongoing initiatives that will create a pedestrian environment that connects people of all ages and abilities to where they live, work, play, and learn. The plan goals, there were 6 of them, are to improve access, create a positive economic impact, protect the environment, protect equity, enhance health, and increase safety. This is an interesting graphic from the plan. It looked at the county as a whole and identified the demand for pedestrian facilities. And as you can see, the darker purple areas are the high demand areas. They include Moyock, Currituck and Bells Island, Grandy, Point Harbor, and then there's scattered areas in Corrales. So these were identified as the key areas, high demand, that really need to be
How
looked
were they
at.
identified?
The plan identified.
Is it a heat map or is it a legitimate, what?
Heat map. It was a heat map.
Okay, so that's just, so it might be,
Population concentrations.
it might be worth like one of those polls,
What?
surveys.
Survey Monkey or whatever.
Well, I thought when we did that, when we did that, had the boards up there and everybody put things on, what was that called, that exercise we did, different areas? I know in the Grandy area, everybody was, about sidewalks, blah, 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 around there, because
There's a lot of
there's a lot of activity living around, that highway, you got people riding their bikes right down the middle of the turning lane
Today.
from Grandy Greenhouse all the way to the food line down there. I'm thinking they're gonna get ran over.
Right.
Get killed.
I mean, it is, there's no place for them to get on a bike or walk or anything.
Oh, yeah. Seen that guy many times.
But
And I've
the
heard
reason
that
I'm
quite a
saying
few.
that, right, is there may be a huge push for that in Grandy.
Yes, there is.
In which case that would increase it from a prioritization point of view, right?
Yes.
Where it may not be, all I'm saying is this, the question was what generated this pedestrian demand, and this is solely focused on the population.
No, I agree, but when they say Grandy, I agree with it because I do hear it all the time there.
I'm
I
good.
agree. We don't know, I can't speak for other areas.
Did we put Rural Farms get a sidewalk in front of it?
No.
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 No, it did
not.
There's not one in there.
So
No,
we
there's not.
went from a sidewalk to
Yeah, there was no sidewalk in front of it.
sidewalk to nowhere.
We're still
in that
we're still
neighborhood we just
involved in
approved.
that.
We talked about that, and then a turning diversion thing right there that they were putting.
And then, but we didn't require sidewalks on new businesses on NC 12 or 158, 168. Excuse me.
No, but right now, people are trying to make a left
Right.
turn out of Rural Farms, and I thought we were
Right. I mean,
supposed to put
as
something.
we're
There-
talking about walking being a big deal, sidewalks and Grandy being.
I thought that was part of the requirement.
It is a requirement, and they did not install it. It is on the plan. We have been in discussions with them, and they've been in discussions with NCDOT. So that issue is up, still being resolved. The end point being they have to install a
They have to
sidewalk.
install the sidewalk.
Right. So we're
I'm
still
not
working
crazy.
with them, but that is,
Yeah.
the end result is they have to install a sidewalk. It was on the plan, and it was never done. They had an initial plan that was approved that had it. They had submitted a subsequent plan, and they didn't include it on that, and so they were saying, well, it's not on this plan. You looked at it. So it's been a kind of contentious discussion, but the end result being they do need a sidewalk. It is required.
Good.
Because we certainly get beat up on sidewalks to nowhere.
Yes.
And if we have businesses go in without sidewalks, then it,
Right.
I know.
Right.
Especially when they propose it.
Yeah.
good.
Okay.
So here's something we talked about yesterday that I put in there because we didn't really have numbers, but this is a map and graph that show pedestrian collisions from 2007 to 2014. So they are marked. You can see there were a few in Corolla, and then,
What's that yellow one down? Is that Grandy?
oh, let me get,
North of Grandia.
I can't.
That's just north of Grandy.
Yeah, let me try to,
Where those people ride the bikes on the side?
Okay,
it's right here,
lousy titling.
this is Randy.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah.
So Randy has the highest concentration.
I figured it
There's
would.
A few up in Moyoc, a few in Corolla, but you have,
Right.
you know, as far as numbers go,
Vehicle,
3, 2, 1,
pedestrian
1,
interactions.
1, 5, 7, 4. So that, again, this is from the plan. I'm not sure where the data. I would
And
think
that's
maybe-
exactly why they want sidewalks in the Grandy area.
Right. So that was something that was discussed yesterday as, you know, as far as, and, you know, this is older data. I'm not entirely sure, to be honest, where the data came from, but this was included in the plan as, okay, from the sheriff's office.
So what's not reflected in here is the rash in Moyoc, i.e. the bicyclists crossing 168 at night, right? Probably the gal that laid down in the road in Shawboro. And there's an aspect, as we update this with revised data, you know, some of that we need to call out. Like, you can't predict someone that lays down in the middle of the road at night, right? And so, yeah, technically that falls under this, but I don't think there's any misconception as to what the intent was. I mean, whether there was a sidewalk or not, would it not have altered the outcome?
Right. And again,
The asterisk.
Point being, though, it's just showing the higher concentrated
Yeah, yeah.
areas, so.
right.
And of course, I think the purpose here is to have a plan with sidewalks in the future, so when we look at this map, or whoever sits in these seats in the future, there are none of these dots. I mean, that would be
Right.
ideal.
And
Right.
especially if we're looking about redoing that section from the Queensrÿche Bridge north, all those businesses, there really should be a focus of sidewalks all through there.
And I will say this, as a teacher at the high school, you know, it's still not uncommon. Like, if there's a basketball game that starts at 5 o'clock, kids routinely walk from the high school down to Kevin's or Currituck Barbecue, and you know, there's no sidewalks, it's uneven, it's, you know, and then the young lady that was killed crossing the street to get to the house. I mean, students, as we heard, you know, they don't always use the best judgment, right? And, you know, when you get a big crowd walking down the highway with no sidewalks, it's a recipe for disaster if they're horse playing or, you know, you're on your phone and you fall into the road, which could happen. I mean, to me, this is an area that needs immediate attention, even if as part of a plan. If we're looking at a small area plan, that needs to be part of it, because it happens all the time.
So along those lines, because I had my share of kids that walked to Kevin's to get
Me
something
too.
before the games. Is that something that we would declare eminent domain and do a sidewalk on?
Do we have a right-of-way, since
But
it's
DOT
a
has a
major
right-of-way
highway? Is
beside
there a
it.
right-of-way?
We'd have to determine also whether counties have the authority to condemn
Oh, that's-
property for sidewalks.
I mean, we
That's a
can't just go put a
municipal-
We just did it
sidewalk.
to James Johnson.
Right.
It's a
Or
municipal
we're getting
power,
ready to.
isn't it? Not a county power.
But that's,
All right.
isn't that DOT right away though?
Yeah, but we can't, I don't think we can just roll in and put in a sidewalk.
Okay.
Well, what we've done with multi-use path, for example, is within DOT right-of-way, if we can get in there, if we get an encroachment agreement from the state,
Right.
and put the facility in.
It's the same that we've done for the sidewalk just north of here that connects to Judicial.
Right.
Oh, yeah, that's, okay.
But that, I mean, to your point, I think that's absolutely something worth pursuing.
And even approaching, you know, like in Grandy, that project O'Neill got rezoned, right? They're going to have to put a sidewalk in there, approaching the owner of Hardee's and see if they would voluntarily put one in front of their business. I mean, it only serves their business at the end of the day.
Right.
I don't think they would complain right there.
Well,
Well,
it's
sure.
if we can get them to put it in. I mean, they own the business, they've got the dirt, it serves their business
might.
to have that walk-up clients that are coming in and
As
out.
long
of
as
it.
we can show that we're doing it all around them, they probably would, but if we
Yeah.
just say, we just want you.
You know, go to look at, I guess Ron still owns the Food Line Shopping Center, right? On the roads, don't they build that?
I don't know if he does or not.
But, you know, same thing in front of the food line where Duck Inn's at, the Exxon station there, you know, getting those businesses engaged and see if they would be voluntarily do it, or if there's, I doubt there's any grant money from DOT.
Well, you'd only do it on one side of the road, I mean.
You'd want, well, both sides really make
Yeah,
sense.
when it's like that, it needs to be on both sides, because you don't want.
I mean, even though there's not much there now.
Right. Oh, no.
Yeah.
Do you know if the municipalities in Dare County, with all and I think of Nags Head because theirs is very wide, and I know even Kill Devil Hills and Kitty Hawk, did they get grants to do their sidewalk program, or is that just a commitment by the municipalities, or do you know anything about their?
They probably
I
spent
think
all
they
the
have
lot
received
checks on
grants.
it.
They
Some,
have?
some of it's
That's what I
grant
just
money.
said. Yeah.
Right.
Do we need to look at, see if there's a grant money available
I mean,
to do some of
another
this?
thing
just
for-
wondering because, you know, that's been a focus, I would say a real strong focus over the last, I don't know, 7 or 8 years in Dare County, and it's getting pretty walkable if you look
Yeah,
from bridge
most
to
of it.
from bridge to bridge,
Yeah.
if you will.
Right.
Well, I want to say that was part of.
That was part of this.
This is why we did this.
Right.
Right. But and I think if memory serves, when DOT started going in to do stuff like Shortcut Road, they have to put the sidewalk in because it's
Correct.
part of it calls
plan.
that out in the plan,
Correct.
right?
Correct.
Don't know, they won't retouch 168 anytime soon, but
Right, it's more of that complete street
right.
design.
Yes. Yes.
All right.
It's interesting the sharp decline in 14. Just out of giggles. Because that's anyway.
Yeah, with the population increasing every year.
Okay.
All right. Next, the plan looks at, it gives recommendations for the following things: sidewalks, side paths, trails, quiet streets, pedestrian lanes, yield roadways, speed management, multimodal bridge elements, and crossing improvements. And then what it does, this is just an example, it takes maps, you know, for all areas of the county and maps out what conditions exist.
Okay.
So that's in the plan. Next are just what, you know, if we want to go over these and what's been done, but I handed that out. Let's go to projects where the plan identified 6 projects. When it looked at everything, looked at all the data, these were the 6 projects that it identified, you know, up front. So these would be the ones where priority was given to. Those are in Moyoc, it was to improve the crossing infrastructure at the intersection of Caratoke Highway and Shingle Landing Road, Camellia Drive. So that was seen as a problem point. In Barco, it was to install high-visibility crosswalks at the intersection of Shortcut Road and College Way, which goes into the small area plan we were just reviewing. In Grandy, there are 2 projects. The first is to improve the crossing infrastructure at Walnut Island Boulevard and Poplar Branch Road at a single path along Caratoke Highway between the 2 intersections. And that's exactly what...
The crossing infrastructure on Walnut Island Boulevard on Poplar Branch Road?
And
So between
and.
McDonald's and Hardee's?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
to add sidewalk infrastructure in that area.
Okay, I was gonna say.
And then the second was to add a pedestrian lane along the shoulder of Walnut Island Boulevard. It's, I guess they were seeing the high volume of people that are coming from Walnut Island via bike or walking that are going to the
Golf carts
commercial
and everything else.
commercial
You see
areas.
everything going through there.
Which, you see all the time down there. The 5th project was in Corolla, and that was complete gaps in the Corolla Greenway and improved crossings of NC 12. I think that's something that we are working towards. And then lastly, create one-way roads on Whalehead Drive and Lighthouse Drive, convert 1 lane of traffic to pedestrian bike lane.
You can scratch that
And
out. Just go ahead and
I
delete
remember
that.
the discussion yesterday on that.
What's that?
What about the one down at the bottom in the southern end? What's that identified as?
This one?
No man's land.
I mean, there is a picture that pulls out from the southern end down there from about,
that what he
south of Grandy to Point Harbor. Do you see that it's circled, or is that just?
There,
them fend for
there
themselves?
is, and there is a picture, which is,
Which means. let
can't
them
quite make
fend
it,
for
but it did not have a specific. What that is that is a sub area. So the plan, sorry, I skipped this when I did the project list.
Okay.
The plan identified 4 major hubs, and those were Moyoc, Maple, Barco, Currituck, Grandy, and Corolla. So those were the primary, and those were the,
Take an eraser
That's
and.
what-
those were where the projects were.
Down there, you don't need to be walking on the street or encouraged to walk across the road.
So then there were 2 sub-hubs, and so these are not the priority areas, but also areas that were identified as needing, some improvements, and that's what that is, and that was Knott's Island and then Jarvisburg to Point Harbor.
Right, not priorities.
So that was the sub-hub.
Where's my not silent people? Can I get an amen?
Well, we got one half. We got a quarter of a nuts on person.
Okay.
Yeah. She's got a place
That's
there.
right.
First topic ground.
So, and then lastly, the project goes into
You got nothing.
pedestrian plan performance measures. It looks at, safety, connectivity, park access, and livability and well-being. It gives a performance measure, a baseline, as far as the status on that, we're not able, different agencies, can provide that data. We don't have any data currently on that, but that's the last metric that the plan uses. So that in a nutshell is the Connect Currituck plan.
So, in recapping, Mike, for Grandy, I think do we want to try and make a real push to get grant money, get some sidewalks going, at least from Cartwright's south down
I
to,
think, yes, to get you down Poplar Branch Road up there too, at
Yeah.
least Walnut Island Boulevard in that area. I think if
people walk that.
I think,
Yeah.
yeah, bicycles, people walk. I mean, if you could
you got
get
a fair amount coming out and walking up too from, what's that little road just south of Laurel Farms, that little neighborhood, that little.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Sound
yeah.
side?
Yeah.
No, it's Pine
Pine Cone,
Pine
that,
Cone.
you got a fair, if we can get a sidewalk from that
Where the
street,
old lawyer's
Pine
office
Cone,
used to be right
Right.
there.
right, yeah, across the front of the lawyer's office, right, to bring it, and then,
And then we're gonna hold their feet to the fire to get that sidewalk done at Royal Farms anyways, and then we're
Yes.
gonna find out from Hardee's, see if there's grant money.
I mean, if they give us permission, it makes it easy if there's grant
Yeah,
money.
but if we could tell them we're getting ready to do the sidewalks from here to here, then it'd make it easy for Hardee's to jump on board then and say, yeah, okay, we'll help complete it. Yeah, I think that is a priority, cause I hear it all the time
Yeah,
still.
that's what so that's one area I think we can tackle and actually accomplish something, as a county.
That is a high volume walking area though, right there.
Yeah.
That would be a huge step to accomplish that.
Yep, okay. I think we got one right at Walnut Island.
Walnut Island Boulevard crossing over to the Exxon, there is a light right there. I
Yeah,
think.
they put a crosswalk in there. It's the other one up at Poplar Branch is what needs to go in, because you got a lot of these guys bicycling down Poplar Branch Road, and they're riding across the food,
To the Dairy Queen
by
and all
Nuts and
that.
Buds, and
But if you can get across the Dairy Queen, then you got that back road.
they can ride the back way
Yes.
from there. They're good, but it's getting them across
Right.
168.
But you're right, from
Especially the
that,
way people run that stoplight. That's
from
one of
that,
Yeah.
those.
from that
Yeah.
Poplar Branch Road, the sidewalk, you're right all the way south to that Pine Cove, whatever it is, road would be
Cone,
good.
I think it's Pine Cone.
That'd be a good start.
Okay,
Pine Cone Road.
perfect. And then Lower Currituck gets nothing beyond that.
We have Sound Park. I'll
Sound
take
Park.
it. I'll take Sound Park.
With a boat ramp.
Yes. And a nice boardwalk
slips.
and walking paths
There
and
you go.
soccer fields.
All
and
right.
It's nice.
Okay.
Takes care of,
Would the board be, are you gonna do that? Be willing to skip over and let Jason, discussion about Parks and Rec, and let Jason?
No, I want Jason to be here all day long. I'd like to move Parks and Rec to the end, but threaten.
no, let him
that's
get through
fine.
his, how much
Yeah,
time
let
you
him
need?
go ahead and do that.
It depends on how long
10,
you guys
15
want to
minutes?
discuss it. I don't think it'd take you very long. I got a little handout here that
All right,
kind of
let's get him over with, then we can
All
have.
right, well, and before we do that, I'm gonna take 5.
Who is your
Hey,
coach?
hey,
Let's go.
quit talking sports.
Here we go, let's roll.
With
We
the
would've
guy
thought
that's in
Leanne
charge
was
of
getting
sports.
some up
Hey,
there.
we're talking about Parks and Rec, so you
Right.
can't even talk. We're done.
Okay.
Okay, you're up,
All right.
Jason.
All right, so you guys should be looking at, so we hired McGill and Associates to come in and complete the Comprehensive System-Wide Master Plan 2023. So that basically is now a 10-year plan. And in a nutshell, if we are to pursue any state funding or federal funding for recreational facilities, amenities, whatnot, acquisitions of properties, anything like that, we have to have this plan in place in a valid within 10 years to be eligible. So that's something that changed from way back when I started. So that's just another reason to have this plan, as it helps us pursue grants. Also, what we did in this grant, or I mean, in this process, was you had to identify all the resources that we have, both public and private, and that's federal, state, and county facilities, as well as private facilities. You took a current inventory, compared them to federal standards on, per population, how many of each facility that you would want to have. And then they make recommendations on where we're short, on how to proceed about, filling those gaps. So we are at a point, still a very young department. So our department's only been around 23 years, and a lot of these facilities were built fairly, quickly after I started back in 2000. So a lot of our facilities are getting aged at approximately the same time frame. So a lot of our amenities and things, our playgrounds, are starting to show their age, shelters and whatnot. So the first part of this is just recommendations to existing facilities. What I handed you, you have this stuff on the screen, but what I handed you is, at the end, we can go over it, is a 10-year recommendation for funding and approving and getting those projects funded. Some of it is aggressive. That's a given. I'll tell you that up front. Some things we might decide that we may never try to do. Some of it we might try to do right away, but we'll talk about that in a second. But for existing parks, they go through each one, and I don't know if you guys want to do that or not, but roughly, at Community Park, it's basically to continue to, that mentions, like Kevin's plan a while ago, is trying to acquire adjacent land to the park for future developments. One of the things, so part of this process was an extensive public input effort. And that was 5 public meetings, and we had it was over like 1,010 replies to a survey. And one of the most popular items that showed was trails, and that's multi-use trails, walking trails, bike trails, paddling and canoe trails. So further development for trails and walking and whatnot, it just goes right along with what they found as well. But they're looking at several improvements that would be recommended for Community Park. We've already begun the design process for the 3rd phase of it, which was adding to the facility between our soccer fields and COA. So some of this is already underway. The Rural Center, although it's not a Parks and Recreation facility, they included it as a county-owned site. Recommendations to expand boardwalks, camping platforms, outdoor types of recreation, passive recreation is what we call it. And you'll see the word educational, you'll see the terms educational signage a lot in their plan if you read the whole plan. So the emphasis on natural recreation and educational outdoor type signage is out there. They say that it would be a good idea to have us an outdoor classroom at that facility. Historic Corolla Park, as you guys are well aware, there's been an ongoing fight about a boat ramp facility there forever and maintaining the depths. Yeah. So they're actually trying to make the best out of that situation. They're proposing that county may want to consider making that an ADA accessible canoe and kayak launch instead of a boat ramp. That's a discussion for a later time. But if it looks like a fight that we cannot win in terms of CAMA permitting and permitting for boat ramps, we may be better served to use it as a canoe kayak launch, because I know as of right now, folks are dragging the canoes and kayaks out to the point where we do the fireworks and launch them by the rocks, and probably not the best scenario for the public to be launching there. So that's a worthwhile recommendation I think we should consider. And the addition. Why would they not use the pier?
I don't know why they do it, but I know they do it all the time because we're out there trying to set up for the fireworks. It's out there. There's a little rock jetty
on the end of that site.
Yeah.
And it's a little, it's protected, is what it is. So when you're like myself and you're not the most agile person, I guess it makes getting in and out of your kayak a lot easier when the water's not
But they got
chopping
that,
on
what
you.
is that little boat, look like a boat ramp area at the end? That's where they go to a lot, right?
Yeah, and I don't know who did that.
I don't know either, but there's a little bit of parking and it's a little.
Yeah, I don't know.
and
I don't know who
They
did that.
back down in there and then they dump off the kayak. Is that not legal? Is that not?
I don't think that's an intended use for it. No,
Huh.
I don't know, you know,
They
whether.
do it a lot.
You know about
Yeah.
that, Ike? You know,
No,
if you
not
go
me.
past the Whalehead Club and keep going to the point, there's a little area that somebody's made, like you can park like 6 cars there, and there's like an area that goes to the marshy area, and they've been backing the ramps down in there and unloading canoes into like a little boat.
This is on the property?
Yes.
It's kind of like a little
Yes,
makeshift
it's
rock
it's
jetty.
it's a makeshift boat launch.
Yeah.
You need to go out and look at it there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's all
Because
the way
if
at
you-
the end.
if you
By
go
the
out-
trash dump, isn't the trash can
Yeah,
there
but if
too?
you go all the way to the sound, you'll see like a little area. You can park like 6 cars. People back their coyote boat ramps down in there,
Now-
and they unload.
Oh, you're talking about a different.
Is that
place
with the
than
pier?
No, that's past. That's on the sound out there.
You go, I know right where he's talking about. You go past the Wellhead Club,
Yes.
and there's like a gravel parking lot
Right,
there.
big
Oh,
ditch
yeah,
the
that's,
dumpster.
that's the original,
That's
the
been there
original.
for-
Oh, yeah,
And the
okay.
boat- there's
Yeah.
a boat ramp.
No, that's the actual boat ramp.
Yes,
That's the boat
but-
ramp.
yeah,
But I'm
that's what
talking about-
saying.
And there's a
I'm
pier
talking about on the
right
point.
But
there.
it wasn't really, I guess it's.
He's, well, I know what
But-
I know what you're
Just
talking
saying,
about too.
people launch their
It's
canoes
silted
all the
in.
time.
Yeah,
I
well,
know.
that's
And
right. But that is
it
a
looks different.
that
was
is a boat-
ramp.
that is
was
a boat
yeah,
ramp that
it was
is-
designed for that purpose.
Yes,
That's
but
right.
people use it for the canoes now. I
Well,
thought you were
because
talking
you
about
Because you
can't
that.
can't get a boat out
that
of
that's a boat ramp
Yeah.
that originally you backed a boat in, and now it's just filling in.
Yes, and they
that's
use
the
it for
argument.
canoes
That's
and all
right.
that. Okay.
But what I'm talking about is out on the point by where we launch fireworks at. There's like a little rock jet.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say.
But anyway,
Okay.
Saw a truck
and
trying to get a boat out of that ramp.
It ain't gonna happen.
better be drafting shallow.
Better be not
They
drafted.
Hey, Jason,
they also
there is a project to add an ADA compliant
Yeah.
kayak launch
Okay.
in the basin.
And that to me makes more sense.
Yeah.
If we're gonna do that, if we're not using the basin for anything else, we could reconfigure that area a little bit to handle
John
kayaks.
boats.
Okay.
Especially now that we got the WRC, they can pull around in the loop, drop
Airboat.
them off, drag them
Airboat,
over.
there you go.
Perfect.
Well, that's perfect. They also mentioned picnic stations. Whether or not we want to do that around the site or not is worth a conversation. So the county has we have a piece of property on Pointers Road. Currently, Wildlife Resources was,
Oh yeah. I think the
they operate a boat ramp there, and I think we're actually in the process of trying to renew their agreement, their lease agreement, whatnot, with the county because it expired. It's been a while. But the county owns a piece of property behind that. We currently have some picnic tables and some trash cans. A lot of people fish there. But that is one of the sites that was identified as a future opportunity for a boardwalk along the canal, potential camping platforms, and the need for a restroom facility on that site. May be
It's-
challenging. That would be challenging.
Yeah, but it's
used a lot.
well used.
It is.
The only thing I keep hearing, and I think we had somebody appear at a couple of our BOCs, is there's
Trash.
no trees.
Oh, they just recently got
in the
them
water.
Out.
We just
Yeah,
recently-
we pulled 2 out the last week.
Yeah.
But I mean, the channel that goes out
Mm-hmm.
is sketch. Like,
I've not been out of there in a few years since Mike Doxey was here. Was the last time I've been out of there.
there are like logs underwater that, you know,
Yeah.
Well, the 2 that they were complaining about, we just recently pulled
Yeah,
them out.
we pulled them out. They were floating. They were floaters. But so that is a facility that, in terms of outdoor recreation, paddling, canoeing, camping, and all, is a prime piece of real estate for us. Even though it's primarily swampy, we can make good use of that. Shingle Landing Park, which is our newest park up in Moyock, and I tell everybody this, it's an awesome facility, and it's being used so heavily that we're kind of already we've outgrown it already.
Wow.
And so I think we need to look at initially the plans for that. We had a second phase that included another restroom, some additional parking, an outdoor theater, or an outdoor stage, excuse me.
I remember all that, yeah.
If we may want to revisit in the next budget cycle or two to try to go on and start plans on that second phase, because it's
good.
I've never seen anything like it.
Well, good.
But it's
But it's because there's 1,000 homes. Oh,
It is.
You can get on
It is.
on a bicycle path and get there.
Well, in
And
the
to-
wintertime when it's full of snow, you can see 4-wheelers all through there. They tear it
and
up.
going back to that, you've got the whole interconnectivity that
Yeah.
was designed into that.
worked
It is
perfectly.
very,
It has.
Right.
very convenient.
I would say that
The parking lot is all, I mean, you could go there right now.
Nobody
What is
tends
today,
to-
Thursday? There's 30 cars in there.
it is a prime example
Always
of why
busy.
connectivity is a good thing, and so
Yeah, I drove from Baxter Station all the way through, Tuesday, yeah.
So that's coming up. Sound Park is it's one of our older facilities. So, you know, looking at they have a site specific master plan for an update, and I don't know that we really need to spend the money to do that, or just, you know,
I'll tell you what,
just
that dog
update.
part's been,
Yeah.
that's been,
And
people
I
praise all
love
the
it.
time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I really have enjoyed.
Well, one of the future recommendations is to add a dog. That's the dog park. That dog park has been added since this document. So,
Okay.
one of those, when you see a need for a dog park, remember that one of them has been added.
Okay.
So, but yeah, Sound Park is just getting some age, and so we've started boat ramp, bulkhead, all that's dock, and all that's as a prime example. But we're also, some of the picnic shelters have a little bit of water damage on the poles. We just got the purchase order on my desk yesterday to do that repair. So it's an ongoing thing. We're just updating it. Maple Park, you know, again, going back to the outdoor recreational opportunities, passive recreation, is one of the recommendations was to add a ADA accessible fishing platform over the water. That would be a pretty neat touch. That I honestly hadn't thought about in the past, but I think it would be used. Another site that is showing some age is Corova Beach Park. If you guys remember, a few years back, we had a hurricane. We lost a piece of the bulkhead and boardwalk. It fell. I think one thing we need to address coming up, a lot of the wood is starting to rot and deteriorate. We probably need to look at, you know, repairing the rest of that boardwalk and bulkhead area at Corova Park. And then we've already, in this budget cycle now, we're starting to do some repairs to the parking lot area, to the signage area, as well as the roofing.
We've got to
So-
upgrade that playground set there that is a joke.
Where's that at?
Not so.
That was a
No, because it's a joke.
Where's it at?
Corova
Yeah.
or Nice Island?
Corova Beach
Corova-
Park. It was
Corova.
It was
I mean,
a little
is-
top.
it-
It was a
what's
little top
pictured
lot.
here is not what's up there. It is
No,
not
that's
that.
Knott's Island.
Yeah,
that
that's
picture.
not.
Yeah,
That needs to
that's
be
all.
at Corova
Fantasy Island.
because it's like one little sad slide and
You know what would be nice is a park similar to the one that's at, I'm trying to think of describing it, where the old animal shelter used to be.
Talking about
By the
Maple
airport
Park?
Maple?
over there?
Is that Maple?
That's the original Maple Park. Yes.
That is a very pleasant park.
That little
Yes.
ball field gets
And
used
that's not
every day.
complicated. It's not, you know,
yeah, it's
it
and
is
that's-
very functional.
Yeah.
And that is from a cost perspective, it's highly used, highly functional. That is a great value for duplication.
And that's another one that's recently. So, Knott's Island and Maple have brand new playgrounds. Those parks were older. And another thing that you're going to see come up, Corova's an issue as well, is ADA access sidewalks to all of the amenities. Over, you know, way back, it wasn't as big of an issue as it is now, and so a lot of our facilities we need to make fully ADA accessible. Knott's Island, Rorton Park, the amenity where we're lacking at is they're recommending expanding the indoor recreational space, parking, and accessible paths. Currently, that building that's there is used for Rorton meetings and seniors. The numbers for the seniors, I don't know that it justifies is just low. So I would my personal recommendation, I would
Tuesday night, there was 40 people there Tuesday night. It was late. I was surprised there was that many people at the.
Rortons or seniors?
I think it was a Rorton meeting because it was
Rortons
busy
do
Tuesday
okay.
night.
Right.
The
I've
Rorton,
never seen that many cars there.
the Rorton Club's strong. I just
Fried chicken?
for recreational space and our programming, I don't know that I would recommend it right now. Public beach access points. I think some of that was touched on other plans.
One of the things that I'm sure some of the folks on the board have not seen you know, granted, the bridge is still out there, but remember the schematics of the beach, of the bridge landing in the recreational park that
Yes.
was going to be where it landed? That
Yes.
included a dog park, a beach, you know, kayak, canoe launch, boat ramp. It may be time to just send that back out for, have you,
We'll get there.
You're jumping ahead, Paul.
Yeah, you jumped ahead a little bit, but that's okay.
go ahead, Dreamweaver.
Take a drink of water there.
But yes, that's one of the recommendations is a facility over on the beach, and I don't know the time and.
But have you seen it?
Well, I think maybe what
went
you're
way
talking
back.
about was when we were talking about buying from the bank,
The,
that portion of Corolla Bay, and
Yeah.
that deal fell through, and now it's been purchased by, I guess, Saga, and
Talking about the
they
base of the
developed
bridge?
Yeah, Saga's
Yes.
developed it now.
That went away.
Condemn it.
I think, and it
We'll
was,
condemn it.
at the time, the property wasn't very expensive. I mean, it wasn't, you know,
Domain.
we just weren't willing to pony up
Well,
what it
the
was.
bank basically wanted to cover all its losses with the county's money, and the board wasn't willing to do that.
Yeah,
So
so it was like $5 million. or
Yeah, they
something.
want a lot of money for that.
Their recommendation at Veterans Memorial Park, which is in Coinjock, is to add a paved walking trail, some restrooms, fitness course, and mention of an accessible, the ADA access to the boardwalk and to the monument area.
Well, that'd be a good place for that. There's a lot of room.
It is. So these are things that we can do to existing parks that may be, that may positively impact it. Walnut Island Park, I'm looking at the potential to add a boat access there. I don't know if that's feasible or not. I know there are some boats that go in and out of that canal, but it would
Not
probably
very-
be,
Drafting is really, yeah.
it would probably be a tough one to maintain. I don't know. I don't know if I would, it's so tight, the site's so tight. And then, of course, they talk about the camping platforms that we have on the Northwest River in partnership with Wildlife Resources, and they're recommending adding up to 9.
Does this get used a lot?
They do.
Yeah.
They do.
They
They
do.
do really?
They do.
I cannot understand it, but to my dismay, not my dismay, but I just can't understand why somebody uses it during the summer. And this summer they use
Right?
the mistakes and mosquitoes. Man,
Mistakes and the mosquitoes
they're
will
out there
tear
they're every weekend. It seems like, but
They use it a lot.
So right now is the prime time, and this is
Yeah.
our busy season for the platforms. But all through the summer,
Summer
folks were
used, huh?
folks were calling in. Yeah.
Wow.
And it goes back to the Pointer Road property. That's something that maybe we asked DOT a year or so ago if we could use some of their property that was used to mitigate the highway being put in over in the swamp on the east side of 168. And their restrictions from the Army Corps were so tight they didn't want to fight that fight, so they told us no. So Pointers Road property would give us a potential place there, and Wildlife Resources has been easy to work with for that type of facility. So that's just going forward. It seems to be gaining some steam, and across the state of North Carolina, ecotourism is getting pretty popular.
And you got Tourism Cameron, they promote these
Yep.
a lot, don't they?
Yeah, we have a video out on their page, on the YouTube channel. That's basically drone footage. Mike Martini came in and did a nice little video for us, and it's been well received.
Good.
They're very low maintenance too. That's what I like about them is, unless somebody sets them on fire, they're very low maintenance.
Fire in the wood.
We go out and blow them off from time to time and make sure there's no trash around. And other than that, they take care of themselves. And then the big ones coming up are the future facilities. I know that a lot of folks, that's what's in their mind. And they're recommending a new community park in the Moyock area, a new community park in the Grandy/Jarvisburg area, and 2 neighborhood parks, one in Corolla, one in Coinjock, and then a mini park on the south end of Corolla. They actually identified a piece of property. It was in my notes somewhere.
In the south end of the county?
In Corolla, they identified a piece on the corner of Dolphin and Whalehead. It's like a half acre or a little more than a half acre.
Dolphin and Whalehead isn't there a house going in?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a house going in
That's
there
too
now. I
late.
think it,
That's a house.
They said it was a county-owned piece of property.
County owns a lot catty corner from the, fire department.
yeah, but that's small, isn't it?
Caddy corner?
Well, that's what it's
Kinda
just a
like
little, kind of
across
like a little
the-
park on the
Right
little
kinda
walkway.
across the street on the opposite
We can get a
corner from the fire
Seesaw,
department.
me and you can ride it.
Well, that's what it's,
On, is it on, what road is it on? Is that Lighthouse or, Whalehead?
I think it's what
Well,
Because it's
Wellhead
not on
is
Dolphin.
right on the-
Dolphin, that was, I always thought it was the lot on Dolphin, where they're building.
Where they're
Makepeace
building
is
a house, where
a
he's, it's
there.
by the fire station.
But at the end of almost every, and I'll use Coral as an example,
fire stations.
although that might not be a great example.
Yeah.
Between 12 and Corolla, almost on every one of those is a lot, right? That the county, I think the county owns.
I think we just had the one.
I don't know.
We just have we have one lot, and then we own, of course, the parking lot areas within Wellhead.
Well, they were recommending this site
Okay,
for a mini park. I don't know. It's kinda
So if
small.
you use where we put in the dewatering systems,
Oh.
right? Those all stop at Corolla Drive, and then there's typically the lot or a section of land that's
Oh, well, yeah, where the road would have continued on.
Correct.
On the plat.
Correct.
Yeah, well, we need to look at that, maybe so.
and I think we own like,
We were conveyed all the east-west
Correct.
rights of what.
and I think almost on every one of those we own.
A little-
I mean, you're not going to
little
put. It's going to be a mini playground.
It's something something similar like you see on the Greenway up in like headed towards the off-road area. You know, the little it's a little mini pocket park. I
Yeah.
call it. That's what they're talking
right,
about.
and you
something
could
like
do that. You
Yeah.
could put a little pocket park there.
They're recommending at least one more of those at a county-owned site.
But, and to that effect, if we even went down that path, I think if we were to prioritize those that are closer to a public parking would be a better, right? And I don't even know if they line up, right? But maybe, who's got the new crossover now between Dolphin and Coral? We've upgraded it. So there is, it's not Herring.
Walkovers,
Mm-hmm.
Mackerel,
Mackerel?
Is it?
I'd have to pull it up.
So one of those has public parking and there's not really a east-west road going there.
So,
Probably Mackerel.
oh, you're,
I think it is Mackerel.
so the lot,
Kind of goes across,
Right.
it's at an angle, it's not directly across the
Correct.
street.
So something like that where there is parking, it's really not a thoroughfare.
Yeah, there's no
Okay,
parking.
I'll
on
look it up.
Okay. Pull it up too.
But if we could set it up so that it was a place where there's public parking, there's a access, beach access, and then if we've got one of those lots at the end of the road where we could have a park, then all of that's in a line, right?
so that lot we have is, by the fire station. It looks like it's on the south side, and it's, yeah, it's a half-acre traditional lot in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
It's right in front of the lot they're building on. It's across the street on Whalehead, on the west side of Whalehead
Okay.
Drive. So the lot that's been, yeah, so it actually is a great place for a little small park. As much foot traffic as there is right there and coming across
Right
from
by
wherever.
Food Line and all that kind of stuff
Yeah,
too.
there's enough going on there. That actually would
And we
make
got a
it
new sidewalk going in.
a small little playground area that wouldn't be bad.
Well, I think that's what they had in their mind too, you know. So all that said and done, between existing and new improvements or recommendations, over 10 years equaled up to be 29.5 million. So on the handout that I gave you, it basically prioritized according to the surveys and public input and what we found. They prioritize it over the next 10 years, and so you can look through that handout and kind of give you an idea of what their suggestion is. I guess that's really what it is a suggestion on how to get there. and the costs associated with that. So I don't know if, I don't want to bore you guys going through all the numbers, but if you want to take a look at that and kick it around, staffing, they were recommending some additional staffing, 2 athletic assistants, 2 park attendants. I think on maintenance, as we sit right now, I kind of feel, and all credit to Ike and Rebecca. I think they've made a point to ask us if we had enough, and I think for right now we're good. We may have to look at adding someone if we add another facility or so, but athletics wise, we may probably try to, or I may ask you guys to add 1. I don't know that I would need 2, but probably 2 to 3 years away from that. And that's just trying to keep up with our programs growing. I had just told Mike our cheering program grew, and so we're continuing to see more kids coming into the county, more kids playing in our programs, which is a great thing. It's a good problem to have for us, but we have to keep in mind, we have to be able to provide for them as well. So
I think when I was asked Jason too, that kind of, I think baseball's still number 1, and then it goes to soccer and then football, I think. So soccer is really
Put it right there, yeah.
prestige in
Always
this
been
county.
popular.
Yeah, but it's really grown in this county quite a bit, but this.
Yeah, because with soccer, you don't really need any skills.
Get your ball.
I'm gonna leave that alone. Soccer, basketball, and baseball, all 3 are still very, very strong, very large, and so I kind of felt like we needed to, and I wanted to throw my 5 cents, my 2 cents, I guess, things that may not be identified in this plan that I think you guys need to be thinking about, and this is just me basing this on things I hear, people complaining or people calling and asking about things. I think you need to have pickleball facilities on your mind. It's growing at a very fast clip.
Jason, I have a question about that.
Yes, ma'am.
Has the county marked off one of the tennis courts at Sound Park for pickleball, or is that something people undertook themselves?
Sound Park has 2 courts. Both of them have tennis. Both of them have tennis and pickleball lines.
Okay.
High school does too.
Mayock Middle has 2 tennis courts with tennis and pickleball lines. Shingle Park has 3 pickleball courts.
Okay.
Currituck High School has tennis, regulation tennis, and 10U tennis. We did not put pickleball on the high school because even though it's a county facility, the high school uses it for their competitive matches. If we add pickleball lines, we do not meet this standard, the USTA standard, so opposing teams could use that and protest the results from their competitive play.
Okay.
So out there, the seniors
So it
play out
is-
there.
They make
It
their
is
own.
the county that
they
marked
make their
that
own.
off.
Yeah,
It is
at
the
Sound
county.
Park,
Okay.
Mayock
'Cause
Middle.
that's being used too, and
Yes, ma'am.
it's wonderful every
off our
time I
mics?
go
And-
there. It's
And
wonderful.
according to the SCORP standards, we have enough. But I'm here to tell you that there's a bunch of folks that want it in Corolla. There's even a segment of folks that want it in Corova.
Don't make the
And now we're starting to get a pretty good sized group that wants it at Currituck Community Park as well.
Right.
So that needs to probably be on your radar.
So at the Y Community Center, I believe pickleball is now going on at least 6 days a week, maybe even 7. Between the Y,
We do it 5.
you do it 5,
Parks and
but
Rec
the
does
Y
well.
is doing it at least 2, if not a third day as well. We have the seniors national champions live in Currituck County in pickleball.
Yeah. They come to our site every day.
My dad literally plays it 3 to 4 days a week, and if the county's closed the senior center, he's like depressed. It's crazy.
Kevin went with me as a representative. Another issue that I think we kind of need to get ahead of. Kevin went with me the other day as a representative for the sheriff department is security at some of our parks. Mainly right now, Knott's Island, Sound Park, and Walnut Island, we have instances of vandalism at least once a month, and that's very conservative. Sound Park is about every weekend.
Yeah.
To some
Y'all
degree.
can't keep ahead of it.
Do we have
No.
cameras down there? Can we?
No,
put
we don't. So we went to a
That's the thing
conference
we
the
went
other
to in
day.
Ahoskie.
That is a.
They ought to know about cameras.
It's a technology group called Encore that to the lowest level, you can get solar batteries, solar systems that communicate wirelessly, like cell phones. They'll take footage and send it to you. But it has the facial recognition. So a lot of places Elizabeth City's using it to solve crimes.
They
as
had
well as everything else.
at the thing, they had a murder suspect was out of Norfolk, was at Elizabeth City State seeing one of his buddies hiding out. And they, within 45 minutes from facial recognition, they picked him up.
I'm supposed to meet with them next week
Okay.
to do a walkthrough to get a price. It's not as expensive as I thought it would be, but I am actually going to meet with them and show them the 3 facilities that I think we need to look at. Then I'll
Bring
approach
some
it.
information.
Similar,
I have no
far
clue.
as we in the county, we currently have 58
No, I like
registered
that
sex
idea.
offenders in the
Let's-
county.
let's get 'em.
I supervise the checks of those through the sheriff's office. So like we could upload through those if they're going to that park. They're not allowed to be at that park and stuff like that. So that's if they were spot the training that we went to, you see the guy's picture and he's like, I wasn't there. That's not me.
Yeah.
Facial recognition from it was
Wait
ridiculous.
for Jason to bring some information
Yep.
back
Yeah,
for us. That'd be
perfect.
great. Yep, that'd be great. Good.
Jason, I have another
Yes, ma'am.
question. I'm sorry to interrupt.
You're fine.
And I'm just using Sound Park. And maybe Kevin can answer, do we have regular routine patrols after it closes? Because last time I was there, I noticed some drug paraphernalia.
We've caught, and I mean, I'm not going to say it because this is recorded. We've caught. You think of a crime at the parks? It's occurred, and it's
They
been
are
caught.
regularly
they ride,
patrolling
yeah.
that after it closes?
Are they walking in or are they driving in?
Oh, the some of the stuff. Oh, we've caught people. Both. I would say more driving in than walking. I'd say 75-25.
Well, Sound Park's not good because we've let the boat ramp be open, but a gate at the park at night to close it.
Well, not like Knott's Island, they shut it, but the kids have. I mean, they'll just climb the
Well,
fence.
they climb the fence, but I mean, if it's a, Sound Park isn't near any neighborhood,
Right,
so
three-quarters drive.
you're
Yeah,
not.
there's a neighborhood that backs up.
but if
to
we
it.
A little bit, but not, by and large, you don't have these big,
No, it's not a huge
huge dense neighborhoods
Yeah.
where there's a ton of kids, right?
But if we put
Maybe
cameras
40,
up now,
maybe
even if the gate is
40%
more.
walking.
Yeah.
60,
Right.
40.
Well, you can
Sure.
catch them,
Yep.
right? So, I don't know.
So, we have the rural center, right? But along 168, I think, the thought occurs to me, we don't have quote unquote your typical fairgrounds. And Sound Park is not a substitute for fairgrounds, if you will. Has there been any, are we interested, like there's some really low lying area that we're never going to see, I don't think would ever be a subdivision. And I'm going by, where the Moyoc water tower is? I'm trying to think, is that it's not Cotton Gin.
High Cotton.
High Cotton, the one that's in Moyoc, right? That there's the 10-acre,
Lots of gravel
right?
road that goes
If
down
you
there.
go to the south of that, it's like too low to develop, right? They timbered it all, and you look at what goes on at, for example, Chowan County Fair. I mean, it's
legit.
It is legit.
Oh, we have the Muddy Motorsports.
Yeah. Well, the other thing
Yeah,
is too.
but
the other thing is too, like he said, for some of the parks for the stuff, and we have these cameras coming for the sheriff's office. Camden County got 8. I want to say we got 4. Chesapeake has the week. Chesapeake got 8. There was a guy who was in a leadership training with the FBI, and the guy said they solved 9 either murders or major felonies, malicious woundings, but we got 4 of them coming. Camden's got some, Dare's got some, and they're strategically where you can have, and I know it's recorded, doesn't matter, but I mean, you're going to know who's coming in and who's coming out of the county. So somebody leaves Parks and Rec at 2 a.m. if a deputy was there typing a report, and 6 a.m. in the morning, Weeks gets a call, somebody tore up something, you can see with those different cameras, and I mean, it's like the thing we went to with this.
You're talking, we've already talked and we're already in.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, he's gonna bring information back to
Yeah,
us.
he's gonna, so we're in on that.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, with his thing, with our thing that we got coming in too, and the other counties strategically putting them South Mills, you're going to know what's Big Brother. You're going to know what's coming in and out of the county, which will solve a lot of problems.
Okay.
And the other thing, and I know we had interest in it and we pursued it and it didn't work out, but I think long-term, the county really does need a water access point for boats, boating access, maybe even swimming, on the west side of the lower end of the county. And I know that it's gonna be a challenge because it's very difficult to find a site that is high ground adjacent to deep water. And
Well,
I
you've
don't know if
got-
it exists, but that's.
That project is getting some traction
The
now.
marina project is ongoing, and they're
Yes.
actually, they're getting very close to.
Yes.
We just met with.
Cape Currituck or something?
Yeah, Cape
Bobby
Currituck.
gave me a debrief.
Yeah, we just met with Bobby this week, Ike and I did, and Selena, and they're moving along with that, and he has gotten involved to push DEQ and Cameron.
Because they wanted better oxygenization in that cove than is available in the sound.
That's ridiculous.
Do you think, Jen, I'm just asking, do you think the developer would be interested in offering public use of it?
Bobby mentioned there's another piece to the north, or there's an area to the north that
Of
is
his-
already being used as for boat launches, so we kind of asked whether that might be worthwhile taking a look at with the developer about developing some type of public
Yeah.
piece to that project.
Seemed receptive to it.
But we agree, we need something on
Yeah.
the west side, and we're trying, but
And
it's
that's,
hard.
that's just a, if we can find it type of deal. And I know you guys were supportive of it. I
No,
just
I get asked
But-
that.
like to keep it on the
all
radar.
We're trying.
Going back, can we explore a fairground type scenario?
I mean, I've said it for years. I think this county, it's lacking that. You want to talk about community feel? That's
Absolutely.
that brings community together.
Absolutely.
Well, it'd have to be, we have to look at some areas, nice centralized.
On the west side,
Well-
so we got a boat ramp.
Yeah. No.
Well, I mean, I think
It'd be
a
nice.
fairgrounds event area would be, we have a pretty good space out there, like aviation, plows and planes and plows, I can't even remember the order, out there. But certainly, what we are missing is a place to have the community night out and all of that, and I think some area, it's worth exploring, I agree.
It's a lot. I think it'd be cost prohibitive to put in a subdivision, right? So, I mean, they timbered it. It could be, But Chowan, I'd never been to Chowan's County Fair, and I went last year.
Oh, it's big.
Holy Toledo.
So I guess we could look at different areas to the county, what availabilities we have, and let's just kind of see what.
Like, do we do 4-H shows in the county?
They do
Casey?
different stuff at the rural center.
I mean, I know, but not your
Contest.
I mean, like, when I'm talking 4-H, I'm talking like Chesapeake's Park, when they do that whole thing and they got the cows and the goats.
CCR does their.
I mean,
little
I
thing.
think we travel.
Yeah.
We travel for most of that.
We
Just
do
like
at the
the
rural
ball
center.
fields, if we build it, they'll end up coming, right?
Yep.
I mean, it's that
Agreed.
kind of thing.
The ball fields, they come every weekend. It's
So,
crazy.
question for, how is our revenue coming with tournaments and stuff? Is that still strong?
I don't have numbers for you right now, but I know that we had, I think, 26 tournaments this year. We've got already for 24, we have 21
Wow.
booked, and I haven't talked to the 2 adult softball sanctions yet. So I feel like we're going to have 25 to 27 pretty easily.
Every weekend when the weather's good, basically.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Is so some of it starts in February. Well, that's a flip of a coin. You just don't know. If it's 30 degrees, they probably don't play. But
Wimps.
the last one is
Play the cross.
as it is this year. The last one this year is on around Thanksgiving. So usually it wraps up around Veterans Day. But yeah, we already have 21 for 2024. So it's still pretty strong.
All right.
I don't know if I've missed anything or not, but if there's any information you guys need from me, I'll certainly try to get it for you.
Just the camera thing I'm interested in. So.
Yeah, I think, and so if we do that, and then you've already talked about it, but we can give the sheriff department access to them too. And so if they had a crime committed, they could use our cameras to potentially solve it. So it's pretty neat. I don't know the cost, so we'll see.
All right.
You're doing a great job.
Yep,
Yes,
thank you.
I think so too.
Well,
Yep.
County looks good.
we appreciate it. I have good people. I I have to give them the credit. My staff's pretty good guys and lucky so far, and hopefully it stays that way.
Right.
There you go. That's right.
Okay. Anything else for Jason? All right, thank you. We'll,
Thank you.
You wanna stay the rest of the meeting and sit there?
Do y'all have steaks in there?
No.
yeah,
What?
Yeah, it's shaved down into roast beef.
Okay.
All right, let's take a half hour for lunch and
Bring
get
it on
back
back.
here a little after 1 o'clock, and then hopefully we can catch some stuff before a couple people leave. All right, so
Some adjustments, huh?
yeah, let's get back into it again. As I told you guys at lunch, the general admission stuff, some parts of that we won't tackle today, or probably most of it. We'll just move that to another work session as people's schedules have called them to leave the area soon. And so for now, we're just going to get into the voluntary ag district. Talk about that for a minute. Is that you, Ike, or is that Kevin?
Well, I think Selena and Kitty had heard a presentation about it at the
Yep.
Commissioners
Yes.
Association Conference, and that's, I think Selena asked if you had this put on. I don't know if you want to add anything.
Yes, you can
We actually do have one, but I'll let Selena talk about what she heard.
Well, Kitty and I went to a session at the NCACC meeting this year, and it was about Wake County's farmland presentation. And, you know, they, of course, are a different kind of county, but they have the same kind of problems that they are losing. Well, let's see, in the last 9 years, they've lost 20% of their farmland. And so the aim there has been to protect up to 700 farms and to preserve at least 30% of the existing farms as they are right now. One of the things that I guess one of the statistics out of the entire United States, North Carolina ranks number 2 in the loss of farmland. And I know it's an issue here. If you look today from the, you know, the small area plan, it's an issue here. And, you know I grew up on a farm, and I know a lot of people here have also had backgrounds in farming. It's hard to make a living, and when you know you're sitting on that valuable property, you know, it's easy to take the money and run. So they have 3 types of programs in Wake County. One is a voluntary ag district, which is a 10-year commitment, but there is an opt-out clause. The other is the elevated agricultural district, which is a 10-year commitment and has no opt-out clause. And then there's this thing called an agricultural conservation easement that takes the development rights away completely forever in perpetuity of that area. And the benefits, of course, are tax breaks for each of those. And if you do opt out of your voluntary ag district, you know, there's a penalty for that. What's that called? Help me with the name of that you have to pay if you opt out. Where
You pay the back tax.
You look back.
It seems like they had a name for it too, but I can't remember. But anyway, they do a program every year. I'm trying to think of the name. It's called Keeping the Farm Day. That they do every March. I would love to go see. They have lawyers there. They have soil and water and other resources like tax professionals that advise farmers the best way to keep their farm together, to keep their farm a working farm. It offers assistance to young people to keep the interest up. They work with the FFA. They also offer internships. They work in conjunction with the college programs to offer these apprenticeships. And so it's a very extensive program in Wake County. But I thought, you know, something like this, and since we already have something in place, something like this to help encourage keeping our farmland would be great.
Well, the county since 2001 has had an ordinance adopted under the general statutes to cover, looks like maybe 2 or 3 of the types of districts.
Okay.
We actually had an advisory board at one point, as required by the statute and the ordinance. Because I think the last time that the advisory board ever came forward with an idea of a project was about 2007 or 8. It kind of went inactive and has kind of just died. But we have a program that just has never, certainly not been as robust, I don't think, in terms of like a Wake County.
Do we have any farms that have become voluntary?
No, we've
No
never
one
had,
took
no
advantage
one's
of it?
ever gone through the complete step to become a voluntary
Well, so maybe
agricultural
the
district.
first step would be to engage with our agricultural community to see if there's interest in getting an advisory group together to talk about.
I think the problem with what we have in place is that if you sign up for it, you can never, you can never sell your property.
Well, we have the same provision in ours, actually, that you enter into a conservation agreement for 10-year period, but that you can revoke it.
Right, in 10 years. But we don't
Before,
have where.
before 10 years, you could revoke.
But we don't have one where we just recognize farm preservation without them having to say, I'm not gonna sell my property.
Give up the rights.
Right.
Just to recognize that farm as a family farm or something. I think if we would do that to begin with, it might get more interest in the other 2 programs because for a farmer to say, that I'm not gonna sell my property or be penalized is a lot, especially
Especially with what they're seeing now. I mean, what they're seeing, what they can get for the property now, tell them they can't do that. It's hard.
Or some of them are selling it for solar too. Or
Well, I
leasing it
mean-
for
Well, that's,
solar.
I think that's okay.
That's-
uh,
yeah,
not
that's
for-
an
Not in Paul's
agriculture-
world, but,
I mean, it's an ag, isn't that an ag classification,
yes,
solar
it's
farm?
ag use, yeah.
Is it?
So it's funny because the property I just bought out at Kerr Lake, all the surrounding farmers around me have moved theirs into conservation. They can't be, I mean, they can be sold, but they're gonna stay farms, or they're gonna be just timberland or whatever. They're gonna stay ag. And most of the time when you do that, there's a restriction of only 1 or 2, maybe 3 buildings can be put on the property, homes, and usually it's a size limitation too.
Yeah,
I looked
and-
at 500 acres, it was only. you
It
could
doesn't
have-
stop you from putting dwellings on your farm. It just stops you from selling it for like
Development.
subdivision and
It
development.
has to remain in ag. It has
Right,
to remain in some type of
right.
ag setting.
And, I mean, I think we could explore it. They started with a farm protection plan in Wake County. They developed a plan, and maybe that might be something that an advisory group would be, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what the pulse is right now for farmers in the county. I wish Owen was here to talk about it, because I think Owen might have a better, I don't know, Kitty knows plenty of people. I don't know what the pulse is here.
Harvey.
But I do think that we could start by just gauging that, maybe, and then maybe put together that farm protection plan to see how we proceed forward. Do we try to push it? Do we try to expand it? I mean,
I think if we find out what kind of interest there might be, and then we'll see which
We
way
have
to
a
go
farm
with it.
plan,
Okay,
agricultural development plan.
okay.
Was adopted in, well, I don't know if it was adopted, it was completed in December 2017.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Can you send that to us, me?
I know Harvey was one that was really pushing it.
That's a surprise.
And was that created by an advisory group?
And drainage systems,
Or who
too.
created
I
that
think the
farm?
board approved it.
I think it was soil and water, wasn't
So
it?
it looks like
Cooperative
this is the
extension.
extension, the board of commissioners, the manager, North Carolina Forest Service, Mount Olive, University of Mount Olive,
Oh, yeah, I
citizens,
remember
farmers,
that
and agribusinesses.
Okay.
And then I think it was presented out there, because I thought, I remember we had a meeting with some people on that, and there wasn't a whole lot of interest at the time.
Yeah, again, there hasn't been the interest to follow
when we
through
first did
to
it.
actually get someone to.
Getting someone to say, I'm gonna devalue my property.
We did that
It's tough to
because
do.
somebody wanted us to have something some program or policy in place. So we went through we voted on it as the commissioners, and then we presented it out there. I think we even talked about it at the board meeting, but then after that, no interest.
But you know what was interesting is I got approached by, and this may not be even the same topic, but crap. Not Manly West that said the price of commodities has dropped to the point where I think they're hurting with being able to break even this year. And he was actually asking, could anything be done? You know, we understand property taxes went up, but he was asking that we consider some kind of an ag break for crop. What?
Yeah, you get one if it's you get deferred taxes if you're.
Well, I know, but I think he's even talking
further than that,
above and beyond that.
I don't know.
Well, as far as our ag district, what's the tax break in that? Do you know? I think one of theirs, and I don't remember if it was their, let's see, I don't remember if it was their VAD or EVAD, that it was up to 25%. I don't have.
think the
I
stats.
didn't- I think
they
that
gotta
was
pay
for just
50%.
the elevated. I think that was for their EVAD, the one that didn't have the opt-out, was up to 25%, the tax break. And I'm just curious what the tax break,
I thought it was 50% valuation. They pay 50% of the land instead of, or 40%, something like that.
But what this is, say if your land's valued at $100,000, and because it's being used in agriculture, it's valued at $50,000.
Right.
Then whatever the taxes on that $50,000 would be reduced by the 25%.
that's their, I don't know, I mean,
as long as it stayed as farmland.
yeah, but for that 10-year commitment, that they have.
And if they violated that, would everything back?
Yeah, they get
be
back taxes.
retroactive?
Everything would be retroactive. They'd have to pay the back tax, and they had a name for it, and I didn't write it down.
Payback tax for violating rules.
They said you can also, with these, especially with the conservation easement, that there were also tax incentives at the state and the federal level for that. So you got tax breaks not only locally, if you put it in perpetuity for no development, that there were also state and federal tax incentives and deductions.
I didn't know about that.
Well, it's something we can maybe start the conversation again with soil and water conservation supervisors
Yeah.
and see what kind of interest we can
Okay.
gather up within the farming community.
I mean, I think if we got a plan, if we got a start of a program, it seems like bringing together the parties that would be most effective, maybe under the umbrella of soil and water, to see if there's interest in it, see if there's interest in digging deeper into it. Because if there's not, then we don't need to waste our staff's time or anybody's time. But if there is interest, I think it's an interesting way to keep our farmland.
Well, let's follow up and see in the stakeholder group and see how we might pursue it if there is an interest.
Okay.
Because we got the
all
most
right.
of the legwork's already done with that.
Yeah.
plan.
Yeah.
Thank you, Rebecca, for that.
In what we have, Rebecca, does it tell what tax break you would get or not?
I don't see, I'm looking at the ordinance, I don't see it specifically in the ordinance.
You know, unless you're giving somebody an incentive,
Right.
they're not gonna do it.
I'm reading through what Rebecca just sent us to see if there was something in there.
And I'll tell you, even with the incentive though, it had to be something worthwhile with everything going on now.
Right, like I
Paul
said,
the
theirs is up to
commodities.
25% for the elevated. That's the one where there's no opt-out.
For 10 years.
Yeah, that's
But who knows what's gonna happen? I know, but the commodity market in 10 years is so volatile, you don't know which way it's gonna go.
All right. Took me a while to go through 92 pages.
And theirs was with the soil and water was real involved.
Yeah, and I got the card from Lauren Hendrickson, who is their farmland preservation coordinator. And they have several things on their website, wake.gov/farmland. And one of the things is their Okie Grove farm that went into the easement. I think
Right.
it's near Wendell.
Yes.
And how that has just really evolved into something that the community's really proud of, that they, and I don't remember how to say the name of those people. There's a group of refugees that have taken a plot out there that grow flowers and other things for the farm market. And it was just a really neat presentation. So, anyway. So let's do that. Let's
We'll
explore.
follow up, see if we can't get something moved.
All right, that's all I ask.
You need to have an incentive in mind where nobody.
Well, we have to see what the statute provides and
Right.
and see what we have available in our ordinance.
Right.
Mr. Chairman, if there's nothing else, I just want to bring up one more thing real quick with the board. Barbara Snowden has called me and asked about the county's interest in the 250th anniversary of the Constitution and celebration surrounding that, there is now some state grant money available up to $10,000 if a county appoints a committee to make preparation for activities within the county in anticipation of that anniversary. So that's number one. Number two, the courthouse also, this building is about to hit a landmark birthday in the next year, I think.
24, I think.
And so she's also asking to what extent the county commissioners might be interested in any activities to recognize and celebrate this building as well.
What?
So this $10,000 is to get ready for 2027,
Yes.
right? September
For- right.
17th, right? So,
would that be a county-led committee run or individual?
County committee for Currituck County to make preparation for celebrating the Constitution.
I nominate Owen.
I nominate Owen because he's not here.
Yeah, perfect.
Didn't the historical society have
Congratulations,
that would be a
Owen.
good job for the historical preservation.
They had to be county
And Owen.
employees.
And Owen.
No, oh, no.
Owen was here when the building was built.
She's a county employee.
Well,
She's like, no, don't do that to me.
She didn't even hear me. See, I just nominated her.
Historical Preservation Committee, I thought you meant the Currituck Historical
I think
Society.
Jenny got shoved onto that.
Well, Owen signed the Constitution. I mean,
You got
so it's only
balls.
Oh, she
right.
just raised her hand back there. Yeah, okay.
She's a county employee.
Owen signed the Constitution. It should only be right.
I mean, celebrating historical marks like that, I don't have a problem with it. I'm good with it.
Okay, I second it for
No,
Mike to
no,
lead the
I didn't
effort.
say that.
Well,
long as we can
I'll
bring
speak
in
with Barbara
Sitting
and
Bull,
maybe
I don't
suggest if the Historical Society be interested in being the appointed committee. If so, then we can put a resolution before the board.
If not, Jason
That's a
Weeks.
great way to
Yeah,
proceed.
or soil and water.
So,
Soil and water, yeah.
William Powell.
Yeah, let's
Harvey.
then. Yeah, let's move forward to see if we can find somebody
Okay.
wants to- But then, yeah, I mean,
I
I'll
don't
like
care.
that. That'd be fun.
So,
Can I do my election?
yeah, I guess, yeah, we can get through that, yeah. Whatever we can get through, we can knock out
Okay.
one last thing.
As I have mentioned in a county commissioner report, I've been selected to be on the Blue Ribbon Commission for election fairness and, integrity. They have been going throughout, this committee has had district meetings where they have told about elections and all this about how elections are fair, honest, and also how it would be hard to have an election with misconduct without everybody knowing about it, the way it's set up in North Carolina. And they had I think our district meeting might have been in Bayford, I'm not.
So how do they account for all of the stuff they find in people's trunks?
Hanging chads.
Well, that's not in North Carolina.
That didn't
Well,
happen here?
It's,
It
Seemed like
happened in
did.
Durham County. It happened.
It
in some-
happened in Durham. Yeah.
it happened in Perquimans.
a few years ago, they indicted somebody for voter fraud too.
Yeah.
Here
Guy
in this
showed up to
courthouse
vote,
from
was
another
told
county.
He already had.
Yeah.
Well,
Y'all got some work to do.
I think my mom voted for Biden, and she's been
you
passed away
have
for 22 years.
checks and balances. If they had ballots, then they would have known.
That's what, well, all of a sudden there's like, oh, look, here's these 6 boxes that we found in the trunk or in a storage shed or whatever. And now it's being counted after the fact. I'm pretty sure that went down.
In Durham.
Durham County, somebody was charged. If it wasn't the director, it was the assistant director was charged criminally in Durham County for election. I don't know what the.
Well, for all of this, what we're planning on doing, we have met, Selena and I met with the election director as well as the chairman, Ed Ponton. And after filing is over, we're gonna conduct one of these meetings to try to give people, so they don't have mistrust in the election.
Right.
Because there's so many checks and balances. And I'm not saying that things can't happen. If you've got somebody dishonest, there could be, but they catch it. I mean,
Right.
there's just so
I don't
many
think-
checks and balances.
For us here, I don't think we worry about it. too much.
January
I mean,
2018, Durham elections worker pleads guilty to altering vote counts in Durham County, and he was an employee. He wasn't the director. I think he was.
Well, that's what she's talking about. There's so many checks, and I know because Kitty got me involved in working the elections way back in 2002, and you know, when people would come in and be skeptical, I'd say, well, come work, because the way to have confidence is what she's talking about, see all the checks. It's not one person handling the ballot at any time. There's paperwork that has to be submitted. People have to sign off on it. And then you take it to someone like Kitty, who's the director, she has to say, so if you're talking fraud, there has to be like
Big conspiracy.
collusion and just
Well, like I
constant.
said, where they're doing it, I mean, this one, it says it was some on a bunch of the provisional ballots. You know what I'm saying? If they were mailed, I mean, and if like our county, I mean, what do you have provisional ballots? A couple hundred? I know you were,
That could make a difference in the
Yeah, it could make it a
Yeah.
difference.
In this county, certainly.
Yeah, certainly. But I mean, like you said,
What we're planning on doing is after filing is over, we're planning on having, and we might do it more than just Currituck County, involve Dare and Camden. I know Camden's very interested in coming together with us and having a forum where we invite people in and we try to show the checks and balances so people will have trust in the integrity of the elections.
here's round 2. 19 people across North Carolina charged with federal voter fraud in 2020, including multiple from the Raleigh area. So it's happening everywhere.
Yeah, things happen, and that's, why you
Well, we
catch
got
'em.
Roy
Yeah.
Cooper. So we got Roy Cooper.
And that's
The first
where we
time.
are. I'll have more information.
All right.
Come back on Monday.
Hey, thank y'all for volunteering for that.
Yeah.
In all seriousness.
Yeah.
For doing, I mean,
You
for
got-
doing
you
that,
got
because like
stuck
you
on
said,
there,
I mean,
didn't
signing up for it.
Oh, Kenny, give us she like said
He's
she.
giving you a praise.
Right,
okay?
right.
No, I was giving you a compliment.
Well, can we just briefly touch on the Veteran Services
Sure,
Officer
yeah.
too, since
Yeah, I was
Yeah, we
looking
can
through to
knock
see if there's
that out.
anything we can get into that's shorter.
Another session that we went to was on the benefits of VSOs, and I know Paul had brought this before us, I don't know, Paul, 2 years ago? Or
At
more,
least,
I
at
don't know
least.
how long ago it was. And we had a presentation, and I guess it kind of fizzled or fell flat. I don't remember the whole ending to that, but the thing that impressed me, and Kitty, you jump in if you want to add to it, the thing that impressed me was how these counties, and there's some small counties that have several VSOs, the benefits that they're able to get their veterans, which translates to more income for them to be able to spend in the county, it was impressive. The numbers that they threw out was really, I don't know, shocking how many millions of dollars that they're able to get their people to be able to spend in and around their county. And I'm trying to find my...
So contextually, what this is referring to is disability with VA ratings and all of that. So that's one thing. I mean, you can go to Elizabeth City, but I would imagine that took a minute way back in the day. And so by getting disability ratings on time, it generates a lot of revenue for the disabled veterans.
And it's like Selena and I were talking, I know when I went up, we went through Mayock when the school took us through all the different schools in the county, and the connection with people, students who have connection with the military in Mayock was what, like 90%?
It was, yeah, it was a really high number.
So there's a lot of resources that we're not giving to the people who live in our county, and even though there's a cost with it, what it benefits the counties in revenue is unbelievable. And that too is something that Camden County was interested, being a small county, if we could, in a lot of these projects, if we could share the costs.
Yep.
And when it first gets started, sometimes it's better to have more than just, you know.
And I thought when we had our presentation, we had talked about if we did it, bringing in Camden or some other counties and make one centralized location to cover multiple counties. That's what we thought.
Well, their entire board, I think, was at the convention, and we sat with them one night, and they were all on board with it. They all, several of them had been in that presentation, and then, of course, there was a focus on the overarching convention. They had done NCACC did a documentary called The Veterans Battlefield. And I think there was a push and a feeling among Currituck and Camden County representatives that were there that we really need to do something, that we can do more to help them, and in helping them, it just makes our community better.
And I think when the gentleman was here, he even offered to lead it up, and I can't remember what happened.
He already had a candidate that could have.
Yes.
And he may still, right? So
I'm not sure why.
Paul, it's been a long time since I've mustered out, right? But could this type of person go and liaise with the Veterans Administration or the outing personnel of, to say, hey, oh, you're
I think they call it MAPS, right? And it's when you're leaving this. So there's several ways that this plays, right? We all know about VA loans for home ownership, but from a disability perspective, that is a really hard road to go down. And the military's done a better job in trying to educate their veterans before they get out, because after the fact, it took me 2.5 years before they went, okay, we agree with that, and to go down that path. But I mean, to give you an idea, for every 10% of disability, it's like $150, right, or more. And so, depending, you look at, and that's just basic. There's an ongoing need of service of reevaluating where you're at to determine whether or not the disability has actually gone up. And so, it's kind of the gift that keeps on giving. Plus, it provides that. You got a junior guy who's out, who got hurt. He has no idea. Unless you're plugged in, you're not going to know.
Yeah, you're not going to know. And like to your point, it seems to me, how do we get them when they're getting out? And if let's say they're getting out in San Diego, right, and then they're coming back to Currituck County.
Well, I can answer that. I can answer how we get
catching them beforehand, right?
There is now a pipeline of sharing between the military, Department of Veteran Affairs, and the North Carolina Department of Military and Veterans Veteran Services, of sharing that information with counties. So if we had a VSO, they would be able to tap into that pipeline to see who is retiring to Currituck County, who is retiring to who's newly into the area.
And it's not just retiring.
Yeah,
right?
who's in the area.
Who's PCSing, because everybody gets moved to wherever they want to move to.
Right.
And that's a PCS move, which is probably what's pulling.
They're sharing that now
Yeah.
with the counties. The county VSOs have access to not only the Department of Veteran Affairs and the military information, but North Carolina is also culling information through the Department of Military and Veteran Services.
And I thought we had discussed with the veterans board that we had in the county that they were gonna be tasked to probably working on trying to get this going. I thought we discussed that. But
that was never really, okay, so it was brought up.
Yeah.
ET was a real big fan of that, but the problem was Larry's focus of the Veterans Advisory Board was what can we do different than what's already being offered, right? So not a whole lot. So Larry was focused on getting a roster of veterans in the county and veteran-owned businesses that might be in the county and businesses that were willing to offer veterans discounts.
Okay.
So that was his focus, and that's, you know,
That's not really what we're talking
a
about.
veteran
That died
services officer was absolutely, you know, by, you know, talking to ET, talking to Dare County, that was something that was intriguing for the benefit it would be. It's just, it was
I
like
think the
at the
board
time
thought
we
it
weren't.
was too. The board thought it was gonna be a good idea.
Yeah, but we had a hard time justifying.
I thought we done.
We had a hard time justifying the hire.
Well, I mean,
that
if we
was a
shared
piece
it
of
with
it, yes,
Camden,
okay.
it seems like it's more palatable.
Agreed.
To go down that path, and I think, like I said, they all were interested too. I don't think it was just Kitty and I dreaming that up. I really believe there was this spirit of working together that we all came away from that session with.
Did we have was there a dollar figure at that time discussed of how it would cost to have somebody? What was it?
I think they were looking at like, I want to say 80 grand.
I thought it was up there a little
like
bit.
70 to 80,000, something like that.
You know, you never think about veterans retiring or somebody just getting out of the service, but this movie also shows how lost these guys feel and women, that there's nobody there to help them and, you know.
Transbacks. They've been told where to be their whole lives, and then you get out, and you're like, what do I do?
I'm working on a meeting with the Camden County manager, so I
Okay.
could certainly bring this up as a topic of discussion.
Yeah.
So to that point, Kitty, you know, there is a huge, you know, you're out and there's, once you're out, trying to tap into, okay, because your out process, so much is going on at the time that it's very difficult
Yeah.
to track what exactly is left or what, and then once you're severed, trying to plug back in, and I'll give you the classic example. I got to the point where I needed eyeglasses. What a nightmare. I mean, it's the most incredible 6-month ordeal trying to walk that path. And no one, to this date, I'm not sure I know what that process looks like.
Wow.
Well, I don't know if you know where Davidson County is. It's not a very big county. They have 3 VSOs in that county alone. And I mean, I drive through Davidson County when I go back to my family's home. And last time I went, I'm just thinking, how can they have 3? I mean, it's, you know, it is, I guess, outside of Ashboro and not too far from Greensboro, but I feel like justifying splitting this with Camden County is something that I can do.
So
I can justify it.
When is the next manager meeting coming up? You said?
I'm working on setting up a meeting. Aaron and Burke and I are trying to get
Okay.
together for a meeting, which we can make this a topic.
Okay. And I thought at the time, were we talking about Dare County as well?
Dare County has one. I think
That's what it
when you
was. That's
first
what
had
it
that
was.
presentation, there was
Yeah, Dare
thought that
County,
maybe we could do
yes.
something with Dare.
That's right. That
They also said that they are working hard at the state level to see if the state would fund one VSO in every county, so.
Oh, that would be nice.
I don't know how long we want to wait on that, but maybe we could strike before we
Well, that, you
see
know,
that come with the midstream.
that goes back into legislative priorities for next year. If there is some talk about that as a goal for them, is to
There you go.
see about some funding at a state level to work in concert with some other counties to push that, through the state.
Now, some of you have Johns, but for our board to be more involved in the association, as Ike and myself have said, and Selena now, there's a lot of programs and things that our association has for the counties, and I really think if we would start being, and I'm so thankful that Selena now is going, there's a lot of good networking and, it's good conferences. So I hope that the board will make an effort to start trying to attend them.
They need to
And
have them other
also
than the
Selena
summertime.
And I have, they give awards for things that counties do, and our county staff has done some amazing things. I know when, we did the thing on the hurricane preparedness, and we had wanted to do that, present that when she did the
Oh, yeah, the Jeopardy.
Jeopardy
Yeah.
thing. You know, there's people winning awards throughout North Carolina that don't do half of what our staff does, and we need to start trying to.
Well, Kitty, when you're up there, have them move it out of the summertime into the fall or springtime. And then then I can probably go to a lot more of those things.
They don't listen.
Well, I'm just, you know, I know.
That's the first problem with it.
Yeah.
They do listen some. But it is very informative.
It is. And one more thing, were we gonna talk about the idea of creating a business liaison position? Is that something that we were, I don't know.
We talked about that yet, well, I maybe mentioned it yesterday, that we will be considering during the next budget a position, whether we call it development liaison, whatever it is, but a position that helps someone that wants to develop in Currituck County get through the process.
Right.
That's
and-
what you're speaking about.
Yes, that's what I'm speaking about, and, what's the process for that? I mean, will it come before us as to what their scope is, their expectation, a timeline?
We'll develop in the course of the budget preparation, we'll
Okay.
develop a job description, because we need to create the position,
Right.
which will have the salary,
Okay.
and all that will be part of the budget.
Okay,
That'd be presented to the board. Of course,
See
I
that
think
in
we're
February, March or
talking
something.
about having a budget meeting
Yeah.
with the board sometime in the late winter or somewhere.
Okay.
Yeah.
Before we have that, I don't know if it's scheduled for one of our work sessions. I think we really need to reevaluate and look at what does our process look like from a TRC, because, you know, if there's opportunities to streamline, to make them more efficient, to get timelier feedback to the applicants, to speed the process, if we can figure out how to do that faster, then we may not need to hire another person. We may be able to just,
Sure. And of course, you know, the county intentionally put some things in place in the UDO to slow down the process.
Yeah,
So
it was,
now, back in
at
the
the time,
past,
it was
and
so
now we probably
busy,
need-
big projects were
Yeah.
coming.
I got it.
It makes sense,
And
yeah.
I remember.
Yeah.
But now it's like,
Well, now maybe you want to look at taking some of that stuff back out if you want to move the process along more quickly.
so we could wind up, and I'm just gonna go way out there, and if we had an internal person that helped escort a project through, right? Then we wind up with less need to have additional TRCs or less,
And,
staff meetings,
house
because
potpourri.
we got all the questions answered up front,
Right.
right? Before we launched down this path.
So I guess we're, personnel or staffing in the
Ish.
permits office, are we down a few folks in there?
Permits?
The permits?
One just
I
left.
thought we had one just.
One just left, and Jason
we
Bell
had-
just left.
We had 2 positions leave. 2 positions went to Camden, a permit technician and a building inspector.
They're being interviewed.
We have interviewed for the building inspector.
Okay.
And I think we'll be bringing someone on, and we have a decent amount of candidates for the technician. We'll be setting up interviews soon.
Okay, because I got an email from, the director,
Bill Newland.
Bill Noon's about, if you're a contractor with trying to get your attachments done, on the computer online versus sending them in because we're short-staffed, and it's backing them up. I'm thinking, okay.
Right, and on top of that, we do have one of the technicians is out on medical leave and has been for a little while. So that combined with one person leaving, we're down to a couple technicians. That's where we're short.
Okay.
Well, and Paul, talking about this business liaison person, whether we do or do not need that position, Ike and I met with Bobby and a prospective developer, and that position would have helped out a lot. There is a need for that person, I think, and it's.
Well, there may be a need for the role.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not
right
suggesting that there isn't one, but I'm just saying if we can help people understand the process from the beginning.
Oh yeah.
Then I think, and right now we're spending a lot of internal resources having a meeting, having another meeting, have another teleconference and all that kind of stuff. And if we get it all wired straight up front, then we save all that labor and potentially, we spend the money up front and we don't need to add anybody.
Right.
And I think, if we looked at that as our first option rather than the temptation is always just to add another job, add another position.
Right.
But I think if we look at this holistically, we may be able to do that already with what we have and streamline the process.
I see
bigger role.
I see this as kind of like our economic development person. They are there to field questions about businesses. They're there to walk a potential business owner through planning, through inspections. I know I met with Bill and Kevin and Ike, and I think Rebecca, were you in on that too? But I think that, and my question to Kevin and Bill was, what if I wanted to open a bookstore? I think that's the example I used. And there was this talk like you would need to do this, and it was like talking to Kevin's staff, talking to Bill, whereas if we had a person that was there to be the point person for all of the things that I would have to do, whether I need a major site plan or not, whether the building meets code to do what there needs to be a person that is the go-to, a single point of contact for potential and current businesses that want to open. And I think then you might avoid some of the issues of businesses that are not in compliance because they thought they bought a building or moved into a building that was for one thing when indeed it wasn't.
Speaking of building and compliance, 11 cars, 3 buses. I counted it last night. I rode by there.
Yeah, I went by there yesterday.
11 and 3.
But there's no flags up and no nothing or anymore, so they're really, there's nobody in the building.
11 and 3.
Okay. Well, it looks like we're pretty much out of time, so I guess we'll be adjourning this work session retreat now that Tammy's back. And as I said, we'll get together and get the rest of the stuff scheduled for a work session for us to go through that's remaining under general admin. And anything else we come up with from time to time. So with that, can I have a motion to adjourn, please?
Second.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Okay.